Chapter 851 Land Spirit's Master, Second Blessed Land. After obtaining the severed arm, Fang Yuan carefully kept it in his immortal aperture. Soon after, he cleaned up the area and removed all his traces. Returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he did not rest. He started working on the severed arm, spending 4 days and 3 nights to turn it into Song Zixing's head. Next, he used fixed immortal travel and went to Earth Abyss. Star Form Land Spirit, I brought Song Zixing's head. In the eerie and dark underground world, he shouted. A speck of starlight first appeared, before light burst out like water from a fountain. A breath of time later, a huge squarish door made of starlight appeared. The half-transparent door was floating in the air. At the top, there were 4 words written on the plaque, Star Form Blessed Land. Fang Yuan squinted as he looked at it. Ordinary blessed lands and grotto heavens had entrances, because the entrance represented interaction, and with interaction, they could take in heaven and earth chi to strengthen the small world. Thus, infallible blessed land was very unique. Because it did not have entrances, it was a very strange exception. As Fang Yuan waited, a small slit opened in the starlight door. It's you? You really brought Song Zixing's head. A voice came from behind the slit. Star Form Land Spirit did not appear. He was quite wary. Fang Yuan chuckled as he tossed the head over. Actions speak louder than words. The slit opened a bit more. A suction force moved the head over to it. It really is Song Zixing's head. A joyful and surprised voice came from behind the door. Boom. The door opened completely. Starlight opened up a path for Fang Yuan. As Star Form Land Spirit stood at the door, saying to Fang Yuan with cheerful submission, Star Form Land Spirit greets Master. Fang Yuan nodded. His expression was calm. He took huge steps and walked onto the starlight path, entering into Star Form Blessed Land. The moment he stepped in, starlight overwhelmed Fang Yuan's vision. But in the blink of an eye, the starlight faded, and Star Form Blessed Land's unique terrain appeared before him. The whole of Star Form Blessed Land resembled a giant bowl. Like a bowl, the edges were interconnected mountain ranges. They formed a tight circle that resembled city walls. And within the bowl, there were slanted slopes that converged towards the center. Darkness enshrouded this world. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at the sky. There was nearly complete darkness. Only a few starlight specks were shining weakly in the sky. Like how Hu Immortal Blessed Land only had days without nights, Star Form Blessed Land only had nights without days. Normally, blessed lands would not have changes between day and night. Only after becoming a grotto heaven or becoming close to a grotto heaven would they start having such transformations between night and day. This was not the first time Fang Yuan was here. In fact, he was the one who placed down this blessed land. Last time, the stars were shining in the sky. It was very bright and dazzling. The ground was very bright due to all of the starlight. But now, it was quite dim. It showed that Star Form Land Spirit was not having an easy time managing the place. This was to be expected. Without a Gu Immortal, the blessed land could not produce immortal essence. The land spirit and the blessed land were interlinked. It had to protect itself and manage the blessed land. But how could land spirits have the strength and wisdom of Gu Immortals? Thus, most land spirits would find a master to help themselves. Survival was the most basic instinct in all living beings. The only difference was the difficulty in getting the land spirit to acknowledge a new master. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across the area before it landed on Star Form Land Spirit. Bring me around to inspect the blessed land. Fang Yuan ordered. Star Form Land Spirit looked like a little boy. He was floating in the air. He was wearing pinkish blue clothes wrapped around his chest and stomach. His small arms and legs were tender white like lotus roots, looking delicate like jade. He appeared very cute. After acknowledging Fang Yuan, Star Form Land Spirit looked towards Fang Yuan with a clear gaze filled with admiration and warmth. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Star Form Land Spirit nodded. Master, follow me. This attitude was completely the opposite of previously. A lump of starlight gathered on Fang Yuan as his body flew up rapidly. This speed was extremely fast. Even Song Zixing's blood rainbow flash could not match it. Fang Yuan felt his vision blurring. All he saw was starlight around him. He could only catch occasional fuzzy images from the quickly moving scenery. The starlight stopped moving, and the scene in his vision had already changed. Master, you are at the southeast side of the blessed land now. This is the Arrow Bamboo Forest, the biggest plantation area in the entire blessed land. Star Form Land Spirit introduced. Fang Yuan looked over, only to see that this Arrow Bamboo Forest was huge. It extended beyond Fang Yuan's field of vision. The arrow bamboos were straight. They resembled green spear bamboo from Qingmao Mountain, but they were not jade in color. Instead, the bamboo shoots were black and did not have any leaves growing on them, only branches. At each segment of the arrow bamboo, there would be around 3 branches growing on it. These branches were sharp and long, resembling arrows. Below the arrow bamboo forest were large numbers of star cave rocks, countless dark fragrance mushrooms, and a field of white shadow grass. Fang Yuan nodded his head internally. The arrangement of this habitat could not be done any better. If I am not wrong, this should be the production area of Star Dark Gu? Fang Yuan asked. Master is correct. Star Form Land Spirit answered immediately. Star Dark Gu was a rank 1 mortal Gu. It was transformed from ordinary insects. This was different from the production of Starlight Firefly Gu. Starlight Firefly Gu were a part of the Starlight Firefly group, produced after they transformed and mutated. Star Dark Gu could be produced from any type of insect which entered deep sleep inside a star cave rock that was filled with holes on the surface. After a total of 49 days, a portion of the slumbering insects would undergo a change and become Star Dark Gu. The food of Star Dark Gu was the bamboo juice of the arrow bamboo forest. The arrow bamboo forest was hot and humid. The bamboos themselves would produce bamboo juice that dripped out. In the past, the bamboo juices produced would form into a thick blue fog. It was a top-quality place to raise Star Dark Gu. Unfortunately, I have not obtained any good watering liquids, thus it became like this. Star Form Land Spirit said with a longing tone. It seems I have to buy moon well water in batches. Fang Yuan muttered. He was very knowledgeable. He knew what water the arrow bamboo forest needed. Master is knowledgeable. Star Form Land Spirit added, his expression becoming excited. Even though Star Lord Wanxiang left behind quite a bit of immortal essence, there were few immortal essence stones. And because Star Form Land Spirit was worrying over his finances, he could not buy goods from Treasure Yellow Heaven casually. Compared to watering the arrow bamboo forest, there were other areas which needed the financial support more urgently. Afterwards, under the guidance of the Land Spirit, Fang Yuan went to the north area of the Blessed Land, inspecting the meteorite pits. This was the place to raise Stellar Fire Gu and produce Falling Meteor Gu. Next, he went to the center of the Blessed Land. This was a lake with ripples and reflecting light. It was huge and was called Broken Star Lake. This was also the place to rear Gu worms. It produced Star River Gu. Next, he went to several grassy fields. They were all full of star fragment grass, a vast number of them. They were planted on black soil. The blades of grass were plump and shiny. They were much higher in quality compared to the ones that were planted in Immortal Blessed Land. Arrow Bamboo Forest, Meteorite Pit, Broken Star Lake, Star Fragment Grass Field. Fang Yuan floated in the air. Looking at the lake, he showed a satisfied expression. The 4 areas mentioned were Star Lord Wanxiang's for main sources of revenue. Star Lord Wanxiang was quite decent in his development. He mainly sold Star Dark Gu, Stellar Fire Gu, Falling Meteor Gu, Star River Gu, and Starlight Firefly Gu. While Fang Yuan was still searching desperately for 4 sources of revenue, he already had them. At the moment, Fang Yuan only had Guts Gu and Regretful Spider traits. The other 2, Eerie Fire Dragon Pythons and Dragonfish, were still not sold in the market yet. Star Lord Wanxiang had rank 6 cultivation level with 1 Heavenly Tribulation passed. He was also a lone cultivator, but he was higher in cultivation level than Immortal. According to his status and foundation, it would normally be impossible for him to develop his blessed land to this extent. But he had his fortuitous encounter. That was Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, 7-star child, became an immortal zombie in order to prolong his life. While exploring star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, he fell into deep slumber. Star-Lord Wanxiang had by chance discovered that Starry Sky Grotto Heaven connected to a spatial crack in the outside world of Central Continent. Every year, at a certain time, this crack would open. Thus, Star-Lord Wanxiang would go in every year to scavenge for resources to strengthen himself. Even though he had limited time on each occasion, he entered many times. Star-Lord Wanxiang thus had decent development. His immortal aperture was smoothly growing in value with each passing day. He surpassed most lone cultivator Gu immortals. Even Shirley praised his blessed land inwardly when he saw it. This Star-Lord Wanxiang's foundation was already on par with typical rank 6 Gu immortals in the 10 great ancient sections. But it was a pity that Star-Lord Wanxiang was heavily injured by Song Zixing, and because his tribulation was impending, he had to take a risk. He invited Immortal Monkey King Shirley to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. In the end, at the 8-star hall, he fell into star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. His soul was destroyed, and only his body was left. Fang Yuan took the body and placed the blessed land in Earth Abyss. This led to the development of future events, like Star Form Land Spirit's requirement for becoming the new owner. With these 4 sources of revenue, my financial power will double. I will be swimming in profits. I will really be drowning in immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Star-Lord Wanxiang had operated his blessed land for a long time. He had already slotted himself into the market and had his own share of the economy in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan inherited his blessed land. He had also gotten over the difficult initial stage of entering the market. He took over Star Lord Wanxiang's businesses directly. It saved him lots of trouble. Ordinary resources like Star Dart Gu and Stellar Fire Gu were usually sold in bulk quantities. They were very competitive in the market. It was not easy to carve out a share for oneself in the market. They would be collaborated against, facing price wars, or some Gu immortals might even threaten to kill them. As the saying goes, ruining a person's wealth is akin to killing their parents. The Gu immortal world was very cruel. If you want to do business, you need to show your strength. Without strength, no matter how flourishing your business was, you would get killed and plundered. Thus, Fang Yuan was always very careful with the dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons that he had. He wanted to make use of Shao Clan's transaction token to enter Western Desert's market. That could avoid much trouble and allow him to earn more profits. Of course, for Monopoly, businesses like Guts Gu, you could sell them as you wish. Others could not even compete in this. They could only watch and envy. After inspecting the blessed land, Fang Yuan was very pleased, but there was still something that he was highly anticipating. Land Spirit, bring me to see those Immortal Gu in the blessed land. At the next moment, he instructed the Land Spirit. Chapter 852, 3 Immortal Gu. All are useful. The whole of Star Form Blessed Land was like a giant bowl, and its center was also the location which was at the bottom of the terrain. There was a lake here that spanned as far as the eye could see. Its name was Broken Star Lake. And the place where Star Lord Wanxiang normally cultivated was also set at the bottom of Broken Star Lake. Reaching the bottom of the lake, Fang Yuan discovered a crystal palace. It was not large, and only had one main hall along with 2 normal halls. Star Lord Wanxiang's Immortal Gu were kept in the main hall. Under the guidance of Star Form Land Spirit, Fang Yuan smoothly entered the main hall. The moment he entered the main hall, he saw an Immortal Gu flying around. This Immortal Gu resembled a centipede. It was thin and long, like an arm, and black like iron. It was flying around in a zigzag fashion inside the main hall. The short horizontal segments on its body lit up like blue fireflies every now and then. This is a rank 6 Immortal Gu, Star Mark. It can temporarily add 600 Star Path Dao marks onto Master's body. Star Form Land Spirit aptly introduced. 600 Dao marks. Fang Yuan was startled. Even the Strength Path Dao marks on his body numbered no more than 200. This was the case after he had been using each Strength Immortal Gu recently to add over 40. However, this Star Mark Immortal Gu could actually cause an increase of 600 Star Dao marks at once. It could be said to be an outstanding ability. 200 Dao marks can increase power by 20%. 600 would mean a 60% increase. Unfortunately, they are Star Path Dao marks, and I am not a Star Path Gu Immortal. There was no doubt this Star Mark Immortal Gu was a high-quality support type Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was a Strength Path Gu Immortal, and his body carried Strength Path Dao marks. But once he activated Star Mark Immortal Gu, his body would be temporarily covered in a layer of Star Path Dao marks, letting him disguise himself as a Star Path Gu Immortal. Besides Star Mark, there were 2 other Immortal Gu in the main hall. One was like a prismatic crystal, the size of a fist. It was quietly lying on a desk, without any movement. Another was like a tender white bean sprout, filled with an air of vitality. Through Star Form Land Spirit's introductions, Fang Yuan knew the crystal-like Immortal Gu was Starlight Immortal Gu, while the bean sprout-like Immortal Gu was known as Star Shoot. Fang Yuan could not help feeling joyous. Fortune had arrived. These 2 Immortal Gu had much more use to Fang Yuan than Star Mark Immortal Gu. Because Starlight Immortal Gu was a necessary Gu material for the production of the Wisdom Path Star Thought Gu. Now that he had Starlight Immortal Gu, he could completely imitate the use of Strength Chi Immortal Gu in refining Airsac Gu, to refine Star Thought Gu much faster and on a much larger scale. The Starlight Immortal Gu removed the troublesome step of purchasing Starlight Immortal Gu. At the same time, with Immortal Gu as the foundation, there would be a much lower failure probability in refining Mortal Star Thought Gu. The risk involved would also be greatly mitigated, reducing the deaths of hairy men by a large degree. There were 2 issues created by this, however. The first problem was, to use Starlight Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan would have to modify the recipe of Star Thought Gu. The second issue was that using Starlight Immortal Gu would consume Immortal Essence. With Wisdom Gu and the complete Star Thought Gu recipe, Fang Yuan would have no problems in modifying the Gu recipe. It was just a matter of time. As for the second issue, it would have indeed been a problem for Fang Yuan in the past. But now, Fang Yuan was Star Form Blessed Land's owner. He had 6 sources of revenue, and it would even increase to 8 in the future. His Immortal Essence Stone earnings would quadruple. Such an amount of Immortal Essence Stones made Fang Yuan have the confidence to spend Immortal Essence constantly in activating Starlight Immortal Gu. Starlight Immortal Gu increased the accumulation of Star Thought Gu by a large extent, which was of enormous assistance. And Star Shoot Immortal Gu was also very useful. Fang Yuan had once purchased a mortal killer move from Star Lord Wanxiang called Spring Star Rain. This move irrigated the land, providing nutrition to vegetation and increasing their productivity. Ever since he got this move, Fang Yuan had been using it again and again. The grassland in the sky of Hu Immortal Blessed Land was able to maintain its current scale. It largely could be attributed to this mortal killer move. Frequent activation of Spring Star Rain consumed large numbers of Star Shoot Mortal Gu. Star Shoot Gu were only sold by Star Lord Wanxiang. Fang Yuan had once thought of freeing himself from Star Lord Wanxiang's control by researching the refinement recipe of Star Shoot Gu. But even with Wisdom Gu's help, as Fang Yuan's star path attainment was only ordinary, he could not get what he wished. At this point, Fang Yuan had Star Shoot Immortal Gu, and from now on, he would be able to use Spring Star Rain to his heart's desire. He could also raise Spring Star Rain to the level of an Immortal Killer move and use Star Shoot Immortal Gu as the core to further increase the yield of Star Fragment Grass. But Fang Yuan learned from Star Form Land Spirit. Star Lord Wanxiang did possess the Immortal Killer move Spring Star Rain. In fact, the Mortal Killer move, Spring Star Rain, which Star Lord Wanxiang sold was a simplified version of his original Spring Star Rain. The Star Shoot Gu that Star Lord Wanxiang sold were also refined by using Star Shoot Immortal Gu. This was the reason why Fang Yuan found it difficult to reverse deduce the Gu recipe from Star Shoot Gu. The reason was that Star Lord Wanxiang's Gu refinement method was done from top to bottom. Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Shoot. These three Immortal Gu were all the Immortal Gu left in the Blessed Land. Star Lord Wanxiang had a total of 4 Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, the 4th Immortal Gu was destroyed in his battle with Song Zixing. Fang Yuan was thus able to obtain only 3, and he was already very satisfied with this. Generally speaking, in the entirety of the 5 regions, there were few rank 6 Gu Immortals in possession of Immortal Gu. Most of them were still using Mortal Gu and Mortal Killer moves. Only the elites among rank 6 would be in possession of rank 6 Immortal Gu. For instance, rank 6 Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. And another example would be lone cultivators like Star Lord Wanxiang, who had fortuitous encounters. Northern Plains' situation, however, was special. Because of the collapse of 88 True Yang building, the rate of Gu Immortals possessing Immortal Gu far surpassed the other 4 regions. In fact, Central Continent was actually in last place among the 5 regions in regards to the ownership rate of Immortal Gu. It couldn't be helped. They had the most Gu Immortals after all. Fang Yuan's situation was even more special. Not counting these 3 Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan already had 14 Immortal Gu. No one would believe it if such a number was told to them. Not to mention, among these was rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Generally, even if one killed an enemy Gu Immortal, it was hard for them to get Immortal Gu as spoils of battle. When Fang Yuan attacked Dong Fangchong Fan, he had a huge advantage and had captured even Dong Fangchong Fan's soul alive. But Dong Fangchong Fan had made all the Immortal Gu self-detonate with a thought, and Fang Yuan could not even grasp even one of them. Star Lord Wanxiang was an exception. Because he strayed into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, he died unexpectedly without making any reactions. Thus his Immortal Gu were left behind and benefited Fang Yuan in the end. These 3 Immortal Gu still had Star Lord Wanxiang's will, but with Star Form Land Spirit's assistance, it would not be a big problem to subdue them. Master, this is the immortal inheritance held in the Blessed Land. Please have a look. The Land Spirit handed an inheritance to Fang Yuan. It turned out that this was Star Lord Wanxiang's first fortuitous encounter. A Gu Immortal inheritance regarding Star Path. It was this inheritance that guided the lone cultivator, Star Lord Wanxiang, on his path of cultivation to become a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Star Lord Wanxiang's second fortuitous encounter was discovering the entrance of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, from where he plundered many resources. His luck was actually quite good. Star Lord Wanxiang's main cultivation was Star Path, and Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was also a Star Path Grotto Heaven. Thus, they were both very compatible in terms of resources. Unlike Fang Yuan, who was a Strength Path Gu Immortal, while Hu Immortal Blessed Land was of Enslavement Path, and the Guts Gu produced by Dang Hun Mountain were of Soul Path, these multiple aspects were not too compatible with each other. Unfortunately, Star Lord Wanxiang still died in the end, and everything he had was now Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan stayed for a whole day in Star Form Blessed Land. He inspected a small tribe of rockmen in the Blessed Land, as well as the 3 desolate beast-level spine-fin Star Dragonfish. While he was alive, Star-Lord Wanxiang had used every possible effort to bring in this small group of rockmen. He did not have Guts Gu, and Star Form Blessed Land was also not a suitable environment for the survival of rockmen. As a result, Many rockmen had died. It was not easy for him to maintain this small group. The 3 spine-fin star dragonfishes were captured from Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. There was no shortage of desolate beasts inside there. The reason he spent such large amounts of effort and capital was because Star Mark Immortal Gu's food was the fresh meat of spine-fin star dragonfish. In Starlight, Immortal Gu fed upon the bodies of rockmen. As for Star Shoot Immortal Gu, its food was large quantities of dark star kelps. This type of kelp grew in great amounts in Broken Star Lake. This was the orthodox situation of Gu immortals. Whatever path they cultivated, their immortal Gu would be of that path, and their immortal aperture would mostly have down marks of that path. In this way, they could bear the burden of feeding immortal Gu by raising the required food themselves. Unlike Fang Yuan, whose strength path immortal aperture was dead, who immortal blessed land was an enslavement path immortal aperture, and the immortal Gu on him were of strength path, wisdom path, soul path, luck path, and other various paths. He had to get help from the outside world to feed these immortal Gu. Every time, he had to rack his brains, and the situation was unstable. In fact, Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu had yet to be fed properly to this day. Whether it was who immortal blessed land or his strength path immortal aperture, they both had sparse soul path down marks, and thus even if he wanted to, it was not possible for Fang Yuan to raise White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. By becoming the owner of Star Form Blessed Land, Fang Yuan's strength had doubled. 3-star path Immortal Gu, for economic pillars, a complete star path inheritance, Fang Yuan would need a lot of time to absorb them fully. He also made Star Form Land Spirit keep up the request of recognizing the Blessed Land's owner in Treasure Yellow Heaven, to fabricate an image of Star Form Blessed Land still not having an owner. And he also did not plan on telling the truth to He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunsheng for a while. The longer he could conceal it, the longer he would conceal it. Who Immortal Blessed Land was already exposed, Starform Blessed Land was also in a partially exposed state. But only He Lu Lan knew this location. If, in the future, he became a fugitive, this base would be extremely important. Regarding Dang Hun Mountain and the resources inside Who Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan did not plan to move them away for the moment. The resources had been arranged just recently and large amounts of capital were invested. If he moved them to Starform Blessed Land, with how astute He Lu Lan was, wouldn't she realize it? The following day, Fang Yuan went to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. With the huge influence from the large-scale competition, Central Continent was facing a surge of popularity in Gu refinement among all the people. The news of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent collaborating to ambush Song Zixing and failing had yet to be spread. Knowledge of this was limited to Gu immortal level higher-ups. The 10 great ancient sects had lost much face. There was still no news about Song Zixing, making it appear to be a joke to other sects or lone cultivator Gu immortals. Many Gu immortals moved one after another, searching for any traces left behind by Song Zixing in Truyang Mountain Range. But how could they find anything? In Fang Yuan's previous life, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects searched for over 100 years to maintain their reputation, but were still not able to find him. Song Zixing's hiding ability was simply divine. Even Fang Yuan could not match him in this. Thus, Fang Yuan had no thoughts of chasing after Song Zixing from the very beginning. Finally, the agreed-upon date arrived, the day of the duel between Fang Yuan and Feng Huang. Although it was not a competition, it attracted quite a large audience. Feng Huang, you want a duel, but first let me see the wager. If the wager is too low, this duel will not begin. Fang Yuan spoke in full view of everyone, whether they dueled or not. What Fang Yuan wanted was only to be in the top 6 places for the infallible inheritance. Moreover, losing in the duel would not eliminate either side or influence their rankings. Feng Huang had already made preparations, secretly transmitting her voice. My wager will definitely interest you deeply. Fang Yuan, you are an immortal zombie and certainly know the pain of immortal zombies. What I have with me is a method which can let you revive. Chapter 853, Dueling Feng Huang, 1/4. A revival method? Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed. A clear change appeared in his expression. Spirit Affinity House was truly worthy of being one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Its foundation was deep beyond imagination. Fang Yuan had painstakingly searched for a way to get rid of his immortal zombie status and revive, and Spirit Affinity House actually had a way. At this moment, when Feng Huang placed this method as the wager, it directly touched upon Fang Yuan's core interests, making him unable to refuse. Fang Yuan laughed, restraining his agitated mood as he looked at Feng Huang. Tell me, this method would not be Immortal Crane sex possession technique, right? Of course not. Feng Huang smiled indifferently. I'm indeed interested in your wager. But this wager is still far from matching my Who Immortal Blessed Land. The value of all things vary. Fang Yuan, if you were given the choice of either Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Revival, which would you choose? Of course it would be reviving. Fang Yuan chose with no hesitation inwardly, while also speaking with no hesitation. Of course it would be Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This is my biggest foundation. Even though I have become an immortal zombie, I can maintain a good living by relying on it. Feng Huang's lips twitched as she shook her head, softening her tone. Fang Yuan, you are not likely to be such a short-sighted person. But I know you won't put Hu Immortal Blessed Land as your wager, and I also cannot forcibly demand you to do so. Let's talk about something more practical. If I lose, I will tell you the method of revival. You can rest assured that this method already has a successful precedent. But if you lose, we can undergo transactions. Fang Yuan looked at Feng Huang's slight smile and confident appearance. He narrowed his eyes and asked, What transactions? Feng Huang replied, If you lose, you need to make a deal with Spirit Affinity House to supply Guts Gu for the long term. The price can be discussed as long as it doesn't overstep the limit. But you must deliver them in time and in adequate quantity. If you lack souls, Spirit Affinity House will sell them to you, and the price will even be 30% lower than the market price. These transactions must take precedence, even over those of Immortal Crane's sect. No matter how many Guts Gu you have, you must first supply them to Spirit Affinity House before selling to other places. Hearing this, Fang Yuan could not help but look at Feng Huang in a different light again, having a completely new opinion in regards to this young girl in front of him. He had not expected her to mature to this degree in just this period of time, as expected of a genius. No, rather than that, it should be said that she has capable people behind her and was educated well. Feng Huang's demand, as far as Fang Yuan was concerned, was truly lenient and could even be said to be too generous. But Guts Gu, to Feng Huang, was an urgent need. The reason? Feng Huang could explore dream realms with Dream Wing's Immortal Gu. Even with the help of the Immortal Gu, her soul would still feel weakened and could be injured. Guts Gu was among the highest quality soul-strengthening method in the whole world. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had praised it. Feng Huang had originally challenged Fang Yuan out of juvenile temperament. It was an action taken in a fit of anger. But right now, the discussion about wagers with Fang Yuan was based on the present situation. It was practical and also concerned benefits. This was a mature action. If Feng Huang had asked Fang Yuan to put Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Dang Hun Mountain as the wager, Fang Yuan definitely would not agree. And although Fang Yuan was using Immortal Crane Sect's name, the relation between him and Immortal Crane Sect was well known by all the 10 great ancient sections. Fang Yuan absolutely had no qualms in regards to Immortal Crane Sect's reputation and would definitely agree to Feng Huang's duel with this. Thus, Feng Huang made this request. To Fang Yuan, selling Guts Gu to Spirit Affinity House naturally had its benefits. The first benefit was he could increase the sales volume, earning much more Immortal Essence Stones. Who would not like having more Immortal Essence Stones? The second benefit was that Fang Yuan would have a connection to Spirit Affinity House. If one day he fell out with Immortal Crane Sect, he would have an alternative path. In fact, Fang Yuan's original intention in accepting Feng Huang's challenge had been to cooperate with Spirit Affinity House. As Feng Huang explored the dream realm multiple times, she realized the value of Guts Gu and wanted to obtain some of the benefits from Immortal Crane Sect. And Fang Yuan was also willing to do this. If he truly reached a deal with Spirit Affinity House, it would also be extremely helpful to him in managing his relationship with Immortal Crane Sect. Regardless of victory or loss, this duel is beneficial to me. Anyway, the result of the duel has nothing to do with the competition. Something is wrong. Her request is also to lower my will to fight. Fang Yuan suddenly had a realization and understood another layer of intention behind this move from Feng Huang. Let's start then. The final winner of this contest will be me. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly as he laughed heartily. Feng Huang's gaze flashed. That is not for certain. The wagers were set. Both sides began to discuss of the contents of this duel. Feng Huang suggested refining River Wave Trace Gu as the task. River Wave Trace Gu was a rank 5 Water Path Gu worm, and formed a series with rank 3 Water Trace Gu, rank 4 Wave Trace Gu, and rank 6 Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan immediately refused. Spirit Affinity House specialized in cultivating and using Water Path Gu worms. This could be seen from the Immortal Gu House, Water Pavilion. If the task was set to refine River Wave Trace Gu, Feng Huang's advantage would be too big. Fang Yuan suggested refining Blood Steps Gu. This was a rank 3 Blood Path movement type Gu worm. Feng Huang also refused outright. What a joke! Who did not know Fang Yuan was proficient in Blood Path refinement techniques, and Feng Huang did not have confidence in refining Blood Path Gu. The two discussed for a while before finally settling on a rank 5 Fire Path Gu worm, 5 orifices Fire Pagoda Gu, and it would be done in a martial duel. The duel would not be private, but be a completely open contest like the Refinement Path convention. Soon, similar materials appeared in front of the two sides. To maintain fairness, both sides were provided with the same Gu recipe. The winner would be the side that could successfully refine 5 orifices Fire Pagoda Gu first. Unlike the previous contests, because it was in the martial duel format, whenever they reached a specific stage, both refiners would have a chance to attack each other once. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan and Feng Huang sat opposite each other, each occupying an end of the stage with a gap of around 260 steps between them. The duel began. Fang Yuan immediately inspected the refinement materials. He needed to have a complete understanding of every material. If some materials were defective, it would greatly influence the Gu refinement. Fang Yuan checked very carefully. Sometimes the task organizers would intentionally supply some defective materials and even tamper with them so the defects are hidden, causing the Gu master to not be able to easily detect them. If they were truly deceived, it would cause quite a problem when refining the Gu. This arrangement had practical significance. Usually, when refining Gu masters would not always be able to gather perfect refinement materials. Sometimes, there would be some damage because the materials might have been stored for too long, or perhaps damaged when being transported or seized in battles. Or there might be substandard refinement materials sold in the market, which would have to be distinguished by the Gu master themselves. Thus, inspecting Gu refinement materials was a part of refinement path attainment. In this duel of refining 5 orifices Fire Pagoda Gu, the convention supplied as many as 1,000 types of materials. There was not a single Gu worm. They were all grass, flowers, stones, bones, and so on. Fang Yuan inspected all the materials, using an entire hour. Afterwards, he inspected the Gu recipe provided by the convention. There were altogether 5 Gu recipes: Rank 1, Single Aperture Charcoal Gu; Rank 2, Double Orifice Stove Gu; Rank 3, 3 Orifices Fire Hut Gu; Rank 4, 4 Orifices Fire Tower Gu, as well as Rank 5, 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu. These 5 Gu worms were a series, sharing the same origin. The first step in refining 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu was to refine large numbers of Rank 1 Single Orifice Charcoal Gu. Then, using the Single Orifice Charcoal Gu as the main materials to refine Double Orifice Stove Gu. From Rank 1 to Rank 2, Rank 2 to Rank 3, Rank 3 to Rank 4, and then from Rank 4 to Rank 5, finally refining 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu. It was because there were many steps and the process was cumbersome. Both sides were provided with 1,000 types of Gu refinement materials. With Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods, he could modify the Gu recipe and cut down on some steps of the Gu refinement process. He could even directly refine 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu with the materials provided. However, after some thought, Fang Yuan gave up on the idea and decided to move step by step. There were many reasons. First, he was unable to rely on wisdom Gu here. Second, modifying Gu recipes took a lot of time, and there would only be more losses than gains. Moreover, this was a martial duel. Both sides could attack 5 times in total to disturb the Gu refinement. If a Gu recipe to refine it directly was used, once the process was disturbed, the previous efforts would be wasted. It was more stable to move step by step. While Fang Yuan was inspecting the Gu refinement materials, Huang was checking the Gu recipes. While Fang Yuan was inspecting the Gu recipes, Huang meticulously checked the refinement materials. The order was different, but when they started the Gu refinement, it was almost at the same time. They have finally begun. They used up over an hour to inspect the materials and the Gu recipes. They are really patient. This contest concerns the face of Immortal Crane Sect and Spirit Affinity House. It is a battle of reputation of 2 of the ancient sects. The spectators started talking. Some were in favor of Feng Huang, while some thought highly of Fang Yuan. There were also 2 factions that had formed in the audience. The numerically greater disciples of Spirit Affinity House were in a mutual showdown of glaring with Immortal Crane Sect's disciples. The elders leading Immortal Crane Sect's group had ugly expressions. Fang Yuan had placed Guts Gu as the wager without reporting to the higher-ups of Immortal Crane Sect, and they were not feeling good about this. At first, Fang Yuan and Feng Huang's refinement techniques were the same. During this process, Fang Yuan used his skilled refinement techniques to gradually surpass Feng Huang, progressing faster and slowly obtaining a slight lead. After all, Fang Yuan had the practical experience of his previous life. While even though Feng Huang used Immortal Gu to explore the dream realm and improve her refinement path attainment quickly, she still lacked tempering and putting them to practice. To catch up to Fang Yuan, Feng Huang used a refinement path killer move. Double action. Her hands trembled, and the lump of fire she was maintaining suddenly split into 2, forming 2 fire lumps. Refinement path killer move, small wishful hand. 2. Small and compact hands flew out of Feng Huang's mind, completely formed from will, emitting a jade luster. Feng Huang's two hands constantly regulated and controlled the intensity and the temperature of the two fire lumps, while the two small wishful hands grabbed materials and threw them into the fire. Wonderful. Using two killer moves consecutively. Feng Huang is well prepared. Now her speed is much faster than that of Fang Yuan. Clamorous discussions were being exchanged between the spectators. Chapter 854. Dueling Feng Huang, 2 of 4. Using two immortal killer moves consecutively. Under the mask, Fang Yuan's gaze was sharp as a knife. But he immediately turned his gaze towards the fire in his hands. Phew, that was close. Outside the stage, a female disciple of Spirit Affinity House breathed out a sigh of relief. Senior Sister Qin Wan, what was close? I clearly saw first Senior Sister Huang use two Refinement Path killer moves in a row, catching up immediately. Another female disciple of Spirit Affinity House was sitting beside Qin Wan. She had a chubby face. Her name was Sun Yao, and she asked this curiously. Junior Sister Sun Yao, you need to understand that this duel is different from what we've seen before. This is a martial duel. In martial duels, the refiners can attack to disturb the other side's refinement. Qin Wan explained patiently. They can do that. It is already so hard for me to refine Gu normally, but if I were to be disturbed on top of that. Heavens, Sun Yao pursed her lips, revealing an expression showing that she did not even dare to imagine such a thing. This martial duel format is clearly meant to make one suffer. Whoever thought of this is really strict. No Qin Wan, however, had an expression of approval. Being able to resist disturbances is one of the most important aspects of refinement path. In our cultivation journeys, perhaps one day we would suffer a sneak attack when we are refining Gu. In fact, many times when we leave the sect to complete the sect missions outside, because of all sorts of damage that may occur to Gu worms, we often have to refine new Gu in the wild. Using the same logic, when we are facing a strong enemy and discover the enemy refining Gu, we would also choose to sneak attack and take the enemy by surprise, turning the situation in battle in our favor. This is the practical significance of the martial duel format. Junior Sister Sun Yao, you also know Gu masters have to use all their concentration during the refinement process, because slight carelessness can result in failure and backlash. But, when you refine Gu outside, you also need to pay some attention to your surroundings. First Senior Sister Huang used two Refinement Path killer moves in a row just earlier. That was a risky move. Because the moment she activated the killer move, the entirety of her attention was naturally focused on the Gu worms forming the killer move. If it were an ordinary Gu master, they might have already lost control over the flames and failed in Gu refinement if they had to divert their attention in activating the killer move. If at this moment, Fang Yuan, that demon, had attacked first Senior Sister Huang, it might have caused significant trouble to her. Hearing Qin Wan's explanation, Sun Yao came to a realization. So it was like that. Then that truly was dangerous. Fortunately, that demon Fang Yuan did not attack. Because Fang Yuan had, time and time again, used bloodpath refinement techniques at crucial moments, disciples of Spirit Affinity House who disliked him privately called him a demon. However, there were, in fact, many demons in the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. For instance, the third supreme elder of Immortal Crane sect, Lord Tiger Demon, was a demonic path Gu immortal in his early years before he was recruited by Immortal Crane sect. The sect that exhibited this the most was actually Spirit Affinity House itself. The late Sword Immortal Bo Qing was a person of the demonic path with an extremely murderous nature, but was reformed through love with Spirit Affinity House's Fairy Mo Yao. In the end, Bo Qing was recruited into Spirit Affinity House. At present, the story of Fairy by Qing and Feng Gu was widely spread, and Feng Gu was formerly of the demonic path as well. Central Continent was so large and was famous for producing outstanding champions. Once in a while, there would be some astonishing demonic cultivators and lone cultivators that would shake the world. To maintain control of the overall situation and to protect their interests, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent would recruit these people. It was the best method to effectively retain their authority. He did not attack? That's a pity. Feng Huang inwardly sighed. Out of the 2 lumps of fire burning in front of her, one suddenly extinguished. What's going on? People in the audience involuntarily exclaimed. Don't tell me that demon, Fang Yuan, had already attacked and disturbed First Senior Sister, causing half the Gu refinement to fail? This demon is too cunning. What attack did he use? We did not even see it. Sun Yao anxiously cried out, her tone filled with loathing towards Fang Yuan. No, that's not right. The elder hosting this duel did not say anything. This means that demon, Fang Yuan, did not attack. So it was like that. Qin Wan's eyes brightened as she suddenly came to a realization. Originally, First senior sister had put up a facade of using 2 killer moves. It was a trap meant to entice Fang Yuan to attack her. If Fang Yuan attacked, his mind would be focused on his attack at that instant, which would expose a weak point. First senior sister would then have a higher chance of successfully counterattacking. My goodness, was that actually the case? Sun Yao's small, chubby mouth opened wide in shock at the battle of wits behind this contest. Qin Wan had a serious expression. I was also deceived just now. The truth of the matter is first senior sister set up a trap, but that demon Fang Yuan saw through it and was not fooled. Junior sister Sun Yao, watch closely. This contest is going to be extremely splendid. The contest between these two is absolutely the best of this generation. Okay, Sun Yao nodded, her eyes staring at the stage without blinking. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had always fiercely competed. Not only did their Gu immortals compete, the disciples also had a similar type of competition. There was no doubt that Feng Huang was the best of this generation within the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. However, in the contest for who immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared and kicked Feng Huang down the mountain. As for the events behind the scenes, they were not explained to disciples like Sun Yao and Qin Wan, and even Immortal Crane sect's own disciples and most of their elders thought Fang Yuan was a genius disciple, secretly nurtured by the sect. In the previous round, Feng Huang was defeated, and this duel, in which Feng Huang wanted to reclaim her prestige, involved a contest between the best disciples of the 10 great ancient sections. It was a hidden clash between Spirit Affinity House and Immortal Crane sect. Thus, almost all of the audience was asking a question: who was the best Gu master among the younger generation? What they did not know was, Fang Yuan had already become a Gu immortal. Although he was only an immortal zombie, he was already someone they could no longer decipher. Meanwhile, Feng Huang possessed Dream Wing's immortal Gu, and had already activated it, gaining enormous benefits. Bystanders could only see such surface details, but both competitors did not see much importance in the reputation aspect. Feng Huang had already matured a lot and realized what benefits meant, while Fang Yuan was way beyond her maturity. The competition continued. Fang Yuan had seen through Feng Huang's trap, but between Feng Huang's 2 killer moves, small wishful hand was real. It was unlike double action that had only been a facade. With the help of the 2 small hands made of will, Feng Huang's refinement speed was slightly above that of Fang Yuan. And as time passed, the gap between the two gradually increased. However, this gap was not obvious. Fang Yuan maintained his rhythm, and using solely Gu refinement techniques without any killer moves, he maintained the fire and was now almost finished. Processing the materials, he used Gu refinement techniques and not refinement path killer moves. Techniques were the summation of purely skills and experience. They were the foundation of Gu refinement. Very skilled. Even though he is the enemy, I cannot help but admit this demon, Fang Yuan, has a very solid foundation in Gu refinement. Even some elders from our sect do not have as solid of a foundation as him. Qin Wan suddenly sighed, after having watched fixedly for a long while. He has a grasp of so many Gu refinement techniques. He has used at least 30 types by now. But I feel our first senior sister is still the more amazing one. She fell back a little at the start, but quickly caught up later. Now, no matter how that demon Fang Yuan pursues, he won't be able to catch up. This small wishful hand killer move is truly convenient. Sun Yao said admiringly. No, Qin Wan shook her head. First senior sister's lead might not necessarily be a good thing. Maintaining a killer move requires primeval essence and also is taxing upon the mind. On the contrary, that demon Fang Yuan has only been using basic Gu refinement techniques, which do not have as much of a burden on the mind. As this continues over time, his mind will be less taxed than first senior sister's, which will be of great help in the later stages of Gu refinement. Ah, it is like this. Then, isn't first senior sister in danger? Senior sister Qin Wan, you are saying first senior sister gained a lead from using a refinement path killer move, but is instead in a disadvantage? Although your words sound reasonable, how could it be like that? Sun Yao felt a headache. Hee, junior sister Sun Yao. This is the brilliance of the refinement path convention. You have just begun your cultivation journey and have yet to come in contact with many things. You will slowly understand them in future. Qin Wan smiled, but she was feeling heavy internally. This demon, Fang Yuan, is too skilled. He is keeping pace with first senior sister just by repeatedly using Gu refinement techniques. Even though first senior sister used a refinement path killer move, she is not able to create a large lead. It can't go on like this. Feng Huang was feeling some mental exhaustion. It had not been long since the competition began, and both sides were still at the stage of refining rank 1 single orifice charcoal Gu. According to logic, Feng Huang's should still have plentiful mental energy and not be in a state of exhaustion. However, estimates was one thing. The actual competition could be completely different. Feng Huang could disregard the gazes from outside the stage. Her talents were outstanding, and with Gu Immortals as parents, she had been the center of attention since she was young. She was already used to it. The pressure on Feng Huang mainly came from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan displayed an incomparably solid foundation, and was relying on just Gu refinement techniques to maintain pace with Feng Huang. While even though she had used a refinement path killer move, she was not able to surpass him greatly in progress. Fang Yuan's extraordinary performance and formidable achievements made the world overrate his attainment level. Feng Huang had already been feeling pressure before the duel. After the duel started, Fang Yuan was in pursuit with a stable speed, which further increased the pressure on Feng Huang. This pressure was greatly wearing down on Feng Huang's mind. She was slowly starting to feel exhausted and uneasy internally. It seems my refinement path quasi-grandmaster attainment cannot match Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment. What should I do? Feng Huang began to think and plan quickly while refining the Gu. I have used a refinement path killer move. My mind is also being worn down rapidly. The duel has only just begun, and as time goes on, Fang Yuan's advantage will become even more clear. But if I stop using the killer move and compete with just Gu refinement techniques, I still cannot match Fang Yuan. My greatest advantage is the large numbers of refinement path killer moves that I carefully prepared. Chapter 855, Dueling Feng Huang, 3/4. The duel stipulated they could only use the materials provided by the convention. Although they could launch attacks and use refinement path killer moves, any methods affecting the soul or mind, like refreshing the mind or strengthening the soul, were completely prohibited. Feng Huang was the one who set this rule. It was to prevent Fang Yuan from using Guts Gu to strengthen his soul during the duel. The soul and mind were closely connected. Feng Huang made this move to limit Fang Yuan's advantage in this aspect, but she had not expected she would be the first to suffer a drawback from this rule. Whoosh! Suddenly, Feng Huang flicked her pinky finger, shooting out a speck of golden light. The golden light was extremely fast, reaching Fang Yuan in the blink of an eye, targeting the refinement flames in Fang Yuan's hands. If the golden light hit the fire, even with Fang Yuan's ability, the refinement would fail. He would have to bear the backlash and start over. However, how could a person as cautious as Fang Yuan not pay attention to the defense of such an important area? Ding! A crisp sound echoed. The golden light was 3 inches from the fire when it clashed into a formless barrier and was blocked. Fang Yuan's gaze was calm. The fire in his hands was not affected in the slightest. Feng Huang's attack was blocked by Fang Yuan without batting an eyelid. Only after this attack had been defended did the Gu masters outside the stage react. Spirit Affinity House's Feng Huang was the first to initiate an attack, but the attack was blocked by Immortal Crane Sect's Fang Yuan. What was that attack just now? It was so fast. Feng Huang made an error in her choice. How could Fang Yuan not defend such an important area? It might have been better to attack Fang Yuan directly instead and injure him. Look, Feng Huang is using a refinement path killer move again. There was a clamor outside the stage, but in the stage, the scene was quiet, isolated from all the sounds outside. Attacking the enemy's vital points, then using this moment of relative safety to use another refinement path killer move? Fang Yuan glanced at Feng Huang, coldly smiling inwardly. It seems you are using all your strength. Worthy of being Feng Huang. Even in your youth, you are deeply aware of your own strengths and weaknesses. I have to say this is a sensible choice. Fang Yuan praised her in his mind, but he continued to be unmoved, still refining Gu in the same way as before. Feng Huang used up a precious chance to make a move to attack Fang Yuan's refinement flames, and also took this opportunity to use a second refinement path killer move. With the help of 2 killer moves, her refinement speed increased sharply, and gradually Fang Yuan was thrown behind. Without the pressure from Fang Yuan, Feng Huang immediately felt slightly relaxed. A layer of tension inside her loosened, and her refinement speed further increased a little. In this duel, Fang Yuan and Feng Huang each had 5 chances to attack. Because it was only a duel, not a life and death battle, the power they could use every time they attacked was limited to a certain level. The first time, they were only allowed to use rank 1 Gu. The second time, they could use rank 2 Gu, and so on, until the 5th time, where they could use rank 5 Gu. It was the same with defense. They could only use Gu worms of corresponding rank. This was another limitation to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie after all, with an immortal killer move. If she was attacked by Giant Hand, it would be difficult for Feng Huang to resist it. Of course, Feng Huang had Gu immortal parents, so she would naturally have immortal essence in her body along with immortal Gu and the will or emotion of Gu immortals. There was not a high likelihood of Fang Yuan truly killing her. This time, she is using 2 refinement path killer moves at once to gain a lead. Outside the stage, Sun Yao excitedly shouted, Yes, it is a pity she used one of the 5 chances to attack. But this is also a classic tactic. We still have to see the result of the refinement to determine the outcome. Qin Wan pondered as she gazed at the stage. Time continued to pass. Fang Yuan fell further and further behind Feng Huang. But the strange part was that he was not the least bit hurried, seemingly having no intention to overtake Feng Huang. Fang Yuan was still using Gu refinement techniques, refining single orifice charcoal Gu step by step, while Feng Huang had already begun refining the rank 2 double orifice stove Gu. Soon, praises and sighs could be heard outside the stage. Feng Huang had used a 3rd refinement path killer move, increasing her speed once again. An hour later, Feng Huang attacked Fang Yuan and took the chance when Fang Yuan defended. She used a 4th refinement path killer move. For killer moves were used together. There were 6 lumps of fire floating in front of Feng Huang. Each lump was accompanied by a small, wishful hand that constantly grabbed materials and threw them into the fire. With the help of the small, wishful hands, the exact amount of the Gu refinement materials thrown into the flames was extremely precise. From the help of 4 killer moves, Feng Huang's refinement speed had long since surpassed that of Fang Yuan, and soon she started on 3 orifices fire hut Gu, while Fang Yuan had just now begun refining double orifice stove Gu. Looking at Feng Huang advancing triumphantly, throwing Fang Yuan far behind, many were having doubts. What was Fang Yuan playing at? Sun Yao grinned. First senior sister's victory is guaranteed. Qin Wan was also a refinement path genius whom Spirit Affinity House paid great attention to. It was just that she had yet to mature. She was also in support of Sun Yao's words. If the situation continues like this, first senior sister has a high chance of victory. With my ability, my maximum limit is maintaining 5 refinement path killer moves. But this is the martial duel format. I must leave some energy behind to deal with Fang Yuan's attacks. Of the 5 chances to attack, I have already used 2, while Fang Yuan has only been defending. Could it be my conditions were too alluring that he is forfeiting? Feng Huang could not understand Fang Yuan's behavior and felt some doubts for a moment. 15 minutes passed. Feng Huang had made good progress in refining 3 orifices fire hut Gu. She was past the halfway mark. Right now, Feng Huang's dominance was extremely obvious, leading Fang Yuan by a huge distance. It is time to attack. Fang Yuan's gaze was clear, and as he sensed that the time was ripe, he sent out a Gu worm from his immortal aperture. I am attacking. He suddenly spoke softly. Feng Huang's attention was immediately attracted. Her bright and beautiful eyes gazed at Fang Yuan, while continuing with her Gu refinement. Finally attacking? But what is the reason for warning me beforehand? Feng Huang was extremely cautious. Fang Yuan chuckled. Feng Huang, be careful. This Gu is the rank 1 ghost fire Gu. Feng Huang narrowed her eyes. A vigilant look flashed past her eyes as she began to think rapidly. It is certain to be rank 1 Gu. This is Fang Yuan's first attack, so he can only use rank 1 methods. But it might not necessarily be ghost fire Gu. Maybe he showed that Gu to mislead me? After all, a Gu worm's external appearance can be disguised. I need to be extremely careful. While she was thinking, Fang Yuan activated the Gu worm in his hand. The moment this Gu activated, it transformed into a small lump of eerie ghost fire, which then slowly moved towards Feng Huang. It is really ghost fire Gu. Feng Huang was slightly stunned. Right at this time, the ghost fire Gu suddenly sped up and shot towards Feng Huang. Come, just a mere rank 1 ghost fire Gu. Feng Huang's eyes shined sharply with confidence. She had already prepared sufficiently and could easily block a rank 1 ghost fire Gu. When the ghost fire Gu charged over, she even had the time to think of the possibility of Fang Yuan making continuous attacks. However, the ghost fire suddenly came to a halt, stopping near Feng Huang. Afterwards, the ghost fire slowly circled Feng Huang, swaying around either side of her. What? Feng Huang was startled internally. Fang Yuan, what is the meaning of this? The next moment, her expression sank as realization dawned upon her. In this duel, the Gu master could only defend in the range of a meter. The ghost fire Gu did not encroach the range of a meter around Feng Huang, making her unable to defend. The ghost fire floating around could only be considered as part of the process of Fang Yuan's attack. He is using rank 1 ghost fire to pressure me, to divert my attention. Feng Huang was astute and was soon able to understand the intent behind this move. So sinister. Many people, outside the stage, exclaimed as they realized his plan. Sun Yao was filled with righteous indignation. That demon Fang Yuan is using a loophole in the rules. With a ghost fire floating in front of you, who can concentrate on refining Gu? Does nobody care about this? He is too shameless. Qin Wan shook her head, saying solemnly. The rules of the duel were set by both sides. This pending offensive is also a classic battle tactic in the martial duel format. It can't be considered shameless. Damn it. Cold sweat began to seep out of Feng Huang's forehead. Ghost fires can injure the soul. I have used up a lot of my mental energy. If I am really affected by it, I will definitely slip up. But if I just blindly defend, my mind will be tied down in observing the movement of the ghost fire, and my Gu refinement speed will decrease. There was still a way. Feng Huang could initiate an attack and destroy this ghost fire. But this was not worthwhile, because this would be her third attack, which meant a rank 3 method. Using a rank 3 method to cancel Fang Yuan's rank 1 ghost fire Gu, no matter what, it would be her loss. Maybe this is his intention. He wants to lure me into using up a precious chance of attacking. Feng Huang gritted her teeth as she looked at Fang Yuan. Controlling a ghost fire also expended one's mental energy. But Fang Yuan had only been using Gu refinement techniques and not refinement path killer moves. It could be said his mental energy was at full capacity. It was more than sufficient to control a ghost fire. Oh, not destroying my ghost fire? You are really patient. Fang Yuan suddenly laughed. Then, how about another ghost fire? Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan took out a second ghost fire Gu. Feng Huang, look closely. This is rank 2 ghost fire Gu. Fang Yuan calmly spoke. Unlike Feng Huang's sneak attacks, he openly announced his methods. The style of Fang Yuan's attacks was the completely opposite of Feng Huang. Feng Huang's 2 attacks were quick, accurate, and relentless, attacking the enemy's vital points and forcing Fang Yuan into defense, while she took the chance to use refinement path killer moves. However, Fang Yuan's methods could be described with one word: slow. The second ghost fire floated slowly towards Feng Huang, stopping a meter in front of her. This ghost fire was created from rank 2 ghost fire Gu. It was double the size of the first ghost fire. The 2 ghost fires circled around Feng Huang. The pressure on Feng Huang swiftly doubled. Chapter 856. Dueling Feng Huang, 4/4. The 2 ghost fires moved about here and there. They went far and near, with no set pattern. Feng Huang had to be vigilant of these 2 flames, while also paying attention to refining Gu. Feng Huang was soon unable to bear it. Bang! A soft explosion resounded as one of the Gu refinement fires she controlled was extinguished. The Gu worm inside the flame had already been refined to an incomplete form, but it was a pity. Everything was lost. First senior sister slipped up. So unfortunate. That Gu worm only had the final 3 steps remaining. Sun Yao stamped her foot in anger. Qin Wan also had a heavy expression. This is the first mistake since the duel began. Although first senior sister has a deep foundation, surely enough, dividing her attention to handle so many things was too forceful. What should she do now? Sun Yao gazed over, seemingly asking for advice. Qin Wan mumbled. If it were me, I would dispel a refinement path killer move right now. Because the lead is great. As long as I can maintain this lead and make no more mistakes, the one in a hurry would be the other side. But dispelling a killer move is similar to activating it. Because in order to produce a change in the situation, one needs to focus their attention, which can generate a moment of weakness. At this moment, on the stage, Feng Huang also had a similar thought. Should I dispel a refinement path killer move? Is this Fang Yuan's intention? No, I still have a way. I can use my third chance to send out a sonic wave and destroy these 2 ghost fires at once. Geniuses like Feng Huang had pride carved in their very bones and would not be willing to admit defeat. Feng Huang's eyes brightened at this thought, but when she cast her gaze towards Fang Yuan, her heart instantly chilled. Fang Yuan was wearing a malevolent mask. His piercingly cold eyes protruded from behind the holes of the mask. Behind it, there seemed to be a smiling expression with a hint of ridicule. No. Feng Huang's mind trembled at this gaze. This is Fang Yuan's trap. He is already waiting for it. The moment I use my third attack, Fang Yuan will grasp this chance to immediately attack. At that time, my mind would be taxed to the limit, and it will be very difficult for me to deal with the attack. I might not even be able to defend and be struck by his attack. Damn. Feng Huang gritted her teeth. A drop of cold sweat slid down from her forehead to her eyebrow and down her cheek. It can't go on like this. I need to find a way. What should I do? Think carefully. Think quickly. Bang. While she was in the process of thinking, another lump of fire she was controlling exploded. This explosion was much more severe than the first one. Other lumps of fire were also affected. Feng Huang quickly dispelled her disorganized thoughts and did her best to stabilize the other fire lumps. First senior sister made a mistake again. How could this be? Not good. First senior sister is injured. Sun Yao cried out with her head in her hands. The demon Fang Yuan brought her too much pressure. First senior sister should have been trying to think of an urgent countermeasure, and this decreased her attention towards the Gu refinement, causing a slip-up. A failure in Gu refinement means there will be backlash. Fortunately, her injuries are not severe. Qin Wan's tone revealed her nervousness. She let out a breath of cloudy air and continued. But, This is also a good thing. Sun Yao did not understand and grumbled in anger. Senior sister Qin Yuan, what are you saying? First senior sister failed in Gu refinement and also suffered injuries. Why is this a good thing? She has lost 2 lumps of fire, but her mind is instead partially freed up. She now has the spare energy to cope with the present situation. Qin Yuan analyzed. Sun Yao patted her chest as she suddenly realized this. Right. Fang Yuan laughed again. Feng. Jin Huang's heart immediately sank when she heard Fang Yuan's laughter. She raised her head and sure enough, Fang Yuan took out a 3rd Gu worm. Fang Yuan spoke just like earlier. Look closely, this is a rank 3 ghost fire Gu. The next moment, 3 ghost fires were flying around Feng Jin Huang. Damn it. Sun Yao stamped her foot in anger. This demon is too shameless. First senior sister has just been able to catch a breather, and now he sends another ghost fire. He is still thinking of forcing first senior sister to make a mistake. That's right. Qin Yuan had a grave expression. Like this, the pressure on first senior sister has increased sharply. She probably has to use all her remaining attention on defending. Sun Yao clenched her teeth, subconsciously waving her fist. This demon is not concentrating on refining his Gu. Instead, he is spending his mental energy on the ghost fires. This is a classic case of neglecting the proper task. He is truly terrible. I really want to give him a few punches. Damn it. How can this be? Feng Jin Huang fell into a great predicament. She was clearly in the lead, but when Fang Yuan made a move, she was forced into a passive state. Feng Jin Huang knew the situation was far from good. The tempo of the duel had already fallen into Fang Yuan's grasp. She wanted to counterattack, but she did not have enough ability. The 3 ghost fires floated around her. Sometimes they would even breach the 1-meter distance before retreating immediately. They were clearly being manipulated to tease Feng Jin Huang. Feng Jin Huang was only a young girl after all. She was filled with fury towards Fang Yuan's teasing, but was not able to vent them. She would have to take a risk if she wanted to get rid of the 3 hateful ghost fires. But reason told Feng Jin Huang that she might not necessarily need to take the risk, because even after she slipped up twice, she still had a large lead over Fang Yuan. As long as she maintained this dominance, victory would be hers. However, when Feng Jin Huang began refining 4 orifices fire tower Gu, a short while later, Fang Yuan also began refining 4 orifices fire tower Gu. This discovery immediately startled Feng Jin Huang. When was it that he actually closed in the gap between us? Impossible. He has clearly not used even one refinement path killer move yet. But the fact was that Fang Yuan had relied on just Gu refinement techniques, using purely basic skills to close the gap bit by bit, and unknowingly, he had caught up to Feng Jin Huang. The Gu masters outside the stage also discovered this. Unbelievable, this demon actually caught up. Spirit Affinity House's female disciples cried out in shock. Actually relying on just Gu refinement techniques to overcome refinement path killer moves. Fang Yuan's ability far surpasses Feng Jin Huang. The people who overrated Fang Yuan continued to overrate him. How is this possible? Fang Yuan definitely cheated. Everyone knows the power of refinement path killer moves. He did not use a single killer move, but caught up? Impossible. Sun Yao was dissatisfied. What kind of eyes does the hosting elder have? Why is he not stopping the duel and investigating this demon Fang Yuan? Qin Yuan, however, heaved a deep sigh. Keep quiet, junior sister. Gu refinement techniques naturally cannot match refinement path killer moves, but in this duel, they can overcome killer moves. Senior sister, what do you mean? Because the crucial factor for victory is not the means, but the 2 Gu masters themselves. At the moment, the refinement has already reached the middle to later stages. Fang Yuan's mind is still fresh. While first senior sister has been exerting her mind since the start, the moment she could relax, Fang Yuan used the threat of Ghost Fire Gu to overwhelm her. First senior sister is already tired, without ample energy in her mind. Any powerful refinement path killer moves will only play a secondary role, thus her Gu refinement speed will naturally slow down. Qin Yuan sighed, before continuing. This is all Fang Yuan's plan. When first senior sister mentioned refining 5 orifices fire pagoda Gu as the task, he agreed directly. But the Gu recipes and the refinement materials were all put forward by him. The moment this battle of attrition began, he let himself fall behind, preserving his mental energy. At the middle stages, he finally attacked, and although he was behind, he was able to grasp the initiative. Because of her dominance, first senior sister did not want to take a risk, thus she kept delaying dealing with them. However, she did not know that this was Fang Yuan's sinister plan. Now at the later stages, first senior sister is too tired, her speed is getting slower, and will soon be overtaken by Fang Yuan. What? Sun Yao worriedly gazed towards the stage. Soon, her worry turned into reality. Fang Yuan slowly progressed to being level with Feng Jin Huang, and slowly overtook her. Is first senior sister going to lose? Sun Yao's eyes reddened and tears streamed out. First senior sister clearly put in so much effort to arrive at the end. She even got injured. But this despicable demon is going to win? I am not willing to accept this. I also feel discontent. Qin Yuan sighed. But first senior sister still has a chance. There is still a chance. Sun Yao turned her head and looked happily at her senior sister Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan nodded. Right. Don't forget first senior sister still has 3 chances to attack. 1 rank 3 attack, 1 rank 4 attack, and 1 rank 5 attack. Every attack will be stronger than the previous one. This is the way to make a comeback. This contest has yet to end. There is still hope. Right, we still have hope. First senior sister, you can do it. Sun Yao's eyes brightened as she suddenly shouted loudly. Her voice attracted the gazes of the people nearby. The intense sense of honor to the sect and feeling of belonging made the hundreds of disciples of Spirit Affinity House shout together to boost Feng Huang's morale. Although their voices could not transmit to the stage, Feng Huang was able to sense it. These guys. I cannot lose. I will win. It is time to use my trump card. Refinement Path Killer Move. Ink Transformation. Feng Huang shouted in her mind, and simultaneously made 3 attacks in a row towards Feng Yuan. Feng Huang staked everything on this, using all her remaining chances to attack. Paltry trick. Feng Yuan blocked all these attacks, while sending out the 3 ghost fires to interfere with her as much as possible. The interference did not bring much result. Feng Huang destroyed these 3 ghost fires. Her Refinement Path Killer move was already close to completion. Humph, revealing Light Gu, go. Feng Yuan sneered inwardly as he flicked out a rank 4 Gu worm. At the same time, he also used a rank 5 attack which arrived in front of Feng Huang first. Feng Huang was already prepared, blocking the rank 5 attack, but revealing Light Gu, which had neared her, suddenly self-detonated. The explosion was not intense, but the radiance was extremely dazzling. How? How does he know the weakness of ink transformation? Under Feng Huang's incredulous gaze, the killer move, ink transformation, was interrupted and forcefully stopped. The killer move did not successfully activate. The severe backlash from it immediately caused Feng Huang's organs to be damaged, causing large amounts of blood to flow out of her body. Her body trembled from the intense pain, and she was no longer able to maintain her control over the lumps of fire. The whole Gu refinement failed, and bursts of enormous backlash assaulted her. Feng Huang spat out fresh blood as she opened her mouth widely, before falling down to the ground shortly, losing consciousness. Chaos erupted outside the stage. Spirit Affinity House's disciples wanted to go up the stage, but were blocked by the Gu formation. Don't make disturbances. All violators will be punished. The hosting elder shouted. After stabilizing the situation, he gazed towards Feng Yuan. For a moment, almost everyone outside the stage looked towards Feng Yuan. Feng Huang was already unconscious. Even if she woke up and tried to refine the Gu again, the materials were far from enough. Right now, Feng Yuan could not lose. As long as he slowly refined 5 orifices Fire Pagoda Gu, he would be the victor. However, right when Feng Yuan was about to succeed, the incomplete form of the Gu worm in his hand suddenly detonated. Feng Yuan was startled. This? Chapter 857. Feng Zheng's death. Feng Yuan and Feng Huang's duel attracted the attentions of countless people, but the result was one that nobody anticipated. The process of the duel was very splendid. It was full of ups and downs. Eventually, even though Feng Yuan had absolute advantage, he met with the failure rate of a rank 5 Gu refinement, and his efforts went down the drain. He did not have enough Gu refinement materials for a second attempt, while Feng Huang already had fainted and also did not have enough materials. Thus, this duel ended in a draw. Feng Huang was sent for treatment immediately after the duel ended. After learning about the results, Feng Huang looked at Feng Yuan with deep meaning. Since it was a draw, according to the duel rules, both parties had 2 options. One was to take back their wagers. The other was to trade the wagers that they had put in. As Feng Yuan had expected, Feng Huang chose the second option. Feng Yuan thought about it for a moment before agreeing. Feng Huang first passed 1 information path Gu worm over to Feng Yuan personally. The method of an immortal zombie reviving was recorded inside the Gu. After that, both parties created an agreement. In the capacity of a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane Sect, the owner of who Immortal blessed land, Feng Yuan, agreed to undergo Guts Gu transactions with Spirit Affinity House. In the future, Feng Yuan would give priority to Spirit Affinity House when selling Guts Gu. Even Immortal Crane Sect was behind them in the priority list. Lord Feng Yuan, our sect's Lord He Feng Yang would like to speak with you. After the duel ended, an Immortal Crane Sect elder came to Feng Yuan. He spoke in a humble manner. Oh, Feng Yuan said with surprise, lead the way. On a mountain peak with no one else around, he met Feng Yuan again. Feng Yuan still had the appearance of a youth. He wore a white robe with a black belt. The winds were blowing his sleeves as they fluttered in the air. His green eyebrows extended to his waist as they swayed with the wind as well. It was not easy to get a draw in this duel, was it? Feng Yang's gaze was profound. He looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled. It can't be helped. I encountered the natural rate of failure. There was nothing I could do. His words carried no flaws. Feng Yuan sized up Fang Yuan as he said in a serious tone, "It is a pity that you became a zombie despite such talent in refinement path. Actually, if you want to find a way to revive, you do not need to approach others. Immortal Crane Sect has an excellent method that can ensure that you will get rid of your zombie status." Fang Yuan heard this and felt a bit strange. Why did he feel like Feng Yuan was showing an intention of recruiting him? But thinking about it, even if Fang Yuan and Immortal Crane Sect had been on opposing sides, or he had a mysterious background, or some other reasons, ignoring all these, just Fang Yuan's current display of his Gu refinement attainment was enough to move Immortal Crane Sect. Fang Yuan naturally knew the excellent method that Feng Yuan was talking about. What else could it be? It was obviously the possession technique. Feng Yuan would not be able to guess that Fang Yuan had already made preparations in this aspect. If I would lose my freedom, I would rather remain as a zombie, Fang Yuan said. Feng Yuan shook his head. I invited you here not to discuss the matter of freedom. Let's talk about important matters. You captured your brother. You have to hand him over. Otherwise, the consequences are not something you can endure. Oh, is this a threat? Fang Yuan's tone became deeper. Fang Zheng was a secondary option to regain life. Even if he did not need him for this, Fang Zheng was still the best choice to create a blood deity. How could Fang Yuan hand him over? Feng Yuan nodded. You can think of this as a threat, but I would rather explain it as a warning. I'll speak the truth, eliminating Fang Zheng is Heavenly Court's orders. You might not know the extent of Heavenly Court's authority, but you just need to know one thing. There is no force in Central Continent that can defy Heavenly Court. How could Fang Yuan not know the power of Heavenly Court? He had his previous life's memories. He was even more aware of Heavenly Court's strength and power than Feng Yuan. Of course I know about Heavenly Court, but why would they have any interest in Fang Zheng? They are actually so serious about eliminating Immortal? Isn't your excuse too unrealistic? Feng Yuan, how can you convince me? Fang Yuan spread his arms out. Feng Yuan sighed. I do not need to convince you. As long as you keep Fang Zheng's life, in the end, Hu Immortal Blessed Land will be taken down and absorbed by Heavenly Court. That is not something Immortal Crane Sect wants to see. You can consider this freely, but there is little time. If you can accept it, 3 days from now, give Fang Zheng to me. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. This unexpected news caught him off guard. He did not know about the matter involving Fate Gu. It was hard for him to link Heavenly Court and Fang Zheng together. He placed his gaze on Feng Yang's face. He tried to find a flaw from his expression. Do you take me for a fool? Handing Fang Zheng to you is like placing the key to Hu Immortal Blessed Land into your hands. Feng Yang raised his head and laughed. Fang Yuan, despite being an immortal zombie, you are truly scheming. No need to test me. The truth is, you have already started believing me. I am actually more curious than you about this. But we should curb our own curiosity regarding matters relating to Heavenly Court. 3 days later, I will execute Fang Zheng in front of you. But in exchange, you have to bring me Lord Sky Crane's soul intact. You should know that he is one of my subordinates, and is a rather capable one. Fang Yuan became silent. Feng Yang did not stay. A light flashed, and he vanished on the spot. Since Feng Yang left, Fang Yuan had no reason to stay. He decided to use fixed immortal travel to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He had temporarily set aside the matter regarding Fang Zheng. Fang Yuan's first priority now was to research the method that Feng Huang gave him. Fairy Lianxiang. What was unexpected to Fang Yuan was that this method to revive was connected to a fairy of Spirit Affinity House from a previous generation. Fairy Lianxiang was a past generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Her status was similar to Mo Yao. According to Feng Huang, when Fairy Lianxiang was rank 5, she was ambushed by an enemy and became a zombie. But she had one of the 10 extreme physiques, the desolate ancient moon physique. Through a fortunate opportunity, she succeeded in her immortal ascension. Her zombie body was purified by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. It was as though she was reborn. The last bit of content was deduced by many of Spirit Affinity House's Gu Immortals. To get rid of the zombie body, a way to revive was to undergo immortal ascension as one of the 10 extreme physiques. Immortal ascension of the 10 extreme physiques. Fang Yuan was a little disappointed. This method was not impossible to him. He had Blood Skull Gu. He could raise a Gu master's aptitude. First Gen Gu Yu was an example which Fang Yuan could learn from. But Blood Skull Gu was only immortal Gu. Even if Fang Yuan had many descendants and killed them, it could not raise the aptitude of an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. However, If I can advance Blood Skull Gu to an Immortal Gu, it will work on me. I can use Blood Skull Immortal Gu to elevate my first aperture into the desolate Ancient Moon aperture. If I undergo Immortal Ascension after that, I would likely revive. But to raise Blood Skull Gu into an Immortal Gu, I would need Blood Skull Gu's Immortal Gu recipe. It would expend a lot of time and effort to attempt this. Even if I can raise my aptitude to the level of the 10 extreme physiques, the tribulation would likely be extremely dangerous. According to Feng Huang's information, when Fairy Lian Xiang underwent Immortal Ascension, it was a terrifying event. It was almost equivalent to the grand tribulation of a rank 7 Gu immortal. Most likely, the Immortal Ascension of a zombie was too heaven-defying. It attracted the rage of heaven. Back then, if not for the help of several Gu immortals from Spirit Affinity House, Fairy Lian Xiang would have been reduced to ashes by the grand tribulation. The Immortal Ascension of one of the 10 extreme physiques was already very terrifying. Fang Yuan had witnessed He Lu Lan's ascension. She even lost an Immortal Gu due to it. After a person of the 10 extreme physiques becomes a zombie and attempts to become an immortal, the tribulation would be even fiercer. Its intensity would rise by over a dozen times. Fang Yuan concluded that this method not only required huge amounts of preparation, it would also expend a lot of time and energy, as well as carry great risks. Without help from others, with Fang Yuan's strength, even if he included the assistance of Tai by Yun Shang, He Lu Lan, and Fairy Li Shan, it would not succeed. Weighing the costs and benefits, Fang Yuan could only place this method aside. He entered the prison cell of Danghun Palace. He saw Fang Zheng, who was locked inside. Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? Seeing his brother, Fang Zheng screamed, his gaze filled with hatred. Fang Yuan said, why? Are you still denying it? Fang Zheng shouted. Even if Immortal Crane Sect and Master are responsible, you are still the biggest culprit. You are the person who slaughtered uncle and aunt. I will never forgive you. I will never let you off. Kill me, or else we will always be enemies. Oh, my beloved brother, you are really stubborn. In that case, Fang Yuan's gaze shined. He stretched out his arm towards Fang Zheng. Soul search. Fang Zheng's body shook. He could not move anymore. He wanted to shout, but he felt like his throat was stuck. He showed an anguished expression on his face. Fang Yuan searched Fang Zheng's soul multiple times, but he did not find anything of value. Fang Zheng is such an ordinary Gu master. Why is Heavenly Court sending orders to eliminate him specifically? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Even though there was no evidence, he felt inclined to believe that Feng Yang was speaking the truth. Fang Yuan did not know that Heavenly Court had Fate Immortal Gu. Even though he had his previous life's memories, he was restricted by his status. He could not know everything. Especially when the strongest organization in the 5 regions, Heavenly Court, was involved. Did someone do something to Fang Zheng's soul? Fang Yuan shook his head immediately after. That was very unlikely, but he could not deny the slim possibility of it. Should I hand over Fang Zheng or not? This was the question. Fang Yuan was not afraid of Feng Yang, but he was wary of Immortal Crane Sect and was worried about Heavenly Court. If any of the rank 8 Gu immortals in Heavenly Court attacked, killing him would be as easy as killing an ant. Of course, that was if they battled. Fang Yuan was not so foolish to get into one. He could escape and run away beforehand. Fixed immortal travel was an excellent method to do so. 3 days later, Fang Yuan handed over Fang Zheng and the spirit incubating flea. Within it was Lord Sky Crane's soul. Fang Zheng had evidently been tortured. He went through lots of terrifying punishment. Not only was his skin torn and flesh exposed, he even had many deep wounds that revealed his bones. In fact, one of his arms was cut off and replaced with a dog's limb. Even so, Fang Zheng could feel the dog limb and even manipulate it to move. Such cruel treatment could make someone collapse mentally. But Feng Yang only took a glance without saying anything. He said to Fang Yuan, "You made a wise choice. Now, hold up your end of the agreement." Fang Yuan's gaze was shining. Watch closely. Feng Yang struck. Under Fang Yuan's supervision, he killed Fang Zheng on the spot. Fire burned until not a single trace of him was left. Lord Feng Yang, why? You promised me. Lord Sky Crane's voice came from the spirit incubating flea. This is an order from Heavenly Court. Immortal Crane Sect needs Fang Zheng's sacrifice. Sky Crane, this is your destiny. You wanted to possess Fang Zheng at first, but you relented and were willing to accompany him and teach him how to cultivate. Now, he is dead. Not a trace of his soul is left. As compensation for going back on my words, I will find a good body for you to revive. Feng Yang said slowly. Lord Sky Crane's crying voice could be heard. Feng Yang waved his sleeves. He sucked the spirit incubating flea into his sleeve as he took a look at Fang Yuan before leaving. When you are free, you can come to Feihe Mountain and have a look. Chapter 858, Second place. Right now, I can confirm that Feng Yang is expressing goodwill to me. Fang Yuan had a realization. Feng Yang invited Fang Yuan personally to take a look at Feihe Mountain. What was Feihe Mountain? It was the base of Immortal Crane's sect. Even though it was somewhat symbolic, the meaning he was trying to express was clear. After returning to Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan thought about Feng Yang's change in attitude and smiled silently. The duel with Feng Huang allowed Fang Yuan and Spirit Affinity House to establish contact for trade. The transactions of Guts Gu with Spirit Affinity House were higher in priority than Immortal Crane sect. But because it took advantage of the setup of Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention, everyone bore witness to it. Immortal Crane sect could not make up any excuses or complaints to stop these important transactions. Immortal Blessed Land and Spirit Affinity House had made contact. This made Immortal Crane sect feel a strong sense of threat. In history, among the 10 sects, Spirit Affinity House had the highest rate of recruiting demonic path Gu immortals. Boqing and Feng Gu were examples that were etched into people's hearts. Not long ago, they had failed to take back Immortal Blessed Land. Now that Fang Yuan was showing strong attainment in Refinement Path, Immortal Crane sect finally decided to persuade Fang Yuan in a more gentle way. Thus, Feng Yang's attitude towards Fang Yuan changed drastically. The matter of Fang Zheng should be real. Feng Yang's action was a sign of goodwill to Fang Yuan. He even tried to entice Fang Yuan using the possession technique. To him, if Fang Yuan continued to keep Fang Zheng in captivity, Heavenly Court would take down Immortal Blessed Land. Danghun Mountain would definitely be taken by them in that case if Fang Yuan did not destroy it in advance. Immortal Blessed Land could not be moved, and Heavenly Court was not interested in it anyway. One of the 10 great ancient sects might get to inherit it. But it would depend on internal competition between the sects under Heavenly Court to determine which one obtained it. Evidently, the Gu immortals from Immortal Crane sect that were in Heavenly Court were weaker in power compared to the others. It was unlikely that they could take back Immortal Blessed Land. Even if they took it back, without Danghun Mountain, Immortal Blessed Land's value would be greatly diminished. No matter how they looked at it, this went against Feng Yang and Immortal Crane sect's benefits. Thus, Feng Yang informed Fang Yuan of this matter. It was a way to defend his own benefits. Right now, I am a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane sect on paper, but I am actually placing myself between Spirit Affinity House and Immortal Crane sect. This has allowed my external pressure to reduce by more than half. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh to himself. In truth, Fang Yuan had been planning for such a situation. He ignored Feng Huang's challenge earlier, but he later sent a message and agreed to the duel. Why was that? It was because he wanted to make use of Spirit Affinity House to resist the pressure from Immortal Crane sect. Fang Yuan had achieved his intended outcome, but the crucial factor was not him. It was the allure of Guts Gu itself. Fang Yuan seized Immortal Blessed Land. It greatly incited Feng Huang and caused her to find out Dream Wings Immortal Gu's true ability in advance. Because Feng Huang used Dream Wings, she obtained many benefits and placed greater importance on Guts Gu. If not for that, why would Spirit Affinity House allow Fang Yuan to make use of them? They were not fools. Indeed, Fang Yuan purposely made the duel a draw. He wanted to show an agreeable attitude to Spirit Affinity House. To Fang Yuan, this duel changed his circumstances in Central Continent. It greatly reduced his pressure and gave him more time and energy to make bigger plans. Of course, once the secret that Fang Yuan was the culprit of 88 True Yang buildings' collapse gets exposed, Central Continent would definitely be stirred up. Fang Yuan would be wanted by everyone. He would need to escape for his life. From Feng Huang's perspective, even though she was injured and did not win in the duel, she was the biggest winner. With Guts Gu's help from now on, she would be able to use Dream Wings Immortal Gu and improve drastically. Her speed would surpass practically all Gu immortals. She would grow rapidly. In my previous life, I killed Feng Huang, but now, it seems that I am aiding her. Towards this, Fang Yuan felt deeply moved, but there was no point expressing this to others. Fang Yuan, the matter has been settled. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Tai Bai Yunsheng came to say his goodbyes. These last days, he had been moving around northern plains, finding a suitable location to place his blessed land. He had found a location already, and was about to place it down, but at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan asked him to return. Thank you for your help just now. You chose a good location. Go ahead and blend your heaven and earth chi. When the calamity comes, I will lend you a hand. Fang Yuan said to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded. He went to northern plains using a stargate. After obtaining star form blessed land, Fang Yuan received a huge stock of Starlight Firefly Gu. He no longer had to save up on the number of times stargates were used. Fang Yuan came to the prison cell and saw Gu Yufangzheng again. Wasn't Gu Yufangzheng killed by Feng Yang already? Why was he alive here? As it turns out, this was just a show by Fang Yuan. He purposely cut off an arm from Gu Yufangzheng, fitting a dog limb onto it. He was trying to create a false appearance of abuse and humiliation. In truth, he kept the severed limb here. When Feng Yuan killed Fang Zheng, Fang Yuan asked Tai by Yun Sheng to use man, as before Immortal Gu, expending a considerable amount of immortal essence on the severed arm, reviving Fang Zheng. Feng Yuan did not suspect anything. He had limited knowledge. He did not know that an Immortal Gu like man, as before, existed. From his perspective, Fang Zheng's body and soul were destroyed in front of him. Thus Fang Zheng was definitely dead. Any other Gu immortal would think the same. This was common sense. But the world was huge. There were bound to be rare and strange Immortal Gu, or immortal killer moves, like man as before. Nobody could know them all, because humans had limited knowledge. Even immortals were no exception. Omnipotence and omniscience. Even rank 9 Gu immortals, or Rinzu, could not achieve that. To reach that stage, maybe only one grand existence could achieve it. That was the world. Fang Yuan tossed an information path Gu worm to Fang Zheng. He showed a mocking expression as he said, "Take a good look. This is the immortal crane sect that you are so grateful towards. And that kind-hearted master of yours, if it were not for me, you would be dead already." "Impossible. I won't believe your lies," Fang Zheng screamed. But he still held this information path Gu worm in his hands. In this Gu worm, the video of Feng Yuan killing Fang Zheng as well as his conversation with Lord Sky Crane's soul were recorded. After looking at it, Fang Zheng broke the information path Gu worm into pieces. He fell into immeasurable rage. He raised his head and screamed, his expression contorted as he pointed at Fang Yuan, shouting, "Impossible. This is all fake. You made this up. I will not believe it. I will never believe it. You lied to me. You are lying. Unless I see it for myself, hear it for myself, and get Master's reply, you will witness it all. But now is not the time yet." Fang Yuan turned around, leaving the room. He shut the cell as the room went into complete darkness. Fang Zheng was still screaming in the darkness. He ran around in the tiny room and punched and kicked the walls, venting his emotions. After settling the matter regarding Fang Zheng, Fang Yuan progressed smoothly in the refinement path convention without any problems. Since he eliminated some of the truly skilled Gu refinement experts early, it made the later rounds much easier for him. Eventually, Feng Huang got 6th place, while Fang Yuan reached the finals. He faced the strongest competitor in this competition, Yu Chan. In this battle, Fang Yuan lost completely. Even though the task was still the same as his previous life, and Fang Yuan had a huge advantage of knowing it in advance. But his opponent, Yu Chan, was a true refinement path quasi-great grandmaster. This level was terrifying. Even though Feng Huang had Dream Wings Immortal Gu, she could not reach this stage easily. The higher the level of attainment went in each path, the more difficulty one would face in trying to raise it. In history, only the 3 olds of refinement path could reach the highest point. Right now in Northern Plains, there were only 4 people who were publicly known to match or surpass him. They were the 4 refinement path experts of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan knew deeply. Even if he had the advantage of knowing the task, he could not defeat Yu Chan. This was the difference in level. Speaking of which, Yu Chan wore nearly the same thing as Fang Yuan. He wore a black robe that covered his entire body, as well as a mask on his face. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he got 1st place. There were no surprises. His ability was truly unfathomable. Fang Yuan forfeited without competing. Many people were unhappy and blamed him. After all, refinement path attainment level was hard to assess. Even though Yu Chan was very strong, Fang Yuan was also an extremely favored contestant. Forfeiting without a fight, the spectators who were looking forward to the final round felt unhappy. They were complaining and claiming that Fang Yuan's forfeiture was rigged. But no matter what, Fang Yuan, who reached 2nd place, obtained his original goal. He obtained a success down mark. After that, the representatives from Immortal Crane sect and the other 9 great ancient sects came to Fang Yuan, attempting to buy his down mark. This success down mark could not be traded or given away. Even though Heavenly Court tried many times, they had never succeeded. The 10 great ancient sects naturally did not have any intention to seize it. They only tried to make a deal with him. After all, with Fang Yuan's incredible Gu refinement techniques, an over-evaluation on everyone's part, asking him to refine a rank 6 Immortal Gu would use up this success down mark in exchange for no failure rate. No matter how high of a price the 10 sects of Central Continent offered, Fang Yuan rejected them all. Returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he started preparing for the refinement of Change Form Immortal Gu. Ever since Fang Yuan started the plan of refining Change Form Immortal Gu, he had been gathering the materials for it. Because he had the success down mark, he only needed 1 set of Gu refinement materials. This greatly reduced the cost that he had to bear. Even so, after Fang Yuan collected all of the ingredients, he had already sold or traded most of the immortal materials that he had obtained from the Northern Plains auction. If not for the refinement path convention filling up the gap in materials, he would still be lacking in some of them. The difficulty of refining an immortal Gu could be easily seen. Fang Yuan only had to prepare one set of materials, but it expended almost all of his current accumulated resources. If not for the Guts Gu trade and success down mark, Fang Yuan would not take a risk and undergo such a gamble. Central Continent, Truyang Mountain Range. The setting sun was like blood, shining down on the uneven mountain range. On a dangerous mountain peak here, a hairy man was climbing enthusiastically. Master, master, wait for me. The hairy man climbed as he shouted. Unlike most other hairy men, this hairy man had a different sort of intelligence in his eyes. He spoke just like ordinary humans. He was chasing after Yu Chun along the mountain range. During the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, this young hairy man had been taking notice of Yu Chun. When the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention ended, Yu Chun got first place and the hairy man had been following after him, all along to this place. This hairy man was strong and muscular, but he could not catch up to Yu Chun. Yu Chun had entered Truyang Mountain Range after the convention ended. The hairy man followed behind him, shouting and chasing. Along the way, he suffered a lot and was covered in dust and injuries. Master, wait for me. The hairy man climbed onto the mountain peak, but he stared blankly. How can this be? Master was still at the mountain peak earlier. How could he be at the base of the mountain so quickly? What Gu worm did he use? Seeing that the distance he had desperately shrunken had extended, the hairy man was anxious. He quickly went down the mountain, but he missed a step and lost his footing, rolling down the mountain slope. Thankfully, there were thick branches that broke his fall. Even so, he was crying and screaming as he rolled down until partway down the mountain. His body was bleeding and he suffered fractures everywhere. The pain in his body was far less than the pain in his heart. If I miss this opportunity, it will be hard to find Master again. The hairy man was crying. He struggled to get up, but he could not. He raised his head in desperation. Master, please take pity on this junior and come back. Boo-hoo-hoo. His voice was very weak. After his soft pleas, he started sobbing profusely. But when his tears flowed out, his body shook. He saw that out of nowhere, a pair of legs were in front of him. He looked up along the legs, joyfully seeing that Yu Chun had turned back and was standing in front of him, observing him. The hairy man quickly knelt down. Master, master, you finally meet me. Yu Chun sighed. His voice was deep and grave as he said, Ben Duo E. Years ago, I only gave you a few pointers casually. You and I are not fated to be master and disciple. The hairy man, Ben Duo E, heard this and cried out. He gathered strength from nowhere and jumped, hugging Yu Chun's leg. Master, oh master, even if you are unwilling to admit you are my master, but from your instructions, I was enlightened, escaping from ignorance. I broke through my limits, and my refinement attainment reached an unforeseen level. Even though you only said a few words, this gratitude is deeper than the sea. You changed my fate. Thus in my heart, you are forever my master. Yu Chun stretched out his arm. He rubbed the hairy man named Ben Duo Yi's head. Back then, I only gave you pointers because I saw that you were wiser than normal hairy men. You had greater cognitive abilities. But it is for your sake that I am not making you my disciple. I am a person who has escaped from fate. Being associated with me will only bring you harm. From now on, you are not allowed to tell others that I had once given you pointers. Otherwise, you will definitely die a terrible death. Remember this. You have to remember this. Disciple understands. Ben Duo E nodded his head quickly. Yu Chun snorted. Ben Duo E quickly changed his words. I remember it. I remember it. Master Yu Chun, please take me in. I am not qualified to be your disciple, but I can be your follower or slave. I am very diligent and witty. You praised me before. I will be very loyal and serve you with all my heart. Yu Chun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Oh you. Forget it. You have traveled through 30 mountains and encountered much hardship in pursuing me. It is very rare to see such determination and perseverance. Ben Duo E, remember this. Your most outstanding merit is that you have unique intelligence. Man is the spirit of all beings, but even as a hairy man, your intelligence is not inferior to humans. But you cannot rely on this excessively. After all, a swimmer can always drown if he is careless. You must remember your own sincerity and perseverance. Get up. Master, if you do not agree, I will not get up. Ben Duo E shouted. Suddenly, his arms grabbed air. Even though they were holding onto Yu Chun's legs earlier, a formless force was repelling him. He could only watch as Yu Chun floated into the air, moving up towards the sky. Ben Duo E, our relationship, formed by fortuitous chance, ends here. Today is the last day we will ever meet. Now, I will give you your final lesson. It is a parting gift. Watch closely. In the air, Yu Chun's voice could be heard. Ben Duo Yi looked up quickly. He watched with anticipation. Central continent, Earth abyss, inside star form blessed land. The night sky was gentle, a cool wind was blowing. Fang Yuan looked at the stars in the sky of the blessed land. They were giving off dim starlight. It was complete silence. Fang Yuan looked down slowly, retracting his gaze from the vast sky, onto the huge turtle shell in front of him. This was not an ordinary turtle shell. It was the shell of a desolate beast turtle. At this moment, the shell was upside down, like a bowl, with the shell being full of poisonous blood. The poisonous blood was collected from Hu Immortal Blessed Land's earthly calamity. Now, in order to refine change form Immortal Gu, they could be used. I can finally start refining change form Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan let out a breath of foggy air. The matter of refining change form Immortal Gu was top secret. Fang Yuan did not tell a single person. Even Tai Bai Yun Shang, He Lu Lan, and Fairy Li Shan were kept in the dark. They had no idea. As for star form Blessed Land, it had been closed long ago, because the Blessed Land was inside Earth Abyss. During this time period, nobody came here. It was a safe place. Safety was very important. Refining Immortal Gu was not easy to begin with. It could be said to be filled with difficulties. There were too many external influences that could affect the Immortal Gu refinement process. If he made even a single mistake, the extremely valuable immortal materials would be wasted, along with all his hard work. Thus, he needed a quiet and safe environment to refine Immortal Gu. Even though Fang Yuan had a success down mark and could reduce the natural rate of failure when refining a rank 6 Immortal Gu to 0. What if during the process of refinement, Fang Yuan made a technical error? It was incredibly important to find an environment like star form Blessed Land, which could be relied upon to be undisturbed. Otherwise, if Fang Yuan failed the refinement, he would have no one else to blame but himself. Even though he was going to start, Fang Yuan still took half a day to condition his mind and body before starting. When he felt his soul was replenished and at its peak condition, unable to become any better, he finally started. His eyes shined with a brilliant light. Countless ghost fires burned under the turtle shell. At once, the surroundings burned with eerie fire. The temperature of an enormous area around him fell rapidly. Inside the turtle shell, the poisonous blood had no reactions. Central continent, Truyang Mountain Range. Ben Duo Yi was just raising his head to look, but he got stunned. At this moment, his eyes widened to a ridiculous size. He had thought that Yu Mu Chun's final lesson was to impart him some unique Gu refinement techniques or some strong refinement path killer moves. But he did not think that Yu Mu Chun would stand in the air, waving his hand as he scattered some dazzling specks of light. These specks of light were pure and bright. Ben Duo Yi's eyes were tearing up. Just as he felt dizzy, he heard Yu Mu Chun's words. Ben Duo Yi, this is the final lesson. Open your eyes and watch. Learn as much as you can. Alright, I am going to refine an Immortal Gu now. Immortal Gu. Ben Duo Yi's heart shuddered. He opened his mouth. His jaws were opened so wide they almost dislocated. Refine Immortal Gu? He stammered. He could not understand what was going on. He was uncertain. Why was Master Yu Mu Chun taking such a huge risk? Even though Ben Duo Yi was not a Gu refinement expert, he knew that it was hard to refine Immortal Gu. Before refining the Immortal Gu, one needed to condition their body and mind to get themselves into peak condition while clearing their mind and being extremely aware of the Gu refinement procedures. But Yu Mu Chun did not do that. After the refinement path convention ended, he entered Truyang Mountain Range, moving along the area and did not rest once. And he was refining Gu in this place. Truyang Mountain Range was a very dangerous place. The environment that you refine Gu in was very important. Even a 3-year-old knew that. Right now, Ben Duo Yi was very worried. If they attracted desolate beasts during the Gu refinement, or even ancient desolate beasts, what would they do? And this was not the most troublesome part. In comparison to desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, Gu immortals were the biggest threats. Because of Song Zixing, Truyang Mountain Range had many Gu immortals now. They were searching and trying to locate Song Zixing. On one hand, they could beat him while he was down, while also completing the secret missions of their respective sects for great rewards. Yu Mu Chun did not pay attention to Ben Duo Yi's thoughts, how worried or nervous he was. He had a composed and grand attitude. He moved his hands gracefully. At once, light shone up to a few hundred meters in height. Clouds were gathering and forming layers in the sky. Winds blew, the grass on the mountain swayed. Beautiful flowers gave off the fragrant scents of nature. Central continent, star-formed blessed land. An hour passed. In the huge turtle shell, the poisonous blood was boiling. It gave off bubbling noises. In the sky above the poisonous blood, a huge wave of poisonous gas was moving around, forming a thick and black poisonous fog. As Fang Yuan increased the heat, the poisonous fog started to spread. It corroded the surrounding grass and flowers, causing them to die. Fang Yuan did not care about this. He had prepared meticulously. There were layers of goo formations in the surroundings. The poisonous gas could not spread far. They were limited to this area. A 1,000-year bitter shell. Fang Yuan looked at the boiling poisonous blood as he stretched out a monstrous arm in request. Here, master. At the next moment, Star Form Land Spirit appeared with the 1,000-year bitter shell, handing it to Fang Yuan. In order to refine change form Immortal Gu, Star Form Land Spirit had turned into free labor for Fang Yuan. During the entire process, he was Fang Yuan's assistant. Chapter 860, Nature Gu Refinement Technique. Bitter shells lived in deep waters. Taking in the sand and rocks in the water, they could melt the sediments and turn them into bitter water. If someone opened the shell and obtained this bitter water, using it to brew wine, they would get bitter shell wine. Its taste is very unique, bitter and fragrant. Fang Yuan had once obtained a bitter shell. He opened it and used the bitter water to create bitter wine, before using that to refine the liquor worm. Bitter shells were quite rare already, but 1,000-year bitter shells were even rarer. It was a good material to refine Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's bitter shell was a 1,000-year bitter shell. It was black and had circular loops of white markings, like tree rings. The alternating black and white color was very eye-catching. Fang Yuan looked at the fire below the turtle shell. As for the 1,000-year bitter shell in his hand, he threw it in without looking. Refining Immortal Gu was very important. All of the immortal materials had to be checked. Fang Yuan had already checked them many times. The ingredients had no problems. Thus, when Fang Yuan was refining Gu, he did not need to distract himself and inspect the immortal materials. He only needed to check the flame's intensity. After tossing in the 1,000-year bitter shell, the poisonous blood no longer boiled, but the poisonous gas was still rumbling, like there was a black python coiling around inside. An intense, foul odor was created. Fang Yuan did not move. He was engulfed in the foul odor, sniffing it attentively. Although he was an immortal zombie and did not have any sense of smell, he had investigative killer moves to help him smell things. This odor was hard to describe. It was absolutely disgusting. Fang Yuan wanted to vomit. His head was dizzy from smelling it. But Fang Yuan had to persevere, because this odor was one of the signs of whether the Gu refinement was successful, whether the 1,000-year bitter shell melted perfectly into it. Soon, the 1,000-year bitter shell that Fang Yuan tossed in completely melted. The black poisonous fog stopped rumbling, while the poisonous blood boiled again. Fang Yuan tossed in a second, then a third 1,000-year bitter shell one by one. After a total of 12 bitter shells were melted, the poisonous fog was extremely thick. The intense foul odor started to smell fragrant. Fang Yuan's expression became more serious and stern. Twin Ice Heart. A hairy man, Ben Duo E shouted. Even though he was only a rank 5 Gu master, he had an extraordinary refinement path attainment level. Thus, he had broad vision and could recognize the immortal material that Yu Chun took out. Ben Duo E had an expression of shock. A thumb-sized ice heart was already an immortal material, but the ice heart that Yu Chun took out was as large as a basin. Not only was it big, the crucial thing was that this ice heart had a special appearance. Within it were two conjoined pieces of heart-shaped ice. This was a twin ice heart. It was 100 times rarer than ordinary ice hearts. Ordinary ice hearts were rank 6 immortal materials. They could create rank 6 Immortal Gu. Meanwhile, twin ice hearts were immortal materials that could refine rank 7 Immortal Gu. Such a valuable immortal material. He actually took it out first. Evidently, the twin ice heart is not the main material for this Gu. It is only a supplementary material. Master is really amazing. I have no idea what Gu he is trying to refine. Ben Duo, he had a look of admiration and adoration. At the same time, he finally relaxed. Such a precious material was used. It seemed that Master Yu Chun was prepared. He was not casually refining this Gu. But Ben Duo, he thought. Yu Chun was here in the middle of nowhere refining a precious immortal Gu in the open. Was this because Yu Chun was stupid? Or was he extremely daring and fearless from his skill? Ben Duo, he could not come to a conclusion. The surrounding winds were getting stronger. Soon, the winds gathered into a tornado. The tornadoes were separated by a certain distance. They did not crash into one another. It resembled a scene of a forest of tornadoes. Yu Chun floated in the air. In between the tornado forest, the winds were wild, as his bronze mask was blown away, revealing an aged face which was full of hair. Yu Chun laughed loudly. His body shook as the black robe on him tore. The pieces of fabric flew away, showing Yu Chun's muscular body. His entire body was covered in brown hair. It turned out that his real identity was like that of Ben Duo E. He was a hairy man. No wonder he gave Ben Duo E pointers. Hairy men were variant humans. They were different from humans. More specifically, they were two different races. Not even Fang Yuan knew about Yu Chun's true identity. As if he understood Ben Duoyi's worries, Yu Mu Chun, while paying close attention to his work, said, "You fool. Why do we hairy men have talent for Gu refinement? It is because hairy men are born with refinement path Dao marks on our bodies. In fact, refinement path originated from hairy men. In terms of the history of Gu refinement, we have been doing it for eons, our accumulated foundations dozens of times deeper than that of humans. But humans have achieved superiority. They wiped out many hairy men, causing countless pieces of precious refinement path knowledge to be lost. Right now, the Gu refinement techniques of humans are influencing hairy men. This is a huge error." Yu Mu Chun continued. "For example, when humans refine Gu, they need a quiet environment that is isolated from the outside world. This allows them to refine Gu safely. They have a higher chance of succeeding. But this is only focusing on short-term gains. They are not planning ahead for the future. Gu masters nurture, use, and refine. Nurturing Gu is being familiar with materials and their connection to Gu worms. Why do we feed certain kinds of food to a particular Gu worm? Looking at the Gu worm and its food, countless Gu recipes can be discovered. Using Gu is using and understanding the Dao marks on the Gu worm. Refining Gu is even more crucial. It is the handling of Dao marks. When refining Gu, one should be surrounded by nature. Because the world itself has an endless number of Dao marks. It is like a baby in a mother's womb. The world itself is the best place to refine Gu. If we can make use of the Dao marks of the world, in a way, the world itself is helping us refine Gu. Borrowing the power of the world to refine Gu. Ben Duo stared with wide-opened eyes. He was tongue-tied. Yu Mu Chun's words were shocking. This was the first time Ben Duo had heard this theory. It was a huge inspiration and expanded his vision. Yu Mu Chun laughed heartily. His eyes shined with brilliance. Ben Duo, you have learned the Gu refinement techniques of humans. Even though they are effective, you have taken the wrong path. Learning from others can improve oneself, but the ways of humans is not suited for us. If you want to improve further and become a refinement path great grandmaster, you will need to go back to your origins and use the Gu refinement methods of us hairy men. I am willing. I am willing. Master Yu Mu Chun, please be magnanimous and teach me the Gu refinement techniques of us hairy men. Ben Duo, shouted excitedly. He kowtowed non-stop. Yu Mu Chun laughed heartily. Don't be eager to make a decision. There is a huge risk in this. You might not improve. It could potentially harm you instead. I started feeding Gu worms at 3 years old. I touched and was in close contact with Gu worms at 10 years old. Without any instructors, I knew what food foreign Gu worms needed to eat and how to feed them. At 16, I used human Gu refinement techniques to refine rank 5 Gu with a 90% success rate. But this was a wrong path. When I was 22, I realized this point. I decided to start all over again, refining Gu in nature. When I was 138 years old, my nature Gu refinement techniques had finally reached a state of minor success. Now that I am 246 years old, my nature Gu refinement techniques has reached great success. I can comprehend nature and learn about astrology and earth veins. I can choose the most suitable area, making use of hidden Dao marks in heaven and earth to assist me in my Gu refinement. Right now, I have a 40% success rate in refining rank 6 Immortal Gu and a 5% success rate in refining rank 7 Immortal Gu. As for rank 8 Immortal Gu, limited by my cultivation level, I have not tried them yet. Such words shook Ben Duo. Yu Mu Chun's success rate in refining Gu was too high. Ordinarily, the success rate of refining rank 6 Immortal Gu was less than 1%. For rank 7, the success rate was 0.1%, and for rank 8, it was 0.01%. As for Yu Mu Chun, he could refine rank 6 Immortal Gu with a 40% success rate. That was 4 in 10 attempts. And for rank 7 Immortal Gu, he could succeed once in every 20 attempts. Such a success rate would shock the world if it was exposed. This was the brilliance of nature Gu refinement techniques. And Ben Duo, he also realized. To learn these incredible technique, one needed ample talent and aptitude. Yu Mu Chun had incredible talent. He fed Gu worms at 3 years old. He was in close contact with Gu worms at 10, learning what they ate. By that age, he had already learned that Gu worms carried the traces of Dao marks. They were connected to all beings in this world. When Yu Mu Chun was 16, he could refine rank 5 Gu using human techniques. When he was 22, he realized this was not the way for him, and he gave up his achievements, restarting from scratch. From this point, one could see that Yu Mu Chun not only had talent, he also had ambition and aspiration. Furthermore, to learn nature Gu refinement techniques, one needed huge amounts of time and resources. When Yu Mu Chun was 138 years old, he achieved minor success. When he was 246 years old, he attained great success. Along the way, he must have spent an immense amount of wealth and time to practice. It was unthinkable. Aside from his talent, Just the point about expending resources was unrealistic for Ben Duo because he was a lone cultivator. When Gu Immortals cultivate, they needed resources. This was even more the case for Refinement Path Gu Masters. Without lots of practice, without enough resources, even Gu Immortals could learn nothing. Most Gu Immortals were Flying Masters, but only a small number were Refinement Path Masters. Fang Yuan did not have higher achievements in Refinement Path. He only had become a Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmaster. Other than his limited talent, and that his efforts were not focused on this path, it was also because he was limited by resources. Yumu Chun saw that the tornadoes were calming down. He started to refine Gu. He stood in the air. His hair was swaying as he took out immortal materials one after another from his immortal aperture. He tossed these immortal materials into each of the tornadoes after careful selection. The tornadoes were like sharp blades. The immortal materials were grinded into powder quickly. Ben Duo was dumbfounded. Ordinarily speaking, when refining Gu, the sets of immortal materials had to be measured properly. The timing in which they were used was precise, and the heat used to handle the immortal materials had to be managed. But Yumu Chun was very casual. Leaving aside the forest of tornadoes, his technique in handling the immortal materials was very crude. He did not pay attention to the quantity of each material. He was like a terrible chef, randomly tossing in oil and other condiments into the dish according to his urges. If anyone else tried this method, Ben Duo would scoff in disdain. But when Yumu Chun did it, there was an unspeakably smooth flow and natural feeling. His every moment was very ordinary, but there was an indescribable beauty, as if perfectly suited to nature. Deep and profound meaning was hidden in his actions. At once, Ben Duo had frozen in place. His eyes were staring without blinking. He was completely dazed. Chapter 861. Successful Refinement, Star Form Blessed Land. Poisonous fog was spreading. Poisonous blood was boiling. 3 layers of Gu formations were already destroyed by corrosion. The surrounding land turned into a thin layer of poisonous swampland. Fang Yuan's face was stern. Next is the most troublesome and difficult to process immortal material, Earthly Limit Astral Chi. He took out an immortal material and held it in his hands. This Gu refinement material was very peculiar. It was made up of soil and chi. They gathered into a lump. At the top was light azure-colored astral chi. Below was black soil. Astral chi was the heaven chi found up in the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens was a thick wall of astral chi. If a Gu immortal wants to explore the 9 heavens, he would need to break through the astral chi wall. Meanwhile, the black soil was made up of the essence of earth chi condensed from the 10 depths. Heaven and earth chi could not coexist, but at this moment, this earthly limit astral chi was joined together in harmony. Not only were they existing peacefully, they were converting into one another constantly. Black soil turned into astral chi while astral chi turned into black soil. Fang Yuan shook it by moving his hands rapidly. As this lump of earthly limit astral chi melted, fusing with the black soil and becoming a lump of fog. But after shaking, after a dozen breaths, the black soil sank while the astral chi stayed on top. Black and white was separated again. The two were rotating. It was a mystical sight. Processing such an immortal material is most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves cannot deal with it perfectly. Only the 4 publicly recognized strongest immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials: Slumbering Lightning Python, Reflect Snow, Muffled Thunderstone Drum, and Wind Grind, could complete this step instantly. Unfortunately, I do not have any of these 4 immortal killer moves. To process the earthly limit astral chi, I can only put in much time and effort. Fang Yuan's thoughts flashed as he moved his feet. His huge body shot into the air. He leaped and jumped into the turtle shell, into the poisonous blood. Boom! Fang Yuan flashed his sharp nails, causing injuries on his 6 monstrous arms. He next slashed at his chest, back, and other areas, creating openings on his skin. Blood refinement killer move, blood trace travel. From these injuries, traces of blood appeared. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. The poisonous blood in the turtle shell was drawn away. It moved into Fang Yuan's wounds. Intense pain assaulted him. Fang Yuan snorted. Immortal zombies did not have a sense of pain. Fang Yuan could feel pain because he used Gu worm methods. He needed to feel pain so that he could know what step the immortal materials were at. Fang Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the turtle shell acting as a pot continued to fuse and circulate. They were entering and exiting Fang Yuan's body. After this process stabilized, Fang Yuan took out the earthly limit astral chi and swallowed it. Gulp! The earthly limit astral chi entered his stomach. This was his own original method, created in his previous life, an abnormal technique using blood path to refine Gu. He called this the flesh-body-blood refinement technique. The earthly limit astral chi entered his body. It was engulfed by the blood, and slowly melted into the blood. Blood flowed out of Fang Yuan's body through the wounds, into the turtle shell pot, and sank to the bottom. At the same time, the other poisonous blood in the pot flowed into Fang Yuan's body through the wounds, engulfing the earthly limit astral chi again. Such circulation made the earthly limit astral chi melt at an extremely slow speed. At a mountain peak on Truyang mountain range, winds were blowing wildly. The hairy man Gu Immortal, Yumu Chun, stretched out a finger. Where his finger pointed, 5 or 6 tornadoes slowly approached. When they got close to a certain extent, they gathered into one, forming a huge tornado that howled loudly. Yumu Chun's hand turned. A pearl-like immortal material was flicked out by his finger, entering the huge tornado. Although this pearl was small and inconspicuous, after it entered the tornado, it emitted a shrill noise. The winds of the tornado became weaker, its spin slower. It was like a strong man who was stuffed from eating. But as time passed, the tornado became faster and faster. It was rapidly digesting the pearl. 15 minutes later, the tornado completely absorbed the pearl. The entire pillar was dyed in black and white, interchanging between the two colors. Earthly limit astral chi pearl. Ben Duo saw this and had a thought. He cried out. Yumu Chun was a bit surprised. He praised. You have quite some knowledge, lad. To process the earthly limit astral chi pearl, a small tornado would not work. Only a large tornado could do it. Ben Duo suppressed the shaking of his heart. Earthly limit astral chi was a very hard to process immortal material. Ben Duo knew deeply that even if he exerted himself, he would need to spend several years to melt a lump of earthly limit astral chi, so that it could be used in Gu refinement. He was a mortal Gu master. To process immortal materials, he would usually need to spend years on it. As for the earthly limit astral chi pearl, it was made from a huge amount of earthly limit astral chi, squeezed together and gathered into a pure pearl. One pearl was equivalent to 100 portions of earthly limit astral chi. Earthly limit astral chi pearls were extremely firm. They were hard to process. Even Gu immortals needed to spend months or even years to melt one pearl. But Master Yumu Chun spent such a short time to process an earthly limit astral chi pearl. Ben Duo thought of something. His voice trembled as he asked, "Don't tell me. Master Yumu Chun, the refinement path killer move that you used is the legendary wind grind? That has to be it. Only one of the 4 legendary refinement path immortal killer moves can process immortal materials at such a speed." "That's right, it is wind grind," Yumu Chun replied. Ben Duo's eyes were shining brightly. This was one of the best methods to process immortal materials. Even if he was not a Gu immortal and could not use an immortal killer move, but right now, he was filled with admiration. He dreamed that one day, he would be able to use wind grind to perfectly process immortal materials. That would be incredible. After dealing with the earthly limit astral chi pearl, Yumu Chun started to throw immortal essence stones into the tornadoes. One after another, immortal essence stones were tossed into the tornadoes. These stones were not as tough as the earthly limit astral chi pearl. They were grinded to dust in an instant by blades of wind. They gave off a dazzling light. Right now, heaven and earth was resonating. The surrounding mountains were shaking. The sky was filled with dark clouds. Thunder was booming. What is going on? Ben Duo was scared and shocked. He looked around and realized that the mound of the mountain that he was on had lights floating around him. These lights were Dao marks. There were some red fire path Dao marks, some blue water path Dao marks. These 2 Dao marks were quite fragmented. There were also earth path and wood path Dao marks. They were slightly more intact. But mostly, there was a type of silver light Dao mark flickering. Rule path Dao marks. These Dao marks were very high in numbers, but they were not arranged in an orderly way. Some were entangled together, densely compacted, while others were scattered around randomly. Ben Duo realized that the place where Yumu Chun chose to refine Gu had the highest number of rule path Dao marks. This mound seems ordinary, but it is very extraordinary. No wonder Master Yu chose to refine Gu here. Strange, ordinary mounds would not have so many Dao marks. The more Ben Duo observed, the more questions popped up in his head. He felt pressure. Internally, because the shaking of the mountain was getting stronger, the clouds in the sky were getting darker. A thunderstorm was approaching, a calamity was striking. Even those tornadoes were weakening, they shrunk in size. Yumu Chun raised his head in the sky, laughing loudly as his voice was filled with confidence and grandness. At this moment, his immortal Gu refinement had reached its most crucial step. "Come." He pointed one finger at the sky and another finger at the ground. In the sky, lightning bolts flashed as they gathered together, forming a huge dragon-like lightning python. Lightning was Yang, python was Yin. The lightning python contained Yin and Yang. Not only was the wild nature of the lightning curbed, it even showed some gentleness. This was slumbering lightning python, one of the 4 refinement path immortal killer moves. Meanwhile, on the ground, countless tornadoes were gathering, forming into a gigantic tornado wind pillar. The wind pillar was tall, almost connecting the sky and ground. The slumbering lightning python slowly moved, descending slowly and coiling around the wind pillar. The lightning was not dazzling, but the scene of the huge python coiling around the pillar had an indescribable beauty that shook the soul. At this moment, heaven and earth chi burst out. An intense sense of danger assaulted Ben Duoyi's heart. Master Yu. What is going on? Why is this situation resembling the tribulation of a Gu immortal? Ben Duo-yi shouted. Ah, you guessed right. This is a small problem. Yumu Chun said casually. A small problem? Ben Duo-yi's eyes were wide open. His mouth was dry. Star form blessed land. Fang Yuan was covered in wounds. The pain made his face distorted. His 8 monstrous arms were inserted into the poisonous blood. His fangs were exposed, and his eyes were red. He was breathing heavily like an ox. After spending a total of 3 days and 3 nights, he had finally processed all of the earthly limit astral chi, fusing them into the poisonous blood. The poisonous blood filled the entire pot earlier, but now less than half was left. The most difficult step is over, land spirit. Bring those captives here. Fang Yuan shouted. Star form land spirit quickly responded. At once, large numbers of living beings, like horses, bulls, dogs, or boars were all tossed into the poisonous blood. Screaming, growling, and crying could be heard. They blended together. The poisonous blood was extremely thick, like a swamp. After these living beings were tossed in, their intense struggle only made them sink faster. Their blood, flesh, and bones were all being dissolved. Soon, the poisonous blood in the turtle shell was slowly rising in depth. Not enough, not enough. Fang Yuan urged. His red eyes flashed with excitement and cruelty. Land spirits did not care for kindness or evil. They only had obsession and loyalty. Star form land spirits started to toss in large numbers of variant humans. These included hairy men, rockmen, snowmen, inkmen, eggmen, feathermen, and mermen. The poisonous blood rose in level, but Fang Yuan was not satisfied. He calculated the time as he shouted again, more, add more of them. At this point, the human captives that he had specially prepared were also tossed into the pot. Ah, spare my life. So painful, the pain is killing me. I will not let you off even as a ghost. Fang Yuan was unmoved. He only focused on the Gu refinement progress. An elderly Gu master was coincidentally tossed to the side of him. He struggled to survive. Fang Yuan raised his leg and kicked this elderly man into a deep part of the poisonous blood. The old man struggled intensely for a few moments, but eventually, only his hand was left on the surface of the poisonous blood. His fingers were like hooks grabbing at the sky. It was like the protest of the weak against heaven and earth, against destiny, carrying intense curses and grudges towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. During this period, the poisonous blood had regained its original volume. It was at the rim of the turtle shell. He began to throw in large numbers of immortal essence stones into the poisonous blood. 100, 200 pieces, he threw them in without hesitation. Countless vengeful spirits were flying on top of the poisonous blood. The poisonous fog was rumbling as the level of poisonous blood declined again. 7 days later, the poisonous blood was almost completely dried up. There was only a small puddle left in the shell. It could not even reach Fang Yuan's ankle. Fang Yuan lowered his body and picked up a Gu from this poisonous blood. Change form Immortal Gu, completed. Central continent, Truyang mountain range. Ben Duo-yi sat on the ground, muttering. The tribulation is finally over. The mountain range was partly destroyed. It was like a ravaged battlefield. Be it the tornado wind pillar or the slumbering lightning python, they had disappeared. Rain poured as Ben Duo-yi was drenched completely. Yumu Chun collected the refined Immortal Gu as he threw an information path Gu worm to Ben Duo-yi. Lad, this is my refinement path inheritance. I am leaving it to you. You can learn about nature Gu refinement techniques, but if you do not become a Gu immortal, you cannot use this method to refine Gu, because this method attracts heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Saying so, Yumu Chun stepped on the air and flew into the sky. Ben Duo-yi's body shuddered. He knelt down as his eyes shined with a brilliant light. He shouted, Master, don't worry, I will not waste this inheritance. Chapter 862. After refining Gu Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Starlight Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan stood on top of a Fang Yuan stone nest. At his will, he activated Starlight Immortal Gu. Immediately, a starlight pillar burst out, shooting into the stone nest. Under Fang Yuan's control, the starlight did not harm anyone. It was very mild. Inside this stone nest, there were many arrangements of Gu formations. Once the starlight pillar shot in, it was dissolved into traces of blue starlight rays, drawn into the first room of every level. The hairy man in the first room activated his Gu worm skillfully, absorbing the starlight trace and processing it. The partly done product was sent into the second room for the second step. Going through a total of 7 rooms, Star Thought Gu were refined one after another. These Star Thought Gu moved along the tunnels, sliding towards the deepest storage area of the stone nest. Each time Fang Yuan activated Starlight Immortal Gu, the amount produced was enough for these hairy men to work for 8 to 9 days without any rest. After using Starlight Immortal Gu, there would be a huge quantity of starlight. Fang Yuan did not need to purchase Starlight Gu like before and refine Star Thought Gu using the mortal Starlight Gu as material. This saved a lot of trouble, and his costs reduced slightly as well. Even though using Starlight Immortal Gu required Immortal Essence, if he purchased a vast number of mortal Starlight Gu, he would still need to pay quite a sum. The cost of acquiring them was high. The modified Star Thought Gu recipe was safer as well. Refining Gu was a risky thing to do. It was like battling. That was why a lot of hairy men got injured in the process, or even died. After producing the starlight, Fang Yuan did not leave. He observed them for a while. A while later, he nodded slightly, feeling pleased internally. The current Star Thought Gu recipe was already modified by him. The number of hairy man deaths had greatly reduced in comparison to before. Most importantly, the production of Star Thought Gu did not fall in numbers. But the modification has reached its limits, unless my star path attainment level rises, or if I find a better Star Thought Gu recipe. Fang Yuan knew clearly that he was not a star path cultivator. His star path attainment level might stay at this level forever. Or perhaps, when he explores a dream realm in the future, his star path attainment level might rise. But who could be certain of events in the future? It is a pity 60% of rooms in this stone nest are empty. If I have enough hairy men, the production of Star Thought Gu can double. Fang Yuan felt it was a pity. Just now, to refine change form Immortal Gu, he not only used up the success Dao mark from the infallible inheritance, he even used up almost all of his immortal materials and immortal essence stones. The result was that Fang Yuan was currently broke. Thus, the problem of a hairy man shortage could not be solved now. Even if he caught and captured wild hairy men, he would need to spend lots of effort and time to train them, until they were proper slaves that could be useful in refining Gu. Fang Yuan did not know how to train wild hairy men into proper slaves. The fastest way was to buy hairy man slaves from other Gu immortals. Regrettably, Fang Yuan did not have the spare cash for that. Even his immortal essence storage was very low now. He had around 10 beads. He needed to use them wisely. One could say that Fang Yuan was in an extremely weak condition now. Even though he had the killer move Myriad Self, 3 new Star Path Immortal Gu, and multiple Star Path Immortal killer moves of Star Lord Wan Xiang, without enough immortal essence, he could not use any of the killer moves. As the saying goes, there is no need for worry if one has ample resources. To Gu immortals, resources referred to immortal essence stones and immortal essence mainly. Thus, the most important thing for Fang Yuan was to accumulate immortal essence now. After leaving this stone nest, Fang Yuan went to inspect the other 2 stone nests. During this period, these 2 stone nests were handled by He Lu Lan. She activated Strength Qi Immortal Gu, providing the Gu refinement materials for countless hairy men. Large numbers of airsac Gu were created. They contained guts Gu as they were sold to the different forces of Central Continent, or in Treasure Yellow Heaven. In these 2 stone nests, each room had a hairy man. The risk of refining airsac Gu was much higher than refining Star Thought Gu. Why was the stone nest still at full capacity? That was because Fang Yuan reassigned the hairy men in the 3rd stone nest to fill up these 2 stone nests. Fang Yuan's current focus was on expanding the guts Gu trade. During the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan dueled Feng Huang and made an agreement in public. From now on, he was going to sell a large number of Guts Gu to Spirit Affinity House. Thus, the demand for Guts Gu increased. Fang Yuan had to increase its production. Inside a stone nest, Fang Yuan met up with He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan was browsing the information about Central Continent. Central Continent's 10 great sects are secretly trying to capture Song Zixing. Have you heard about it? Once they met, He Lu Lan asked this to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Of course I did. This matter can be kept from mortals, but it cannot be hidden from Gu immortals. Even though Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are concealing their tracks, the other Gu immortals in Central Continent would not want to keep this a secret. Right now, they are looking forward to seeing some drama in the 10 great ancient sections. Sigh. He Lu Lan sighed deeply. Such a prime opportunity, but we missed it. If we could kill Song Zixing during this period, we might be able to obtain star form Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was silent briefly, before saying, He Lu Lan, you're simplifying the matter too much. Central Continent is not Northern Plains. We are both Northern Plains Gu immortals. If our aura leaks, others will find out. The consequences of exposing our identities are too severe, we cannot handle it. Song Zixing is also very crafty. He is skilled at escaping, while we have mediocre investigative methods. Even the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent cannot find him in True Yang Mountain Range. How can we find him? You are right. Hei Lulan sighed. She replied gloomily. Ever since she was awakened by Fang Yuan, she realized her own shortcomings. These last days, she had been thinking daily about how to manage her blessed land. How could she earn resources and sustain her own cultivation? How could she become more independent? But reality was cruel. It was not easy to start a business. Hei Lulan was starting from scratch. She needed to spend a huge amount of time and face many setbacks to set up her revenue sources. Even if her plan worked, she would face fierce competition in the market. How much profit she would get would depend entirely on the situation. Hei Lulan thought about it for a while. She went to Fairy Lishan for advice. She learned that to start a business from scratch, she would make great losses initially. The process would be filled with difficulty, and in the end, whether she earned much or not was uncertain. She might be slowing her own progress. There was no helping it. She had a 10 extreme immortal aperture. The flow of time in it was extremely fast. Her heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were also much stronger. Hei Lulan investigated and realized what was best suitable were unique businesses like Gu, a monopoly market that could be solely hers. Or she could be like Fang Yuan, taking several sources of revenue from Dongfang tribe. For example, the eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, dragonfish, and others. These were originally taken good care of by Dongfang tribe. Fang Yuan was only taking over and changing where he sold them. After discovering this, Hei Lulan was even more attracted to star-formed blessed land. As long as she obtained it, Hei Lulan would have a stable foundation. Inheriting Star Lord Wanxiang's businesses, she would be self-sufficient. It would be enough to aid her in her cultivation. Fang Yuan did not tell Hei Lulan that he was the owner of star-formed blessed land. He liked to keep his cards hidden. The Snowy Mountain Alliance would expire eventually. It was uncertain if Hei Lulan would remain an ally or become a foe. Of course, if Hei Lulan noticed something and asked Fang Yuan, because of the alliance, he could not lie. Even though he could remain silent, that would just act as simple confirmation for Hei Lulan. He would hide this for as long as he could. That was Fang Yuan's plan. After Yumu Chun refined the Immortal Gu, he traveled deep into True Yang Mountain Range. Ever since he separated from Ben Duoyi, he had used an immortal killer move to conceal his tracks. On this afternoon, he stopped in front of a small, ordinary-looking valley. He took out an information path Gu worm and tossed it in front of him. The Gu worm vanished, like a rock entering water. There were ripples in the air. They expanded, and an opening appeared, filled with blood-red light inside. Yumu Chun did not hesitate. He took a large step forward and entered the spatial crack. At the next moment, he was inside a strange area. The crack behind him closed tightly. Yumu Chun's vision was filled with blood-red light. There was a dark and eerie poisonous swamp. Large numbers of skeletons were inside the mud. An intense bloody smell assaulted him. Yumu Chun frowned unconsciously as he said, "Using so many blood sacrifices, it seems your injuries were severe, Song Zixing." Cough cough. I had no choice. It was quite fortunate that I escaped with my life. Come in. At a deep part of the swamp, Song Zixing's voice could be heard. Looking at this situation, the hairy man Gu Immortal, Yumu Chun, was actually acquainted with the top-tier demonic path Gu Immortal of Central Continent, Song Zixing. They seemed to be quite familiar with each other. They had a close relationship. Yumu Chun moved in familiar fashion towards a deep part of the swamp. This was not the first time he was in this place. He was familiar with the terrain. Eventually, in the blood pool at the center of the swamp, he saw Song Zixing. Song Zixing only had a head, and over half his chest left. The entirety of his body was submerged in the blood pool for healing. Only after Yumu Chun came did his head emerge from the pool. Seeing Song Zixing, Yumu Chun's expression turned grave. With your injuries, it will be hard to take part in the upcoming crucial plan. Hee, I will just be giving up my life and cultivation, that's all. Song Zixing's expression was calm. He spoke in a carefree manner. He changed the subject afterwards. Did you refine that rule path, Immortal Gu? Using the success Dao mark from the infallible inheritance, combined with my nature Gu refinement techniques, success was certain. But it is a pity, if given more time, I would be able to learn some useful things from this success Dao mark. The success Dao marks in the infallible inheritance are different from ordinary success Dao marks. They are very closely related to refinement path. If I could research upon it, I would be able to create my own infallible inheritance. Yumu Chun shook his head as he sighed. Chapter 863, Elevating All-Out Effort. Gu hearing Yumu Chun's sigh, Song Zixing sighed as well. The crucial thing is time. If I have time, I can heal and recover my battle strength as well. Unfortunately, time is too tight. It was estimated that we had 10 years left. To think that we need to start now. We have made many preparations these last years, but plans cannot keep up with changes, and Fate Immortal Gu was not completely destroyed. Isn't it normal to have such accidents occurring? Yumu Chun asked. Even Fang Yuan, who had been reborn from 500 years in the future, did not know about the existence of fate. In contrast, Yumu Chun actually knew, and Song Zixing's expression also showed no surprise. All right. Yumu Chun thought about something and said, earlier, before coming here, I met with a talented hairy man Jr. and passed him my refinement path inheritance already. Inheritances were a cultural symbol of the Gu master world. Like how during ancient times in China, there was a need to acknowledge one's roots and ancestors. Grand heroes would want to leave their name in history. After people died, huge amounts of jewelry and gold would be buried with them. Even servants or wives were buried alongside. During Japan's Sengoku period, warriors would wear glorious armor into battle. They did not care about the dangers of attracting the enemy's attention. As for Rome and Egypt, since ancient times until the present, they also had such cultural developments. Even though they were all different, there was one common point among them. That was to prove that one existed. Proving to the world, proving to others, I had once existed and lived. Even if I died, in the world, this person had once lived. As such, biographies were not hard to understand. Some people wrote their biographies when they were alive. Some allowed their descendants to write them after they died. There were some who did not have descendants. Their enemies wrote it for them. Biographies written in such situations could often be more factual. They could contain much more detailed descriptions. As the saying goes, often, an enemy knows you better than your family. Biographies written by your enemies would not contain flattery. They could become classics. Inheritances were the same. Biographies detailed a person's life experiences. But inheritances contained the foundation of the strength that a person in order to live in this world. It was their understanding towards nature, their thoughts about the world, and their conclusion of the truth. Like in ancient China, every craftsman would not want to leave behind regrets before dying. They will try all ways to find a successor. They would not want the skills that had been passed down for generations to be lost. Skills, inheritances, these were acknowledgments of one's value. They were the records of one's success in life. After leaving behind an inheritance, even if one died, they can leave behind a mark in the world. Yumu Chun left behind his inheritance. There was an ominous sensation of him being prepared to die. Who would leave behind inheritances? Nobody who was living a great life and had good future prospects would leave behind an inheritance. Under normal circumstances, who would leave an inheritance behind? Teaching everything to a pupil would result in a starving master. It was hard to know the intentions of others. If one was careless, they would gain a competitor. Usually, only when one was at the end of their life, when they knew that death was coming, would they leave an inheritance. For example, Flower Wine Monk, Blood Sea Ancestor, and Dong Fong Chong Fan. Yumu Chun left behind an inheritance. It was evident that in the crucial plan he was taking part in, he had no confidence in surviving it. What grand plan would make this unfathomable refinement path Gu Immortal expert feel that he could not survive? What kind of motivation was driving him, making him willing to sacrifice himself? Even Song Zixing, he had just escaped and survived. Top tier in Central Continent's demonic path. For this grand plan, he was willing to sacrifice himself. Furthermore, Yumu Chun actually told Song Zixing personally that he had chosen an inheritor for his inheritance. This was abnormal. If Song Zixing had any ill intentions and secretly went to find the inheritor, he could easily obtain Yumu Chun's inheritance and strengthen himself. As for Yumu Chun, if his foundation was exposed, he would be easily dealt with and suppressed by Song Zixing. Yumu Chun actually told Song Zixing about this precious information regarding his inheritance. It was obvious that he trusted him. Such a level of trust was truly unparalleled. Song Zixing betrayed myriad Dragon Doc. He had a vile reputation, but he could obtain Yumu Chun's trust to this degree? Was it because of his charisma, or were there other reasons? Yes, we should make some preparations. Hearing that Yumu Chun had left an inheritance, Song Zixing was emotionless. He did not have any intentions to seize it. I'll show you something too. Song Zixing smiled mysteriously. At the next moment, there was a commotion in the blood pool as a blood fetus floated up from under the blood. The blood fetus was the size of a foal. Within the fetus, one could see a human-shaped figure, curled up like a baby, sleeping. Yumu Chun saw this blood fetus and his pupils shrunk. He said with some disbelief, you actually developed blood demon body separation to this extent. Song Zixing smiled. He showed a proud expression. Even though I did not obtain a complete blood deity Immortal Gu recipe, I had collected some blood deity remnant recipes. I made this blood fetus according to the blood deity remnant recipes, with the blood path technique from Northern Plains along with my immortal killer move, blood demon body separation. This was formed. The fake body created by blood-demon body separation expends immortal essence to maintain. It has a time limit. But the body that this blood fetus makes does not consume immortal essence. It can be sustained for at least 200 to 300 years. It can cultivate independently and has its own consciousness. It can get stronger by cultivating and become an immortal. In terms of appearance, it will look exactly like me. You are planning to? Yumu Chun showed a look of understanding. That's right. It is not a problem if I die, as long as the plan succeeds. But if the plan fails, there will need a countermeasure for it. Song Zixing needs to live. Even if I am sacrificed, the blood fetus will produce a second Song Zixing. Yumu Chun looked at the blood fetus as he showed an expression of interest. Can I conduct research on this blood fetus? I have just gotten a new inspiration. Of course, go ahead and research. But be careful, the blood fetus cannot leave this blood pool, not even for a moment. I understand, don't worry. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Looking at the whole Earth Gu in front of him, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. This was the second whole Earth Gu in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The first one was connected to Immortal Crane Sect, while this one was connected to Spirit Affinity House. Just earlier, he had done the first transaction with Spirit Affinity House. Large numbers of Airsac, Gu carrying Guts Gu were sent over to Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan obtained 180 Immortal Essence Stones. It solved his immediate problem for now. Speaking of which, after Fang Yuan and Feng Huang's duel, the truly valuable thing was not the zombie revival technique that Feng Huang gave him. It was the cooperation with Spirit Affinity House. The reason why Feng Huang took out this method as the wager was because although Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie, he could not make use of this technique. But she did not know that Fang Yuan still had his first mortal aperture. She did not manage to complete stump Fang Yuan. With these 180 Immortal Essence Stones, Fang Yuan did not hesitate in converting half of them over to Green Grape Immortal Essence. Like this, he was out of his weak state. He regained his battle strength. A day later, he transacted with Immortal Crane Sect again, gained a favorable sum of Immortal Essence Stones. Immortal Crane Sect attitude was much gentler than before. Evidently, they had understood. If they were too overbearing towards Fang Yuan, he might lean towards Spirit Affinity House instead. At the same time, Immortal Crane Sect wanted to buy the success down mark from Fang Yuan. They offered a huge price, asking him to refine a rank 6 Immortal Gu. They would provide the Immortal Gu recipe to Fang Yuan for free, and the immortal materials would all be provided by them. Even the 10 great ancient sects in Central Continent had an unceasing demand regarding Immortal Gu. Towards this request, Fang Yuan evaded it as much as possible. He did not say that he had already used it. He only said that he needed more time for consideration. Immortal Crane Sect was asking something from Fang Yuan, thus their attitude was obviously nicer than usual. After making these two deals, Fang Yuan used the Immortal Essence Stones in his possession to buy some hairy man slaves from Treasure Yellow Heaven, replenishing the ones that had died from refining Gu. The price of hairy man slaves was not cheap. Fang Yuan's Immortal Essence Stones had just been replenished, but after this, they were all gone again. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had quite a bit of Green Grape Immortal Essence now. He was much safer than before. Even though he bought the hairy man slaves, Fang Yuan was only replenishing his earlier losses. He could not expand the scale of the stone nests. Because of the deal with Spirit Affinity House, the Guts Gu trade had increased in quantity. Using 2 stone nests, Fang Yuan could not accommodate the demand of the market. He planned to accumulate a portion of Immortal Essence Stones and build a 4th stone nest, as well as getting enough hairy man slaves to fill them up. The lack of funds was quite serious. Fang Yuan's 3rd stone nest was built using the funds that He Lulan provided. But with Star Form Blessed Land's assistance, and Star Lord Wanxiang's many businesses of Gu insect transactions, Fang Yuan managed to save quite a sum of Immortal Essence Stones. This caused the time that Fang Yuan needed to accumulate funds to shrink. Fang Yuan accumulated Immortal Essence Stones as he used the Light of Wisdom to undergo deductions. A month later in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan successfully fused change form Immortal Gu into vaguely familiar face. Using the attainment level of a Strength Path Grandmaster, Fang Yuan successfully deduced the rank 5 recipe of All-Out Effort Gu. Unlike an ancient Gu recipe, Fang Yuan's deduction made use of Gu refinement materials that could be easily found in the world at present. All-Out Effort Gu was the vital Gu of Fang Yuan's Immortal Second Aperture. All along it had been rank 4. Its rank was much lower than Fang Yuan himself. With this Gu recipe, Fang Yuan had a new task, that was to refine All-Out Effort Gu. After failing once, All-Out Effort Gu reached rank 5. If I can raise All-Out Effort Gu into rank 6, then the boost to Myriad Self's power would be huge. It would only be inferior to that of Self-Strength Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, such a thing is beyond my capabilities. After this successful attempt, Fang Yuan tried to deduce the Gu recipe of small family Qi Gu. The result was utter failure. Fang Yuan's Qi path attainment was only at ordinary level. He was not even a quasi-master. This was a very understandable result. The sky was slightly green. The wind that would not stop in all 4 seasons was blowing gently. In this small world, a huge city was floating in the sky. This was a home for Feathermen. It was known as the city in the sky to others, but these Feathermen called it Sacred Feather City. At this moment, rainbow flags were hanging in Sacred Feather City. Cheers and shouts could be heard everywhere. Most of the Feathermen in the city had gathered around the battle arena in the city. They were watching an important match. The Featherman King had passed away. According to their customs, it was time to select the new Featherman King through battles. Of course, to be a candidate in fighting for the position, one needed to be acknowledged by most of the Feathermen in the city. The Feathermen did not want a fierce or tyrannical ruler. They wanted a compassionate hero. Thus, the Feathermen who were fighting for the position of king had great reputation. They were people who had done good deeds or made immense contributions to Sacred Feather City. In most cases, the evaluation of the citizens was accurate. In the history of Sacred Feather City, very few evil and cruel Feathermen were chosen to be king. Even if they were cruel and ruthless, there were 3 Featherman supreme elders in Sacred Feather City. They were Gu Immortals who could control the situation. In the huge battle arena, tens of thousands of spectators were watching. The cheering was extremely loud. At the center of the arena, 2 youngsters were battling it out. Yufei, give up. I am the prince of Sacred Feather City. I will inherit the throne and defend the honor of our Dan surname. A tall and burly Featherman youngster with golden hair sent his opponent flying time after time. This was the final match. The victor would become the new king of the Feathermen. From the current situation, one could see that the handsome Featherman prince had the advantage. He was flying in the sky. With rank 5 cultivation level, he used his Gu worms and attacked from a long range. His opponent was a young Featherman with short black hair. He was thin and sprinted on the ground. He rolled around at times to evade the Featherman prince's attacks. Daniel! Daniel! The spectators were shouting the Featherman prince's name. Their cheers were in unison as they became louder and louder. The situation was very obvious now. Prince Danyu had a huge advantage, while his opponent, the poor lad Yufei, was taking a beating without any way to fight back. Yufei's body was covered in dirt. He looked pathetic, like a rat jumping around on the arena. Meanwhile, Danyu was high and mighty. His attacks were very tactical and grand. It was more in line with the expectations of the people towards their king. You want me to admit defeat? That is impossible. I, Yufei, am the man destined to become king. Suddenly, Yufei shouted. He burst forth with strength. His legs launched from the ground as he flew up like an arrow towards Danyu. What? You still had strength left. Danyu retreated anxiously. Yufei jumped into the air, seeing that he was about to get close to Danyu. He had no choice but to descend as Danyu quickly flew back in vigilance. Yufei, your wings were broken by me. You still want to resist? Danyu looked at Yufei who was falling down. He laughed coldly and mocked with some lingering fear. But Yufei raised his head. His eyes were shining brightly. It is not over yet. Look at my killer move. Inflated balloon. At the next instant, Yufei opened his mouth, sucking in a huge amount of air. Almost instantly, lots of air was sucked into his stomach. His body inflated and became a fat balloon. Yufei started to float up like a balloon. The audience was silent for a few breaths of time before bursting into laughter. Yufei's balloon mode was simply too funny. Even Danyu was stunned before relaxing. This is truly your style, Yufei. But being a clown will not allow you to become the Featherman King. It is time to lose. Killer move, blade. Wind strong slash. Danyu's eyes were sharp. His arms were raised up as he made a cutting motion with them in the sky. 2 translucent blades that resembled wind blades flew towards Yufei at an extremely fast speed. Yufei was still slowly ascending. Much of the audience shouted in surprise. They knew the power of blade wind strong slash after watching the battle for so long. If this hit landed, Yufei would definitely be heavily injured or dead. His stomach would be sliced apart. But at this moment, Yufei, who was in danger, had a brilliant light shining in his eyes. He had found a chance to overturn the situation. He suddenly opened his mouth. A strong current blew out of his mouth as he gained some thrust. Yufei's speed rose rapidly. He shot towards Danyu. Danyu was shocked. Yufei's body quickly shrunk. He narrowly dodged the 2 blades from blade wind strong slash agilely. Danyu wanted to retreat, but his speed was inferior. Where are you trying to go? If you are a man, fight me with your fists. We will engage in a physical fight. Yufei shouted. His body spun around in the air. Eventually, his legs grabbed onto Danyu. Killer move, coiling tree vines. Yufei shouted internally. His legs turned soft, like old tree vines. He coiled around Danyu's waist. Danyu could not break free. He activated his defensive Gu worm out of reflex. Killer move, crane crossing neck. Yu Fei's head suddenly turned into a crane's head. His long neck coiled around Dan Yu's neck like a long chain. He gripped tightly as his beak stabbed at Dan Yu. Ding! The bird beak hit Dan Yu's head. There was some sparks like he had hit strong steel. Although Dan Yu was not injured, this heavy blow was hard to endure. He was feeling dizzy. Killer move, 6-9 Great Windmill. Yu Fei saw a chance, and his head turned back to normal. Making use of this, he leaned back exaggeratedly, and his head was buried in between Dan Yu's two legs. The two bodies spun around in the sky. The two bodies were tangled together. Like a windmill, they rapidly approached the ground. The Feathermen spectators shouted in shock. But the victim, Dan Yu, was hit with the killer move. He felt the world spinning as his mind was in chaos. He felt very dizzy and disoriented. He could not react. As they approached the ground, Yu Fei suddenly retreated. Only Dan Yu was left, crashing onto the ground. With a loud bang, he hit the ground head first. The brick floor broke and shards flew as his head was inserted into the ground. He lost consciousness. The entire arena was silent. They were all shocked by this unexpected result. Nobody could say anything. There was only Yu Fei's panting that could be heard. After a while, the hosting Featherman elder gulped. He announced loudly, "The winner is Yu Fei. He is the new king of our clan." "Yes, I am finally the Featherman king. I succeeded." Yu Fei raised his arms in the air, shouting excitedly. The audience finally reacted. They cheered loudly and applauded. Someone shouted, "Yu Fei! Yu Fei!" The shouting of Yu Fei's name became louder and louder. More and more people joined in. Soon, in the entire arena, no, in the entirety of Sacred Feather City, chants of Yu Fei could be heard. Ha ha, ha. The young Yu Fei placed his arms on his waist as he laughed with his head held high. He was very happy. But suddenly, he grimaced as he touched his wings with the back of his hand. So painful, so painful. At the other end, Dan Yu, who had fainted, was dug up from the ground by the healing Gu masters. He was given medical swiftly. Deep within Sacred Feather City, 3 Feathermen Gu immortals were half asleep. They communicated with their drowsy, divine senses. This generation's Featherman king is quite unique. He is quite different from the other kings. He is an interesting fellow. It seems that he has quite the ambition. He wants to expand the territory of us Feathermen. But after he becomes the Featherman king, he should become more mature. The 3 Gu immortals conversed casually. According to past situations, after the new Featherman king was chosen, he would bring much life and innovation to the peaceful Sacred Feather City. If there were no mishaps, Yu Fei would rule the Feathermen in Sacred Feather City for hundreds of years. But at the next moment, before any of the Feathermen could react, a huge mishap occurred. Boom! An astonishing explosive sound shook the entirety of Sacred Feather City. The Feathermen in the city screamed. They quickly flew up. Painful, painful, painful. Yu Fei was caught off guard. He lost his balance and crashed onto the ground, rolling around in the process. Quickly look, this is... The Feathermen at the front saw something amiss. They pointed at the sky and stammered in fear. They could not speak. Immediately after, most of the Feathermen raised their heads. They were shocked to find out that above them, in the green sky, there was a huge crack. From the crack, several figures descended like demonic gods. The 3 Feathermen Gu immortals in Sacred Feather City had already reacted. They were startled to awareness as they flew towards the sky. They appeared to face the invading enemies while shouting to their Feathermen citizens. "Be careful, there is a strong enemy attacking. Quick, sound the alarms, defend our homeland. Gu masters assemble, go to the formation cores, and activate the defenses of Sacred Feather City." The entire city was in chaos. Fear was spreading. Sacred Feather City had been peaceful for too long. They had no competition with the outside world. It was like life inside a utopia. This caused their defenses to be very lax, and with the crowning of a new king, the non-militarized Feathermen could not respond properly. "All of you, why are you here without any invitations? Please leave. We Feathermen love peace and do not like conflict, but we are not powerless." The 3 Featherman Gu immortals had solemn expressions as they warned the strong, invading foes. The invaders did not speak. Most of their attentions were focused on their leader. This leading Gu immortal was an old and skinny man. He was barefooted in the sky. There was a white cloth on his head. There were also white bandages on his forearms and legs. The elderly Gu immortal's gaze was deep as he stared at the 3 Featherman Gu immortals. He next sent his gaze behind them, towards Sacred Feather City. "Attack now," the elderly Gu immortal said plainly. "Yes, Lord White Sea Shadawa." The other Gu immortals responded together. Battle erupted. There were 3 Featherman Gu immortals, 1 rank 7, and 2 rank 6s. Even though they were strong, they could not match up against their enemies. The intense battle lasted for 3 days and 2 nights. One of the Featherman Gu Immortals died while two were injured. They could only use Sacred Feather City to defend themselves. Sacred Feather City was a huge Immortal Gu house. Using the power of the Immortal Gu house, they could resist the attacks of White Sea Shadawa and the others. Rumble. The explosions had been ongoing for 3 days and 2 nights. White Sea Shadawa's group did not stop attacking for even a moment. Countless mortal killer moves, mixed in with some immortal killer moves, slammed onto the Immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City shook intensely. More than half of its troops had already died. Despair was spreading. Our loss is imminent. We should try and break out of their siege. A Featherman Gu Immortal, Zheng, suggested. Sacred Feather City has already been immobilized by their methods. Without this Immortal Gu house, how can we break out? The other Featherman Gu Immortal, Zheng, asked in return. There were 3 Gu Immortals in Sacred Feather City. One had already died. Only the rank 7 Gu Immortal, Zheng, and the rank 6 Zheng were left. Lord Zheng, the situation is critical. I will be frank. Zheng's expression was solemn. Earlier, Sacred Feather City became encircled because you were not willing to give up this area. That was why the enemy had time to set up their arrangements. Now, if Lord still refuses to cut our losses short and be decisive, we might lose our lives here. I am not afraid of dying, but there are countless innocent citizens in the city. They will perish too. Even if these enemies spare them, they will train them to become slaves, and they will have to serve those humans for life. Zheng heard these words and finally had a realization. He looked at Zheng. Tears shined in his eyes as he said, "You are right. I was muddle-headed." Zheng urged him, "Lord, I can understand your decision. Right now, the world is ruled by humans. We variant humans have no place to live in. This world is a fragment world of green heaven among the immemorial 9 heavens. It is isolated from the outside world and is a paradise. We should not give up on it easily. But right now, we have no choice but to abandon it." Zheng frowned. Right now, Sacred Feather City is being restricted. If we want to escape with our citizens, there is only one way. Zheng agreed immediately. That is right. We have to use the immortal killer move, Heavenly Wish. Thus, an hour later, the remaining Feathermen were summoned, gathering around the arena. I wish my clan's Feathermen survive. I wish my clan's Feathermen gain freedom. I wish my clan's Feathermen have a place to live in the world. Tens of thousands of Feathermen shouted. Under the guidance of Zheng and Zheng, the entirety of Sacred Feather City started to shine in a pure white light. The light was a few meters tall initially, but it soon grew and reached dozens of meters. Lord White Sea Shadawa, the other party is making a move. Aren't we doing anything to disrupt them? A female Gu Immortal, Fang Yuan, asked. No need to worry. I had predicted this situation already. What I want is this Immortal Gu house. They cannot take it away. White Sea Shadawa explained as he ordered the rest of them. Don't stop attacking. Just maintain the status quo. Don't interrupt them. Let them escape. Northern Plains, Tai by Blessed Land. The sky was clear like crystal. The ground was desolate. Accompanied by Tai by Yunsheng, Fang Yuan went on a tour of this high-grade Blessed Land. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had come to Tai by Blessed Land, but this was the first time he came alongside Tai by Yunsheng. Only after a Gu Immortal placed their immortal apertures down would they be able to enter it themselves and manipulate it personally. Ordinarily, the immortal aperture was hidden within the Gu Immortal's body. But when they placed the immortal aperture outside in the main world, the Gu Immortal would be inside the immortal aperture instead. Gu Immortals and their immortal apertures were a single entity. When the immortal aperture is placed outside, the Gu Immortal cannot leave the immortal aperture and move outside. Tai by Blessed Land was a high grade. Blessed Land, it has a huge landmass of about 4,700 square kilometers. It had a lot of time path resources. 1 day in the outside world was 33 days inside. Of course, after Tai by Blessed Land was placed to absorb the heaven and earth chi of the outside world, it was connected to Northern Plains. The time flow had slowed down to 12 days. Tai by Blessed Land was well managed by Tai by Yunsheng. Disregarding the float ball tea in the sky, or the Jade Peak bird group, there were large numbers of sky chief clouds that had flowers growing on them in the sky. Sparrowhawks were flying around them. Tai by Yunsheng had already started building his third source of revenue. His first source of revenue was landscape, as before. Repairing blessed lands for Gu Immortals, and repairing the landscape of the 5 regions. This was Tai by Yunsheng's greatest source of income. Not only could it raise his wealth, he could also build relationships. It was essentially comparable with Fairy Li Shan's Mountain Pledge Gu. Tai by Yunsheng's second source of revenue was the float ball tea. Each season, Tai by Blessed Land would produce a huge quantity of float ball tea grass. This tea grass could be sold to the market in Eastern Sea. With the help of Zombie Alliance's Shark Demon Immortal Zombie, Tai by Yunsheng had already entered their market. But this business had a competitive market. There was little profit. Each season's gains was less than what Tai by Yunsheng earned from helping other Gu immortals repair their immortal apertures. I plan to use Luck Path Mortal Gu as my third income source. There are more than 100,000 sparrowhawks that migrated here. They have wild insects on them, and large numbers of Cloud Path Mortal Gu would be produced from these insects. But all this will depend on my upcoming earthly calamity. If I pass it successfully, and my blessed land gains Cloud Path Dao marks, that would be best. Tai by Yunsheng described his goals and expectations to Fang Yuan. Precisely because of this, he did not move the resources in his blessed land outside. It was to draw out the corresponding earthly calamity, so that after the earthly calamity, Tai by blessed land could gain a number of Cloud Path Dao marks. Fortune and disaster coexist. Earlier, when Fang Yuan helped Hu Immortal blessed land undergo the tribulation, he moved out almost all of the precious resources. In the end, he faced a blood path earthly calamity, and Hu Immortal blessed land gained blood path Dao marks. If Fang Yuan did not move these resources away, there might have been a change, and other earthly calamities might have showed up. For example, Fire Path Dao marks that suited the eerie fire dragon pythons, Wisdom Path Dao marks that suited the regretful spiders, or Water Path Dao marks that suited the dragonfish. The addition of these Dao marks was very helpful for resources related to them. But there was a flaw in this. When the earthly calamity strikes, these precious resources would suffer great losses. In other words, loss now was for the benefit of the future. They were trying to gain long-term profits. Of course, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities did not always go as one wished. This was only a possibility. There was a chance that even if Fang Yuan kept these resources, the blood poison carrier flower earthly calamity would still come. In that case, his losses would be huge. After all, Heaven's will was unfathomable. Right now, Tai by Yunsheng did not move the resources away. He was trying to lure out the cloud path earthly calamity. Whether he could succeed or not was unknown. Fang Yuan was unsure as well, but he consoled him. I had already used the killer move, Time Assist Luck, on you before the earthly calamity. Who knows, you might get what you wished for. Speaking of which, the Immortal Killer move Time Assist Luck had been modified during this period by Fang Yuan using the Light of Wisdom. Right now, Fang Yuan was gradually understanding what great use Wisdom Gu truly had. Even though he could only use the Light of Wisdom, just that alone could push his cultivation journey ahead greatly. Tai by Yunsheng felt something. His expression changed. The earthly calamity is here. The entirety of Tai by blessed land started to shake. Large amounts of earth chi burst out from the ground, while small quantities of heaven chi drooped down from the sky. There was a burst of mystical light. As from within the profound light, the wishes and prayers of countless living beings could be heard. I wish my clan's Feathermen survive. I wish my clan's Feathermen gain freedom. I wish my clan's Feathermen have a place to live in the world. The mystical light disappeared. At the western part of the blessed land, there were tens of thousands of Feathermen. What earthly calamity is this? Immediately, even Fang Yuan was shocked. He had never seen such a peculiar earthly calamity. Tai by Yunsheng fell into deep contemplation. What place is this? A Featherman Gu Immortal, Zheng, looked around with an expression of vigilance. After using the Immortal Killer move Heavenly Wish, a strong force teleported all of the Feathermen in Sacred Feather City away. An empty Sacred Feather City was left. White Sea Showa had great foresight. He obtained this Immortal Gu house without wasting much effort. Seeing that Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunsheng were flying over, the Featherman Gu Immortal Zheng Ling's expression changed. Oh no. This is a certain human Gu Immortal's blessed land. We were treated as an earthly calamity and were teleported here. Zheng showed an expression of shock. How can this be? Wouldn't our enemies still be Gu Immortals? We are facing 2 rank 6 Gu Immortals, and one is an immortal zombie with bottom-tier cultivation level. What are you afraid of? Zheng Ling laughed loudly. Kill them, and we can obtain this small world. Just like what we wished. Even though this place is inferior to the Green Heaven Fragment world, it is enough for our tribe to live. Strike. Zheng Ling said this as he flew out. When he was thousands of steps away from Tai by Yunsheng and Fang Yuan, he pushed with his hands. Whoosh. Wind blew. A solid wind wall was formed. It pushed towards Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunsheng with an imposing aura. This was an immortal killer move that Zheng Ling poured all his frustrations into. He was unable to do anything to White Sea Showa. He vented all of his frustrations towards Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunsheng. Seeing the wind wall pressing at them, Fang Yuan pulled Tai by Yunsheng behind him and snorted with disdain. A pitiful trick. Myriad Self, First Style, Giant Hand. Rumble. The Strength Path Giant Hand pushed forth and destroyed the wind wall. Then, with its remaining force, it slammed towards Zheng Ling Zheng and Zheng Ling's expressions changed. They looked at Fang Yuan's giant hand like they were seeing a ghost. What? Merely a bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie. He actually has rank 7 battle strength. The two Feathermen Gu immortals knew that they were facing a tough foe. Zheng Ling's expression was very bitter. If this were to be normal times, he would not be afraid of Fang Yuan. But after an intense battle with White Sea Shadawa and the others, his battle strength had decreased by a lot. The rank 6 Zhou Zhong was in an even worse condition. Hold on, we can talk this out. I was rash earlier and attacked. Please forgive me for offending you. Zheng Ling shouted. We have our difficulties. We had no choice but to enter your blessed land. He asked them to hold on, but Fang Yuan responded at lightning speed. Not only this, he summoned 5 strength path giant hands and encircled them. Since you are here, don't think of leaving. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. Chapter 866. Scheming against the Feathermen. You phase helplessness. Featherman Gu Immortal Zheng Ling had an ugly expression. Sir, do you think we are fish on the chopping block? Why must you force us like this? It must have been tough for you to develop this blessed land. If we destroy all of these resources in battle, would it not be a waste? Are you threatening us? Fang Yuan's red eyes shined with a ruthless light. Of course it is not a threat, but what we are saying is the truth, no? Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong said. Fang Yuan laughed internally. If other Gu Immortals were threatened like this, they might be wary and fearful. These two Featherman Gu Immortals might get their way, but they met Tai Bai Yun Sheng, of all people. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's Immortal Gu, landscape as before, was the perfect solution against their threat. The two Featherman Gu Immortals did not know about the existence of landscape as before Immortal Gu, thus they said such words. According to Fang Yuan's intentions, they should kill these two Featherman Gu Immortals. But this was Tai Bai Yun Sheng's tribulation. Fang Yuan alone could not make the decision. And Tai Bai Yun Sheng was a kind old man. His nature was quite gentle and merciful. Thus, Fang Yuan did not speak. He looked at Tai Bai Yun Sheng. The two Featherman Gu Immortals also looked at Tai Bai Yun Sheng, waiting for the person in question to respond. The mortal Feathermen gazed at the sky with looks of awe, towards the 4 figures in the sky. Earlier, these mortal Feathermen had heard the conversation between Fang Yuan and the Featherman Gu Immortals clearly. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's decision was going to influence the fate of these tens of thousands of Feathermen. Some Feathermen were already praying internally, some were gritting their teeth, some were grimacing in pain. Yu Fei, who had just become the Featherman King, clenched his fists. He stared at the sky fixedly. He was originally a commoner. He was not like Prince Danyu who knew a lot of secrets. This was the first time he had seen a Gu Immortal. He felt shock and at the same time, a deep sense of helplessness. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had been deep in consideration since the Feathermen appeared. A Featherman calamity was something Tai Bai Yun Sheng had not expected. These were intelligent living beings that could talk. If Tai Bai Yun Sheng let these Feathermen go, this earthly calamity would be over. If he did not, they would fight inside his immortal aperture. He might be able to recruit these Feathermen, but there was a huge risk of losing resources if they fought. He could not weigh the pros and cons easily. But no matter what he chose, it was a huge decision. Just as Fang Yuan expected, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was quite wishy-washy. Even though this was a critical moment, he could not decide. Seeing Fang Yuan gaze over, he also turned his head, seeking Fang Yuan's opinion with his inquiring gaze. Of course we will battle. Fang Yuan immediately transmitted, replying firmly. You have Immortal Gu landscape as before. You do not need to fear your immortal aperture suffering damage. The only losses are your float ball tea, sky chief clouds, and other resources. These things cannot be restored using landscape as before Immortal Gu. But for this tribulation, you did not move these resources out. You were prepared to suffer losses anyway. Your main source of revenue is landscape as before Immortal Gu. These resources earn little profit. Even if you lose them, you can start over again. These Feathermen number in tens of thousands. They can be turned into slaves. Feathermen are born with cloud path down marks. They are skilled at flying. All of the Feathermen elites are flying masters. But these two Featherman Gu Immortals cannot be allowed to live. Even if they do not primarily cultivate cloud path, killing them would get you a good number of cloud path down marks. They can be added to your blessed land. Isn't that what you want? This was an extremely rare opportunity. The two Featherman Gu Immortals were injured. They had no ways to escape from this place. As long as Tai Bai Yun Sheng did not open the doors, these Feathermen were birds trapped in a cage. Once he killed the two Featherman Gu Immortals, their immortal apertures would fall into Tai Bai blessed land. This was an extremely rare situation. When a Gu Immortal dies and leaves behind their immortal aperture, the immortal aperture would become an isolated blessed land and absorb heaven and earth chi from the world. Just like earlier, after Fang Yuan took Star Lord Wanxiang's corpse, he purposely went into a deep part of Earth Abyss to place it down. The result was, after placing it down, The Blessed Land took in a huge amount of Earth Qi, but very little Heaven Qi. Because of the drawing in of Earth Qi, it resulted in an intense tremor in Earth Abyss. If the Feathermen Gu immortals died, their immortal apertures would fall into Tai by Blessed Land. They would take in Heaven and Earth Qi. But Tai by Blessed Land was different from the 5 regions. This place was completely under Tai by Yunsheng's control. The Heaven and Earth Qi could not be extracted without his permission. If the immortal aperture could not turn into a separate Blessed Land, what would happen? There were records of this. In such situations, the immortal aperture would be destroyed. All of the resources inside the immortal aperture would be decimated with it. But all of the Dao marks inside the immortal aperture would be left behind, fusing into the outside world. And this outside world was Tai by Blessed Land. As has been mentioned before, Dao marks were extremely precious, because there was a huge cost to obtain them. Even if the entire Blessed Land was wrecked, if Tai by Yunsheng could obtain all of the Dao marks of the 2 Feathermen Gu immortals, this would definitely be a huge profit for him no matter what. Fang Yuan secretly transmitted, adding another sentence. Old Bai, is your kindness acting up again? You want to pass up on such a great opportunity? Tai by Yunsheng's expression became firmer. He made up his mind. He transmitted, don't worry. Feathermen are variant humans. They are not humans like us. Since that is the case, and we're on opposing sides, let's battle and kill them. As for these Featherman captives, I will treat them kindly. After making up his mind, he was about to strike, but Fang Yuan secretly told him to stop. Hold on. This is a great opportunity. How can we fight just like this? Let's probe them first. Tai by Yunsheng knew about Fang Yuan's craftiness. He replied, then I will have to trouble you. The conversation between these two only lasted for a moment in the real world. Fang Yuan looked at the Featherman Gu immortals. He started his deception. It is not that we cannot let you go, but you have to leave behind these mortal Feathermen. They will become our slaves. The two sides spoke openly without concealing anything. Fang Yuan's words immediately attracted an intense commotion from the tens of thousands of Feathermen. What? He wants us to become their slaves. Losing freedom is like losing our wings. No, even if I die, I will not become a slave of humans. Don't worry. We have our Gu immortal ancestors. They will not give up on us. That is impossible. The 2 Featherman Gu immortals had a determined expression. They immediately denied it. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Groups of variant humans were more united than humans. Dong Fang Chong Fan schemed against his own tribesmen for his own sake. This would be much more unlikely with variant humans. Man is the spirit of all living beings. They have the highest intelligence, as well as complex thoughts. Variant humans, however, have lower intelligence and purer minds. They were not as wicked and scheming as humans. Of course, this had much to do with the situation of the different races now. Right now, humans ruled the 5 regions. They were the strongest. It was hard for variant humans to survive. They were ostracized and suppressed by humans. There were few variant human groups that had precious resources. No matter which region it was, variant human slaves were sold in the market. Among the races, humans held absolute dominance, while variant humans were definitely the weaker side. As the weaker side, if they wanted to survive, they needed to stay united and help each other. That was the only way to withstand external pressure. Thus, the 2 Gu immortals were unwilling to give up the mortal Feathermen. They had a firm attitude. This was within Fang Yuan's expectations. He could tell that they were very determined. Fang Yuan quickly made a transmission. Tai by Yunsheng showed an expression of feeling angered and offended. He repeated the words Fang Yuan transmitted to him. Humph. You Feathermen barged into my blessed land for no reason. This is an invasion. Not only did you invade my blessed land, you attacked us and threatened us. Now you want to leave? How can you not pay a price for this? Of course, you can fight your way out with these Feathermen. If you are strong enough, I will treat this as my bad luck. But if that is not the case, I will make sure to take good care of you all. How could the 2 Featherman Gu immortals have such strength left? If they did, why would they bother using words to converse with Fang Yuan? Even though they could still use the immortal killer move Heavenly Wish. But without the protection of the immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City, not only did Heavenly Wish need a huge amount of immortal essence, it also needed a lot of time to activate. Under such a situation, it was basically impossible to replicate their act of escaping earlier. Seeing that Fang Yuan was unwilling to relent, Gu Immortal Zheng had no choice but to emphasize on the importance of the immortal aperture again. If they really fought, both sides would lose out. If we avoid direct combat and focus on dealing damage to your blessed land, at some point, the blessed land would face destruction and attract the winds of assimilation. That would be a bad ending for all of us. Zheng said with a threatening tone. They did not know about the existence of landscape as before. With landscape as before, wherever the blessed land got damaged, it could be fixed. It would never reach a point where the winds of assimilation are summoned. Under Fang Yuan's guidance, Tai Bai Yunsheng flew into a rage. You dare threaten me? Battle it shall be. What am I afraid of? You think I am a coward? I can take you down any time. He showed the demeanor of a battle maniac that could not keep his cool. Fang Yuan showed a wary expression, but refused to relent. He wanted to negotiate more. His actions gave the two Feathermen Gu immortals hope that they could leave peacefully. After the two sides negotiated for a long time, Zheng was the first to relent. He suggested that Fang Yuan's side could be compensated with a huge sum of immortal essence stones. Among the two of them, Zheng was acting as the aggressive party, while Zheng was acting as the peaceful party. They cooperated with much coordination. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng. As Tai Bai Yunsheng got the hint and rolled his eyes. How could this amount of immortal essence stones compare to tens of thousands of Feathermen? Fight! Fight! They could win at any time. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng had coordination that was not inferior to the other two. On the ground, the Feathermen were in a chaotic state. They were angered and yet helpless and anguished. This was a cruel world. This was the misery of the weak. Yu Fei shouted at the sky. Enough! Even if we die, we will not become lowly slaves. The feeling of being treated as livestock while they were used as bargaining chips in a negotiation was horrible. Shut up. Don't go and antagonize existences like Gu immortals. You are the new Featherman king. You have to think of the clan first. By taunting the Gu immortals like this, are you trying to drive our clan into the abyss? Dan Yu scolded. Damn it, damn it. Yu Fei gritted his teeth. His fists were clenched as his veins surfaced. He listened to Dan Yu's words and fell into silence. To Yu Fei, the change in circumstances happened too quickly and too suddenly. He who aspired to become the Featherman king had achieved his goal. But this high and mighty position that he had dreamed of was so tiny and weak at this moment. Gu immortals were really too powerful compared to mortals. No matter how hot-blooded he was, no matter how he risked his life, that gap in battle strength could not be breached. Zheng suggested compensating with immortal essence stones, though Tai Bai Yunsheng rejected him. Fang Yuan pretended to think about it. We want Featherman slaves, but you are only offering immortal essence stones. This conflict cannot be resolved. How about this? Let's take a step back and decide with our strength. Tai Bai Yunsheng's attitude was firm. He showed the attitude of a battle maniac. During the conversation, he had been taunting them by saying, I can take you down at any time several times. If Shark, Demon, and the others who were familiar with Tai Bai Yunsheng were here, they would think that this Tai Bai Yunsheng was an imposter. Zheng and Zheng exchanged glances. It was hard to talk to the battle maniac Tai Bai Yunsheng, but it seemed like the immortal zombie, Fang Yuan, was in charge of the decision-making. This was not strange to the Featherman Gu immortals. After all, Fang Yuan showed rank 7 battle strength earlier. The two communicated secretly. They both felt that Fang Yuan was much easier to talk to than Tai Bai Yunsheng. He was more reasonable. The other party is an immortal zombie. His immortal aperture cannot produce immortal essence. That's why he has a careful nature. We have to make use of this trait. But this blessed land belongs to that damned old man. This old man has quite a fiery temper at this age. It seems his battle strength cannot be underestimated. Be vigilant. Forget it. The situation is in their favor now. Let's listen to what the immortal zombie has to suggest. The two Featherman Gu immortals analyzed this situation. It seemed to them that it was a reasonable understanding of it. But what they did not know was that they had fallen into the trap that Fang Yuan had specially made for them. Please speak. After discussing, Zheng said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan spoke. In the world of Gu immortals, benefits are the most important thing. It is decided by battle strength. We will hold 10 duels. For every duel we win, you will split 10% of the Feathermen to us. But for each that we lose, we will accept only a sum of immortal essence stones as compensation. Zheng was unwilling. He shouted, be it winning or losing, you are benefiting from it. Fang Yuan smiled lightly and did not reply. Tai Bai Yunsheng started howling. Why are you complaining? If you don't want this, let's fight. My fists are itching to hit something. I can take you down at any time. If you dare to destroy my immortal aperture, I will slaughter these mortal Feathermen first. In the worst case, we go down together. Who is afraid of who? He showed the perfect example of a brainless battle maniac. Zheng and Zheng ignored him completely, showing an expression of not wanting to stoop to his level of intelligence. The two started to discuss their decisions using transmissions. Fang Yuan pressured them at the right timing. If you do not agree to this, we will have to battle. These words made to the hearts of these two Feathermen immortals jump. They understood clearly that in the current situation, sacrifice was unavoidable. The most logical decision was to minimize their losses. Eventually, Zheng nodded, agreeing to the duels. But he had a precondition. They had to use the information path immortal killer move that they had to form an agreement, similar to Mountain Pledge Gu, as the restriction on both parties. Regardless of the result, after 10 duels, Fang Yuan's side was not to cause problems for the Feathermen. They had to open the door and let everyone else leave, without any form of obstruction. The Feathermen actually had such an information path killer move. Their foundation was quite deep. Fang Yuan was fairly surprised. To start things off, the Gu Immortal Zheng entered the stage for the first duel. On Fang Yuan's side, Tai Bai Yun Sheng went to battle. He was oozing with battle intent as he showed a bloodthirsty expression. He shouted, "Come, I will take you down in just a moment." Zheng really was fooled by his demeanor. After all, he was only a variant human. Their intelligence was inferior to humans. Most importantly, Zheng had his reservations. He did not want to sacrifice his clansmen. He did not want any Feathermen to lose their freedom and become the slaves of humans. Thus, he chose his specialty for the duel. "What? You want to compete in flying speed alone?" Tai Bai Yun Sheng was shocked. "According to the agreement, we are the first to decide what type of duel it is. Are you going back on your words?" "Humph. I will let you decide this time." Tai Bai Yun Sheng showed an upset and irritated expression. The result of this duel was obvious. Tai Bai Yun Sheng only had a mortal killer move for flying. The other party not only had wings, they even had an immortal killer move specially used for movement. After seeing the results, the Feathermen on the ground erupted into loud cheers. After all, their freedom was at stake. They could have become slaves. They were very nervous when they watched the duel. "Here are your immortal essence stones." Zheng laughed loudly. He handed the dozen immortal essence stones to Tai Bai Yun Sheng in a proud manner. Tai Bai Yun Sheng received them with a gloomy expression, but he was filled with admiration towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is truly good at scheming. The other party paid immortal essence stones, but they are acting like this was a huge victory for them. I am inferior to him. In the first duel, Fang Yuan lost. Fang Yuan went for the second duel, because he had rank 7 battle strength. The Featherman Gu Immortals did not dare to be careless. They sent the stronger Gu Immortal Zheng to duel him. Fang Yuan suggested, "We will compete using speed." Zheng expression froze for a second before he agreed. Fang Yuan lost this duel very quickly as well. Zheng also had an immortal killer move. His speed was twice as fast as that of Zheng. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had 3 pairs of true solid bat wings. They were all desolate beast wings. But in this duel, he did not manage to activate the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu at all. Thus he had no hopes of winning. Third duel, fourth duel, fifth duel. Duels after duels, Fang Yuan's side had no victories. While the Featherman Gu Immortals were winning with 0 losses, the results were one-sided. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng's expression became uglier in the process. The 2 Featherman Gu Immortals had confident and lax expressions. They were starting to realize that their enemies were all bark and no bite. They were just putting up a front. For example, the immortal zombie Fang Yuan was only rank 7 in terms of attack. He only had mortal killer moves for defense, along with his immortal zombie body's defense. In terms of healing, he only had the basic recovery ability of an immortal zombie. As for movement and investigative methods, he did not have immortal killer moves. Meanwhile, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was very rash and haughty, but in terms of battle strength, he was a mess. He only used mortal killer moves. The 2 Featherman Gu Immortals felt like they had been scammed. It turns out that these 2 are so weak. If we had known this, we would have fought from the start. Sigh, humans are the most skilled at scheming. We have already used the information path immortal killer move and restricted ourselves. We can only leave this place and cannot attack. Thinking about it, we were too stunned by the earlier human Gu immortal invaders. Due to the foundation of our sacred feather city, we are superior to most human Gu immortals. The 2 of them are quite impressive, but they are not our match at all. Like this, the 2 Featherman Gu Immortals won 9 rounds. Only the last duel was left. No matter what happened in this duel, after it ended, Fang Yuan's side would not be able to obstruct the Feathermen due to the agreement. He had to let them leave. On the ground, cheers of victory were already resounding. The new Featherman King, Yu Fei, had a better expression now. His eyes were shining brightly as he looked at the 2 Gu Immortals of the Featherman clan. He had another grand ambition now. "I've decided. As long as I become a Gu Immortal, I would become a true man. I must become a Gu Immortal. Even if I need to give up being king, I will become a Gu Immortal." Fang Yuan took a step forward as his voice turned very cold. "This is the final duel. All 4 of us will fight in a battle of attack and defense. I will attack and you will defend for the first round, and you will attack while I defend for the following round. Our partner can only use healing methods. When one side is unable to continue, they will lose." Zheng and Zheng exchanged glances. They frowned as they realized something amiss. Fang Yuan was making the dueling rules to complete display their advantage. Meanwhile, Zheng and Zheng could not object to this duel request. They could only accept it. In this case, the 10th duel is the hardest one of all. This is the final round. after we win, we will be able to protect all of the Feathermen and leave safely. The two Gu Immortal conversed mentally as they went forth to battle. Sir, please attack. Zheng took a step forward, saying. Fang Yuan did not speak. He was 1,000 steps away from Zheng. He grabbed towards the other party. Rumble. A strength path giant hand tore through space and grabbed at Zheng fiercely. Zheng suppressed his instinct to dodge. He activated his defensive killer move as a suit of armor made of light appeared on his body. The armor looked very real. It blocked the strength path giant hand. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He had already seen this armor made of light in the fourth duel. It was a light path defensive immortal killer move. Blocked. Zheng shouted happily. It is time for us to strike. Fang Yuan scoffed. Sir, are you forming a conclusion so quickly? My attack is not an instantaneous type, but a sustained attack. I have not ended my attack yet. It is okay. Sir can continue attacking. Zheng said in a low voice. In the duels earlier, Fang Yuan had attacked as well. Zheng felt that he could block Myriad's self-giant hand completely. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan showed a ruthless smile as Zheng expression changed. Earlier, Fang Yuan had been hiding his strength, only using one core Immortal Gu. Now, he used all of his core Immortal Gu at once. The strength path giant hand was breaking the light path defensive method, as creaking sounds could be heard. Oh no, at this rate, Lord Zheng will become meat paste. Zheng was shocked. Zheng, consider it well, my giant hand is only an attack. It cannot restrict your movement. But if you break out of it now, you will be breaking our agreement. In that case, you will be violating our earlier agreement, and the duels will be voided. Fang Yuan scoffed. Damn it, I'll go all out. Zheng shouted angrily. He activated another defensive killer move. It was an immortal killer move. Two immortal killer moves stacked together, blocking the strength path giant hand. At this point, both parties fell into a deadlock again. Indeed, he is just a rank 6 immortal zombie. How can he fight a drawn-out battle with Lord Zheng? Zheng calmed down. But a moment later, Fang Yuan was still full of vigor. While Zheng was starting to get anxious, he was unable to hold on. Oh no, the other party must be using our immortal essence stones and converting it into immortal essence. In contrast, we have lost a lot of our foundation after an intense battle, so we are the first to run out of immortal essence. Realizing the reason, Zheng felt an immense anger and melancholy. It was hard to describe with words. At the same time, he started to fluster. What shall we do now? If I want to help him, I can only use healing methods. Otherwise, we would be violating the duel agreement, and the earlier duels would be voided. He was there physically, but he felt like he was miles away. Zheng was helpless. The trap that Fang Yuan had created painstakingly was taking effect. At times, your former achievements would be the greatest obstacle for you to achieve greater success. If they won this round, they would obtain complete victory. They would save all of the Feathermen and bring them to safety. They were one duel away, just one duel. If they violated the rules, all of it would be nullified. This mentality made Zheng choose to continue holding on, and Zheng was full of sweat and worried, but he could not interfere. It is over. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. 7 other strength path giant hands flew out. The strength path giant hands slammed at the Feathermen on the ground with overwhelming force. What are you doing? Zheng howled. He was like a furious dragon whose scales were plucked. Don't fall into his trap. He is trying to lure you into attacking so that you will break the rules. The other part is at his wit's end. We need to continue enduring. Zheng shouted. Zheng was stunned. His gaze towards Fang Yuan changed. Aren't immortal zombies slow in cognition? Why is this guy so scheming? While he was stunned, Fang Yuan approached Zheng and spat at him. Immortal killer move, poison spit. This was a modified immortal killer move that originated from harboring malicious heart, using woman's heart Immortal Gu as the core. Since Fang Yuan had obtained it, he had been keeping it secret. This was the first time he was using it. Zheng was caught off guard. He was poisoned by this immediately. He had a method to heal himself, of course, but at this moment, his mind was distracted and he reacted a moment more slowly. By the time he was going to detoxify himself, the poison was already very deep. The moment of life and death was often decided in an instant. Unscrupulous, Zheng stared at Fang Yuan fixedly. This was his last word. With a loud thud, he lost control and was squashed into meat paste by the strength path giant hands. Lord Zheng! Zheng screamed in fury. Everything happened too quickly. By the time Zheng reacted, it was too late. He did not have an immortal Gu like man as before. Fang Yuan attacked Zheng with his other strength path giant hands. You cannot defend, attack, or dodge. Don't forget, according to this duel's rules, you can only use healing methods. Fang Yuan shouted. Zheng heard this, and his eyes almost popped out. He was going to spit out blood from anger. How would he fight like that? He would have to retaliate, dodge, or defend himself, but all those violated the rules. It would nullify all of their past wins. On his side, the one in charge of attacking and defending, Zheng, was dead. He could only use healing methods now. But once the strength path giant hands grabbed him, he would be killed on the spot. No healing techniques were going to save him. Even if Fang Yuan could not kill him and he could heal himself, he could not retaliate. That was against the rules. Fang Yuan was assured to win. This was truly bullying the Feathermen. At this moment, looking at Zhou Zheng's dazed expression, even Tai Bai Yunsheng showed a look of pity and sympathy. Chapter 868. Gu Immortal slave at the moment between life and death. The remaining Gu Immortal, Zhou Zheng, had a burst of inspiration. He realized the most direct way to change the current situation. I admit defeat, he shouted. Fang Yuan's attacks came to a stop. Zhou Zheng was breathing roughly. In just a moment, he was drenched in sweat. The tens of thousands of Feathermen on the ground reacted after a while. They shouted in shock. In just moments, the rank 7 Gu Immortal of the Feathermen died, and Zhou Zheng had no choice but to admit defeat. Fang Yuan's meticulous plotting showed its ruthless effect. The Feathermen paid a heavy price. They lost terribly. This was a completely different situation from earlier. The difference was like of heaven and earth. It was no wonder that the Feathermen were shocked. Zhou Zheng's expression was pale. He felt some trepidation internally as he spoke. I lost. According to the agreement, the 10 duels are over. We are going to leave this place. His gaze towards Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng was filled with deep hatred and anger. The other party killed the Featherman Gu Immortal Zheng, but now, Zhou Zheng had insufficient strength. He could not exact revenge. How could he take revenge? If Zheng was still alive, if he collaborated with Zhou Zheng, they would definitely suppress Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. This was the truth. Zheng and Zhou Zheng had very deep foundations, out of Fang Yuan's expectations. They might not have many Immortal Gu, but they had deduced many Immortal Killer moves. These Immortal Killer moves encompassed attack, defense, movement, healing, and investigation. They did not have any apparent shortfalls. In contrast, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng used mostly Mortal Killer moves. If they really fought, it would be hard for them to gain any advantage as they would be inferior in these aspects. Of course, this was Tai Bai Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's side had the territorial advantage. But do not forget, Blessed Lands could not restrict Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves. Thus, Zhou Zheng could only suppress his anger as well as the desire to take revenge. He decided to not settle the score with Fang Yuan for now. The urgent matter now was to escape and find a new place to live with his clansmen. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng could not stop him from making that request. The reason was simple. They had used the information path Immortal Killer move earlier. Once Fang Yuan's side did something that violates the agreement, they would face a harsh backlash. They would die on the spot. Fang Yuan was not like Fairy Li Shan. He did not have a time path killer move like Delay with him. Thus, he could not break the agreement. In fact, Zhou Zheng was very conscious of this. He was hoping that Fang Yuan would violate the agreement. If that happens, the enemies would be wiped out, and this blessed land would become the Feathermen's property. Regarding the condition for ownership from Tai Bai Land Spirit, that would be something to think about later. Of course, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng could not attack. They also could not summon outsiders like Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan to interfere. Even though the Feathermen did not have the intelligence of humans, such an obvious loophole would still be handled. If Fang Yuan summoned reinforcements, he would be violating the agreement. He would die. Indeed, the 10 duels have ended. According to our earlier agreement, we have to open the doors and let the remaining Feathermen leave. Fang Yuan nodded, saying to Zhou Zheng, "Don't worry, we won't go back on our words." Good. Zhou Zheng let out a breath of cloudy air. He felt much regret towards Fang Yuan's act of keeping his word. But Fang Yuan's words shifted. But what? Zhou Zheng looked at him nervously. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. We won the 10th duel. According to the rules, I can choose slaves from among the Feathermen on the ground, and the rest will be allowed to leave. Zhou Zheng sighed. He looked at the clansmen on the ground, feeling very complicated. His fingers were stabbing into his flesh. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng descended as they started picking slaves from among these Feathermen. The Feathermen were flustered. They were afraid of getting chosen. Don't move. Let me choose properly. Fang Yuan purposely shouted. The Feathermen were even more fearful now. They were like chicks in front of an eagle. This girl is not bad. Fang Yuan pretended to think about it. He beckoned with his finger as a young girl was restrained by a formless force, pulled towards him from the Featherman group. No, I don't want to. The Featherman girl's eyes oozed with tears of helplessness. Let go of my fiancé. A young Featherman charged up before any of the Feathermen could stop him. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a ruthless light. He snorted, courting death. He did not make any evident movements, but the Featherman youngster, who was merely a rank 2 Gu master, froze in the air as he was flying, his face distorted as his body went into spasms. At the next moment, he fell onto the ground. Even though he was caught by the surrounding Feathermen, blood was running rampant in his entire body. His 7 orifices were bursting with blood. He was going to die. What did you do? Zheng was furious. He landed on the ground and pressed on the Featherman youngster's chest, healing him personally. The Featherman youngster was hit by Fang Yuan's blood path methods. His blood ran wild and spurred outside. But with Zheng's suppression, the attack was resolved and the Featherman youngster's life was saved. Zheng raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan. His expression was dark. Sir, you attacked Immortal. That is insulting to the status of a Gu Immortal. And I remember that in the agreement, you are not to freely attack or kill our Feathermen. Fang Yuan shrugged. Gu Immortals have their status, but even more than that, their authority is not to be offended. I did not violate the agreement. He was the one who had intentions to attack me. It is stated in the agreement clearly that if the mortal Feathermen attempt to attack me, I have the rights to kill them. Isn't that right? Zheng could not reply to this. In terms of playing around rules, Fang Yuan was much stronger than him. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Don't worry, I will not violate the agreement. Zheng gritted his teeth. His eyes were spewing fire. Then I will choose you as my next slave, Zheng. Suddenly, Fang Yuan pointed at Zheng. He showed a smile, like his scheme had succeeded. What did you say? At this moment, Zheng almost thought that he was hearing things. He wanted a Gu Immortal to become his slave? How could this be possible? Zheng looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Did the other party go crazy? Fang Yuan said with a smile. Zheng, did you forget? Our agreement was, as long as my side wins, I can choose a portion of these Feathermen on the ground and make them into my slaves. Fang Yuan placed an emphasis on the words on the ground. Zheng felt like a thunderbolt had struck him. He was stunned on the spot, not moving at all. The surrounding Feathermen were no longer flustered and jumping around. They were frozen like statues, staring at their Gu Immortal, staring at his feet. Zheng was stepping on the ground. At this moment, Zheng's expression was very interesting. It turned from pale as paper to dark and solemn. His wings fluttered subconsciously. He wanted to raise his legs as if the floor was lava. It was burning his legs. Fang Yuan laughed in a monstrous manner. A crafty light was shining in his red eyes. The moment you stepped on the ground, you became my slave. Zheng, even if you fly now, it is too late. Zheng shouted at Fang Yuan. This is a trap. This is an evil plot. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He showed a look of smugness and shamelessness. That is right. This is a trap. This is an evil plot. Unfortunately, you fell for it. Beside him, Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed. You can only blame yourselves for neglecting your own bodies. Indeed, the authority of Gu Immortals cannot be offended. It is rare for slaves to be Gu Immortals. When we set the agreement, you were both flying in the air, away from the ground. Thus you did not notice this trap. Of course, if you realized it and did not step on the ground, there was also nothing we could do. But you had a guilty conscience. You wanted to sacrifice a portion of the Feathermen and let them become slaves so as to obtain freedom for you and the rest of the Feathermen. Cough, cough. Fang Yuan coughed. Old Bai, even if you did not land on the ground, I still have my ways. We can pick our slaves slowly. We can take a year or two and directly cripple the Feathermen. They need food and water to survive, but Tai Bai blessed land is yours. Due to the agreement, they cannot inflict any damage on the blessed land. As long as we do not pick our slaves, they will be prisoners inside the blessed land. This time, even Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at Fang Yuan with shock. Zheng opened his mouth wide. At this moment, he felt that he was simply too foolish and naive. Chapter 869. Freedom of the Feathermen. The whole area was covered in deathly silence. Sorrow, fear, and loss shrouded the hearts of all the Feathermen. Zheng was the only Gu Immortal remaining among the Feathermen. If even he was no longer there, and became a slave of humans, how would these remaining Feathermen survive? The current 5 regions, or rather, the whole world, could be said to belong to humans. The space for variant humans to survive was very small, and this already small space continued to shrink. Zheng's mouth, wide open from shock, slowly closed. He looked up at Fang Yuan, as if he was looking at a monster, and asked, Is your immortal zombie appearance fake? How can an immortal zombie scheme all this? Fang Yuan was slightly dazed, not having expected Zheng to suddenly calm down. He immediately had a bad feeling. Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was beside him, spoke with compassion. Give up, Zheng. Even if you become a slave, I can promise that you will never be treated unfairly. I will also not limit your freedom during normal times. I will only ask for your service during critical times. Let these Feathermen behind you live in my blessed land from now on. Rest assured, I will not be harsh on them or maltreat them. I will also pay corresponding rewards for their work. Sigh. Tai Bai Yunsheng heaved a sigh. His benevolent nature had emerged again. However, Zheng shook his head slightly 3 times. The smile on the corners of Fang Yuan's lips disappeared as his expression turned grave. Afterwards, he saw that the Gu Immortal, Zheng, suddenly turned around towards the large group of Feathermen and gave a deep bow. Everyone. Zheng's tone was extremely calm, but it revealed a decisive intent. His voice was not loud, but it resounded in everyone's ears. I have done all of you a disservice. This world only has the Gu Immortal Zheng, the Featherman Zheng, but there will absolutely not be a slave Zheng. It was truly a shame that I could not protect you all. Goodbye. He then suddenly spread his wings. The wings of Feathermen were not wide like eagle wings or thick like vulture wings, but were slender and exquisite. Zheng, what is the point of this? Stop quickly. Tai Bai Yunsheng was shocked and wanted to stop him. But how could he stop a Gu Immortal who was seeking death of his own accord? Zheng suddenly flapped his wings and flew towards the sky. While flying towards the sky, he shouted, I, Zheng, am a Featherman. I will not become a slave. At this moment, everyone's gazes were gathered on him. He violated the agreement. He stepped on the ground and was successfully trapped by Fang Yuan, becoming a slave. However, Zheng was not willing and went against the agreement on his own initiative. The information path Immortal Killer move on him erupted. The intense backlash that he could not endure assaulted Zheng's entire body. The more Zheng flew, the slower he became. His 2 wings were also becoming difficult to move. Right now, his appearance of flying in the sky was like that of an old man who was approaching death and stumbling on his legs, but still kept on climbing towards a precipitous peak. His whole body started crystallizing rapidly, and soon he turned into a transparent glass crystal statue. His 2 wings turned into crystal glass-like objects, moving no longer. However, his eyes were still gazing at the blue sky, not even sparing a glance at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, the gaze carrying endless bravery and decisiveness. He then started to slowly fall down to the ground. His whole body started to crumble apart while falling. First his head, then his chest, his wings, stomach, then his legs. Before landing on the ground, he had already turned into a sheet of broken glass and crystal fragments. There was no wind in Tai Bai blessed land. These crystal glass fragments, however, seemed to flutter. The more they fluttered, the more they crumbled. They continued to break apart until they disintegrated in the air. Zheng, Tai Bai Yunsheng mumbled in a daze. Indeed, this guy. Fang Yuan's expression was dark. He did not make Tai Bai Yunsheng revive Zheng. One who was not afraid of even death and was not willing to be a slave, simply had no value. Moreover, Zheng was a Gu Immortal. The immortal essence needed to revive him would not be low. Even if he was revived, his immortal Gu were already gone, and Tai Bai Yunsheng also would not be able to absorb his immortal aperture. On the contrary, it was better to let him die. His immortal aperture would be unable to absorb heaven and earth chi. The blessed land would break apart. After breaking up, all the Tao marks of Zheng in the immortal aperture would be added to Tai Bai blessed land. Zheng's death caused all the Feathermen to fall into silence. The silence only lasted for a while, before the new Featherman king, Yu Fei, shouted loudly. I, Yu Fei, also am not willing to be a slave. Everybody, have you still not realized it? These 2 human Gu Immortals are demons. They had already planned to catch us all. They absolutely won't let us go. All of you, choose a new Featherman king. I will follow old ancestor Zheng and take my leave first. After saying that, he suicided on the spot. Our king, the Feathermen roused, shouting in such fury that their voices shook the surrounding areas. Right, there are no slave Feathermen in this world. There are only free Feathermen. Even if I die, I am free. As long as our hearts beat for freedom, there will not be any slave Feathermen. Take our corpses as your slaves. The Feathermen shouted, howled, muttered, or ridiculed. Zheng and Yu Fei's actions inspired the Feathermen. Unexpectedly, they all chose to suicide. Damn it, are you still not stopping them? A bunch of mortals, humph. Tai Bai Yunsheng. Quickly use man as before. We cannot forego this wealth. We will make them unable to die even if they want to. Fang Yuan snorted. However, Tai Bai Yunsheng showed no signs of movement. Tai Bai Yunsheng, what are you doing? Fang Yuan turned around and was immediately shocked. Tai Bai Yunsheng's face was filled with struggle and hesitation. He said to Fang Yuan with difficulty, Fang Yuan, there are 2 voices shouting in my head right now. One voice tells me to be logical and raise these Feathermen as slaves. The other voice, however, is shouting loudly for me to give up. These Feathermen are true Feathermen. They cannot be disgraced. Even feeling sympathy for them is a humiliation towards them. As he said this, Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes were unexpectedly glistening with tears. Damn it! An eerie light imperceptibly flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes without anyone noticing. If these Feathermen were raised as slaves, it would be a great help to Fang Yuan's plans in Western Desert as well. But at this crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart actually softened. Fang Yuan could not help but shout furiously in his mind. This fool, I can't scheme with him. As he said this internally, he suddenly grabbed Tai Bai Yunsheng's shoulder with his monstrous arm. The words that came from his mouth, however, were very different. Let it be. Old Bai, you are correct. These Feathermen are the true Feathermen from the legends of Rinzhu. You don't need to hesitate. You can let them die for freedom. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression immediately relaxed as he looked gratefully at the immortal zombie before him, and said with some shame, "It was not easy for you to think of this plan, but in the end, because of me." Fang Yuan interrupted him. "Don't mention it. Everyone has their own principles. Although I don't approve of it, I can understand it. I will support you." Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunsheng's voice was choked with emotions, and he almost teared up. Fang Yuan spoke in a profound voice. "Do you know why those two Featherman Gu immortals fell to my scheme? Hee. Do you remember that I obtained the wisdom path inheritance from Dongfang Changfan?" "You mean?" Tai Bai Yunsheng stared blankly. Fang Yuan sighed. Wisdom path methods are indeed incredibly hard to defend against effectively. Fortunately, there have always been very few wisdom path Gu immortals. I now have a complete wisdom path inheritance. We must not fail to take measures against such methods. Old Bai, although you passed the earthly calamity, don't be in a hurry to go to Eastern Sea. I will use some wisdom path methods on you to deal with other wisdom path Gu immortals. Tai Bai Yunsheng was extremely moved, bowing at Fang Yuan. "Then I shall trouble you. Haha, we are family, there is no need for thanks." Fang Yuan dismissed it indifferently, his gaze once again landing on the ground. In just a few moments, all the Feathermen on the ground had suicided. There was not even one who wanted to remain alive. Fang Yuan momentarily showed a slightly moved expression. The Feathermen seeking death of their own accord made him recall a person in the depths of his memories. In fact, this person was also a Featherman. When Fang Yuan was still a Immortal Gu master in his previous life, this Featherman, who was an assassin, tried to kill Fang Yuan multiple times. One who understands you even more than friends is often your enemy. Fang Yuan remembered that one time during a difficult battle, he had discovered the secret of this strong assassin who repeatedly tried to kill him. This assassin was not a human, but a Featherman. "You are a Featherman? Your wings have been cut off? That is so sad." Fang Yuan used a verbal attack. Hee. I myself cut off this pair of wings." The Featherman assassin laughed sinisterly. "Do you want to know why?" Fang Yuan's expression slightly changed. "Why?" Because the Featherman village's chief always praised me, saying I am a Featherman genius that came by once in 100 years, the pillar of the Featherman village, a flying quasi-grandmaster, and whatnot. It was truly annoying. The chief always warned me that I am a Featherman, and I am part of the village. I wanted to leave the village to see the world. Not only did the chief dissuade me, even all the Feathermen in the village stopped me. I know they were afraid I would reveal the location of the village and attract human slave hunters. So, one day, I could not withstand it any longer and cut off my wings. Then on that very day, I killed all the Feathermen in the village. As he said this Featherman assassin's expression was one of pride. He smiled lightly. What? Fang Yuan was shocked. The Featherman assassin shrugged indifferently. You have read The Legends of Rinzhu, right? Feathermen believe in freedom. My heart for freedom only happened to be dozens of times more vigorous than ordinary Feathermen. My Featherman identity bound me, so I cut off my wings. The village I grew up in and the villagers constrained me, so I killed them. Because in this world, no one can restrict my freedom. Fang Yuan's expression immediately turned heavy, and he was on full alert. Back then, he had yet to tread on the demonic path. Immediately he shouted, You lunatic! Ha ha! The Featherman assassin laughed loudly. Thanks for the compliment. He added, Actually, you and I are of the same kind. Who the hell is the same kind as you? Fang Yuan's young face showed a furious expression as he shouted and pounced forward to fight. Chapter 870, Freedom Gu states, Rinzhu walked on his own road of life. After separating with the hairy man leader, he encountered Feathermen in Green Heaven. Rinzhu was extremely happy when he saw these Feathermen. Because Feathermen had wings on their back, and since the Feathermen could understand Rinzhu's words, both sides could communicate. Rinzhu requested the Feathermen, Feathermen, please help me. My daughter is in ordinary abyss and cannot come out. Please fly down and rescue my daughter. Let us father and daughter reunite. The Feathermen laughed loudly. Human, how can you order us? Us Feathermen are the most free living beings in the world. No one can order us or bind us. You want us to listen to your request and follow your wish. That is impossible. Rinzhu kept on persuading and even pleaded with them, but the Feathermen simply kept on flying in the air, enjoying the pleasure of freedom. Renzu's mouth had already dried, but the Feathermen only treated him as a clown, ridiculing Renzu as if they were looking at a joke. Oh look, such a pitiful human. So what if he is the life form with the most intelligence in the world? He doesn't have wings and can only walk on the ground. He is so pitiful. Fortunately, I am not a human, but a Featherman. See how vigorously I can fly. In Renzu's heart of loneliness, Self-Gu started getting angrier as it heard these words. Finally, it could not hold the anger back and jumped out. All of you come down. Self-Gu displayed its might, capturing all the Feathermen in the sky at once. Renzu could not help but become greatly startled at this. Self-Gu, when did you become so strong? Self-Gu said proudly, it is only natural. I took a bite out of Strength Gu. Now that I have my own strength, I possess immense might. Moreover, there is no need to pay any price to use this strength. Human, you need to know, what is most reliable is your own strength. And without strength, freedom is just an illusion. The Feathermen were captured and could no longer fly to the sky, pressed onto the ground without being able to move. They began to throw curses at Renzu and Self-Gu in anger. Renzu heaved a sigh. Feathermen, I did not mean to offend you. Please forgive my rudeness. I only want to ask you to save my daughter. When I reunite with her, I will definitely reward you. Impossible. We Feathermen are the most free. Even if our bodies lose freedom, our hearts are still free. Right. Cruel human, you can't impose your will on any Featherman. The Feathermen kept on shouting without any intention to compromise. Renzu persuaded them for 3 days and 3 nights, but it was in vain. Helpless, he could only let go of these Feathermen. Self-Gu spoke bitterly. Human, how could you release them so easily? Don't you want to rescue your 4th child? Renzu, however, replied confidently. I have already understood that these Feathermen cannot be forced. After these days of contact with the Feathermen, I have found these Feathermen might be free, but they don't have dens to shelter themselves from wind and rain, and they also don't have enough food to fill their stomachs. To make them help, I have to make them do it willingly. Thereupon, Renzu built a house near the Feathermen. Every day, he relied on Self-Gu to gather a lot of wild fruits and hunt many beasts. The Feathermen soon discovered the safety and warmth of the house. Especially during the days of storms, the Feathermen could only hide in groves of trees, shivering and starving, while Renzu stayed within his house, enjoying the warmth of a fireplace and sumptuous food. On one cold night, some Feathermen quietly moved under the roof of Renzu's house to evade the wind and snow, while also greedily absorbing the warmth leaking out from the crack in the door. Renzu wore the mask of Attitude Gu and opened the door, using an extremely warm attitude to invite these Feathermen into the house and to enjoy the warmth and food with him. As this repeated several times, more and more Feathermen came into Renzu's house. Renzu was very hospitable and would entertain the Feathermen every day, even giving the area near the fireplace to the Feathermen. No matter how much the Feathermen ate, he let them eat without restraint. The Feathermen gradually became accustomed to living this way, until one day, Renzu saw the timing was ripe and took off Attitude Gu, revealing his true, cold expression. He shut the door of the house and stored all the food as well, no longer supplying them to the Feathermen for free. The Feathermen were caught off guard and were frantic. They were already used to the safety and warmth of the house. They were used to plentiful food. They rarely flew now and hunted even less. Their stockpile of food was extremely small. Many Feathermen were fat to the extent they could not fly. The Feathermen had no way to deal with Renzu's behavior. They could not beat Renzu, who possessed Self-Gu. Soon, all the Feathermen reached a situation where they would die from hunger or the cold. Several days later, many Feathermen died. Renzu waited and waited until he became extremely anxious, as the Feathermen showed no signs of coming to terms with him. In the end, when most of the Feathermen died, Renzu could not help but mention the old matter again. Feathermen, as long as you move your wings to fly to ordinary abyss and rescue my daughter, I will give you enough food and also warm houses. However, the remaining Feathermen still shook their heads. Eventually, they all died. From these Feathermen's corpses, many small creatures flew out. They looked like tiny specks of light, shining with all kinds of colors. Renzu tried to grab them, but was not able to. It is no use. Cognition Gu informed him at this moment. Wild freedom, Gu cannot be caught. These Feathermen chased after freedom since their birth, but it is a pity that only after their death could they find freedom. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Palace. Fang Yuan slowly withdrew his monstrous arm. The Featherman Gu Immortal Zheng soul, however, was extremely listless as it weakly floated in the air. Gu Immortal Zheng had violated the agreement, thus his soul was already extinguished. As for Zheng, who had died first, because he had only been attacked by Fang Yuan with Poison Path and Strength Path killer moves, only his body had perished and his soul had been preserved. Fang Yuan had secretly stored his soul into his immortal aperture on the spot. Since ancient times, soul path, wisdom path, and enslavement path were closely related. Since Fang Yuan had obtained Dong Fang Chang Fan's wisdom path inheritance, he also gained some comprehension of the other paths, as such his attainment in soul path and enslavement path had also increased by a bit. Most of all, Fang Yuan had used the light of wisdom to repeatedly improve the immortal killer move Miri itself, not only adding a few core Immortal Gu one after another, but also adding many soul path Mortal Gu. This coordination made it so that when the giant hand killed the enemy, the injured soul would be captured by Fang Yuan. If others did not pay attention, they would think Fang Yuan had destroyed the soul as well. But in fact, Fang Yuan secretly captured the soul. Even Tai Bai Yunsheng did not sense this, as he did not have an immortal-level investigative killer move. Fang Yuan also did not inform him. The value of a Gu immortal soul was far higher than a Gu immortal's will or mortal souls. Fang Yuan had just ended his first soul search. From this soul search, he learned the origin of this group of Feathermen. They are a Featherman clan in Western Desert, living for generations in a fragment world of green heaven. No wonder they have such ancient customs, even suiciding rather than lowering their heads to become slaves. A life of peace with plentiful resources, a united clan without any powerful external enemies. This instead corroded the minds of these Feathermen. White Sea shot out, who is this person? He was able to gather so many people to siege Sacred Feather City. Moreover, he was using such superior means that are beyond imagination. They could actually restrict an Immortal Gu house, causing the Feathermen to flee in desperation. Fang Yuan rummaged through his mind, but could not find any information about White Sea Shada. In the end, Fang Yuan could only sigh. Western Desert is also a place hiding dragons and tigers. In conclusion, the benefits from this tribulation in Tai Bai Blessed Land were huge. Tai Bai Yunsheng received all the Dao marks of the two Featherman Gu Immortals, a rank 6 and a rank 7. He was the biggest winner. Fang Yuan's harvests were also not small. The origin of this group of Feathermen was a big deal, and there was also Sacred Feather City. The origins could be traced back to the late Antiquity era, the era of spectral soul demon Venerable. As the leader of Sacred Feather City, the rank 7 Gu Immortal, Zheng held plenty of secrets, immortal killer moves, Immortal Gu recipes, and so on. It was likely he even had a complete Gu Immortal inheritance. The Green Heaven Fragment world was isolated from the outside world for this long. Sacred Feather City could be said to be a paradise for Feathermen. This was a huge settlement of Feathermen among those remaining in the world. Because they had very few interactions with the outside world, and the Green Heaven Fragment world had plenty of resources, these Featherman Gu Immortals' methods were quaint, having distinctive characteristics of the late Antiquity era. Fang Yuan even had an expectation. If his luck was good, maybe he could get a strength path inheritance from Zheng soul. The only pity was those mortal Feathermen. Fang Yuan had been planning to raise those Feathermen as slaves to help him penetrate the market in Western Desert, or even establish a caravan. Feathermen were high-quality slaves in Western Desert. Super forces and large forces, all of them had Featherman-based caravans. It was impossible for Fang Yuan to only do business with Shao Clan. In the early stage, he indeed had to rely on Shao Clan as a springboard to stably enter Western Desert's market. But Fang Yuan would suffer losses if he only engaged with Shao Clan on the long term. But these mortal Feathermen were dead already. From their temperament, they were too well pampered, and it would be an arduous process to tame them. Instead, it was much more convenient to directly purchase Featherman slaves. Fang Yuan was not someone who dwelled on the past, and soon threw this matter to the back of his mind. He already possessed change form Immortal Gu and had fused it into the Immortal Killer move, vaguely familiar face. Fang Yuan originally intended to change into another appearance to go to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and continue his previous foiled plan. But after contacting Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan analyzed and deduced that the situation was not good. Ever since Feng Jiugu had investigated the identity of Sha Huang, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was much more strict in examining any unknown immortal zombie that wanted to join the alliance. It was no longer as easy as before for Fang Yuan to infiltrate into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. And Feng Jiugu, Old Lord Kenyang, and the rest of the group had gone into hiding, which made Fang Yuan feel that a storm was brewing. Fang Yuan hesitated. Was he still going to follow the plan to make his way into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance under this situation? Chapter 871, Rock Dragon I Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. The sky was covered in clouds. The white snow was like dust. All of the peaks were standing in the snow. As the forests were covered in layers of snow, they were like a vast number of clouds. A rainbow shot out from the first peak. It flew into the air like a meteor. The peak owners of Snowy Mountain turned their gazes towards it. Old Ancestor has sent an order again. I wonder who will receive the order to collect immortal materials this time. Hopefully, it isn't me. The rainbow drew a beautiful arc in the sky. It flew directly into the third peak. The other peak owners sighed in relief secretly. Inside the third peak, Fairy Lishan was dressed in a bright leather dress. It was silver at the bottom, with the images of the grassland in the night sky with the moon on it. This was clothing in the style of northern plains. Fairy Lishan wore her precious pearl headband as she shut her eyes. Her mind was looking inside her immortal aperture. In her immortal aperture, there were birds chirping and flowers growing. It was warm like spring, completely the opposite of the icy nature of snowy mountain-blessed land. In the lush forests, mountains and greenery were like paintings. There were large numbers of precious materials, a small number of desolate plants, as well as ancient desolate plants. At the center of the immortal aperture, along a line of waist-deep grass, there was a small mountain. This tiny mountain was more inconspicuous than a small mound at first glance. But it was minuscule mountain, one of the few secluded domains in this world recorded in. In this minuscule mountain, large numbers of mini-men were flying in and out. They were flying in the lush grass. Due to their tiny bodies, these blades of grass were like tall trees. The mini-men were working laboriously in the grass like bee groups. Fairy Lishan was paying close attention to them. After watching them for a while, she was satisfied. When she had obtained minuscule mountain, the mini-men were unwilling to cooperate with her initially. They were wary of her. But Fairy Lishan was not an incompetent person. She used the carrot and the stick tactic. She helped a mini-man puppet to become their leader and killed all of the resistance without mercy. The mini-men were not as stubborn as the Feathermen, but there were also loyal members. After Fairy Lishan killed 40% of the mini-men, she finally subdued the mini-man tribe in Minuscule Mountain. Thereafter, Fairy Lishan moved Minuscule Mountain into her immortal aperture. With the help of the mini-men, the woodpath resources in her immortal aperture were produced at a rapid speed. Hairy men were born with refinement path down marks. They had Gu refinement talent. Feathermen were born with cloud path down marks and had wings. They could fly freely in the sky. Mini-men were born with wood path down marks. The places where they lived in would have vegetation growing rapidly. They even had inheritances passed down from many generations before. They were the race that was most skilled at growing plants and flowers. Mini-men are quite extraordinary. My jade grass is a rank 7 immortal material. It had been wilting all along, but after these mini-men lived here for half a year, this field expanded into a miniature grass field. All the jade grass have a lot of vitality. Unfortunately, the number of mini-men is very small now. The earlier battle caused half of them to die. If I had the previous number of mini-men, my pressure would be half now. 2-letter Gu at the same time. Fairy Lishan willed and sensed 2 information path Gu worms. One came from the outside world, flying through space, while the other came out of her blessed land using the moving perspective cup Gu. Fairy Lishan opened her eyes. She first grabbed one of the letters, holding the rainbow from the sky in her hands. She glanced at it as she directed her consciousness into the Gu. As she had expected, it was old ancestor Shuehu's orders for her to collect immortal materials. Concealing heaven dust, rock dragon eye, elephant tusk flame. This time, he wants me to gather 3 immortal materials. Fairy Lishan frowned deeply. Among these 3 immortal materials, rock dragon eye and elephant tusk flame were rank 7 immortal materials, while concealing heaven dust was a rank 8 immortal material that was very precious. Elephant tusk flame was a tiny lump of flame that burned in the elephant's tusk after an ancient desolate beast elephant died. This lump of fire was about the size of a pea. Once it finished burning the tusk, it would be extinguished upon contact with the outside air. An ancient desolate beast elephant was in existence equal to rank 7 Gu immortals. After the elephant died, its tusk would not generate the flame every time. With so many conditions to fulfill, one could see how precious the elephant tusk flame was. Even in the market of the 5 regions, treasure yellow heaven, it was a rare immortal material. And compared to the elephant tusk flame, rock dragon eye, and concealing heaven dust were much harder to get. Concealing heaven dust was only found in yellow heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. But because yellow heaven was already destroyed by Renzu's children, Fairy Lishan had to first find a yellow heaven fragment world. And this fragment world had to be big enough with enough down marks to allow her to enter and explore it. After entering the yellow heaven fragment world, Fairy Lishan would have to prepare special methods to collect the concealing heaven dust. During the process of collecting it, she would face a lot of trouble. Fairy Lishan would rather pay a huge price to buy the concealing heaven dust in treasure yellow heaven. As for the rock dragon eye, it referred to the eyes of the ancient desolate beast rock dragon. This rock dragon was not an ordinary fierce beast. In the graveyards of Rockman tribes, there would be a lot of buried Rockman corpses. As they accumulated over time, one day, they would attract lightning to strike them. As the thunderbolt strikes the graveyard, a rock dragon would be born. Similarly to the rockmen, the rock dragon's body was made of rocks. During the immemorial antiquity era and the remote antiquity era, variant humans were in control of most of the world. Only super forces of rockman tribes or large-sized rockman tribes with a long history would have rock dragons in them. Even though there was Ren Zhu, his 10 children, and even primordial origin Immortal Venerable and star constellation Immortal Venerable, there were very few humans in the world. The rock dragon was the guardian beast of the rockman tribe. The rockmen all believe that the rock dragon is the revival of their ancestors. During the wars of the variant humans, the rock dragon had once been in the spotlight. They were among the best beasts of war in the world. Rock dragons did not have any sense of pain. They had sturdy defenses and were extremely bold. Even if they were hurt, if there were any rockmen willing to sacrifice themselves and go to the rock dragon's area of injury, they would be able to convert themselves into a part of the rock dragon, allowing its wounds to heal instantly. This was an absurd battle tactic. The other races had a huge headache dealing with it. But times were different now. It was extremely hard for Fairy Li Shan to find a rock dragon. Because rockman tribes were very rare now, most rockmen were the slaves of Gu immortals. Even if Fairy Li Shan found a rock dragon, with her battle strength, she would not be able to defeat a rock dragon, a top-tier war beast of the remote antiquity era that had extremely high defenses. Thus, even though the rock dragon eye was a rank 7 immortal material, it was harder to obtain than the rank 8 immortal material, concealing heaven dust. Old Ancestor Shui, who is giving us peak owners tougher and tougher missions. Out of these 3 immortal materials, only the Elephant Tusk Flame is slightly simple. Not only is strength a concern, in obtaining concealing heaven dust and rock dragon eye, it is extremely dependent on luck. Sigh, if I have good luck, I would be able to just buy it from Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fairy Li Shan sighed deeply. Her earlier investment in the Mini-Man and Minuscule Mountain had already started to see effect. She was going to reap the benefits now. With He Lulan's determination to become independent, she had rejected any additional funding. Thus, during this period, Fairy Li Shan was accumulating wealth rapidly. This accumulation was twice as fast as before. It took too much time and effort to obtain the concealing heaven dust and rock dragon eye. Fairy Li Shan would rather expend her wealth instead of expending time and energy. After receiving the letter from old ancestor Shuihu, Fairy Li Shan checked the second letter Gu. There were only a few people who could make the letter appear directly in her immortal aperture. Fairy Li Shan checked it and saw that the sender of the letter Gu was Fang Yuan. In this letter, Fang Yuan promised much benefits, as he asked Fairy Li Shan to assist him in killing an immortal zombie from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan muttered. She left her bed and walked around. She lowered her head and was in deep thought as she slowly paced. When she got to the window and saw the snowflakes outside, she sneered while staring at the silent peaks. This Fang Yuan, earlier he disguised himself as Huang, joining Zombie Alliance. Now he wants me to help him kill an immortal zombie. He definitely has some motive. Promising me great benefits, he is really affluent. After all, he obtained a lot of resources from Dongfang tribe, as well as getting Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance. During this period, he must have been developing smoothly and rapidly. Right now, the situation in Northern Plains is full of turbulence. The investigation team of Central Continent Gu Immortals is still hiding somewhere. In this situation, Fang Yuan still wants to strike. It seems that the benefit of Zombie Alliance is extremely important to him. Does he want to claim another Immortal Zombie's contribution points and obtain the research results of Zombie Alliance in the ways to revive and get rid of the zombie status? Thinking of this, Fairy Li Shan squinted her eyes. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. White Jade Palace was very bright. 4 Gu Immortals, standing at the north, south, east, and west, were surrounding the rank 9 Immortal Gu House, Heaven Overseeing Tower, in the middle. The old Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stood at the east. He held his walking stick as a brilliant light flashed in his aged eyes. Recovery of fate begins now. The walking stick in his hand was raised in the air. As if it hit a steel rock, it gave off a clear sound. Immediately, light burst out. Countless Gu worms flew about and formed a gigantic Gu formation. Traces and traces of lights and rainbows merged together, forming a huge formation array that filled the surroundings. The female Gu Immortal, Baitsang Shui, who was here for the first time, shouted in shock. This refinement path Gu formation is a step away from becoming a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. Immortal Gu houses were in themselves related to a Gu cultivation path, the utmost materialization of formation path. This refinement path Gu formation is quite extraordinary. Fairy Tsang Shui, please look down. At the west area, the person with the appearance of a young man in white clothing, Lian Zhousheng spoke as he smiled. Next, he grabbed at the air and threw a huge amount of rock dragon eyes in front of him. The rock dragon eyes entered the Refinement Path Gu formation. In just a few breaths of time, they were completely broken up and fused into the wondrous Refinement Path Gu formation. So many rock dragon eyes, and such a speed of processing immortal materials, Bai Zhang Shui was lost for words. Who Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Palace. Humph. Fang Yuan crushed the information path Gu worm in his hand. He was rejected. Still wanting to restrict my development, huh? These narrow-minded and petty women. Fang Yuan's expression was gloomy. Oh. At this time, an information path Gu worm appeared in his immortal aperture. Did Fairy Li Shan change her mind? Fang Yuan stared slightly before checking it. He was very surprised afterwards. This is Lang Yalan Spirit's request for reinforcements. Chapter 872. Joining Lang Ya's defensive battle after Fang Yuan obtained change form Immortal Gu and merged it into Immortal Killer, move vaguely familiar face. He could now take a much greater variety of appearances. Thus, he wanted to blend into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance again. But the situation was far from good. Because his Huang identity was exposed, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was now extremely vigilant, and it was not possible for him to smoothly join Zombie Alliance by repeating his previous method. Therefore, Fang Yuan got the idea of using other Zombie Alliance members. As long as he secretly killed one of them and changed into the appearance of this unfortunate fellow, he could infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan had become an immortal in Northern Plains. His body was filled with Northern Plains aura. Zombie Alliance's large door could stop Feng Gu, but it could not obstruct him. However, this secret assassination would be filled with difficulties and danger. First of all, the entire process of killing a Zombie Alliance member had to be carried out in secret, without letting any trace of it leak out. It was difficult to accomplish this. Fang Yuan currently had rank 7 battle strength. It was easy for him to defeat an ordinary immortal zombie, and killing them was also possible. But to secretly kill them was exceptionally difficult, because the commotion during the battle would be huge and could not be controlled. If the immortal zombie wanted to flee, Fang Yuan would have to give chase, but true solid bat wings was not very reliable. If the immortal zombie used information path Gu worms to request for reinforcements, then in the midst of the battle, Fang Yuan would need to have sufficient and accurate means to exterminate these Gu worms. In summary, Fang Yuan had outstanding power and offense, but was still lacking a lot in other aspects. Most of all, he lacked a battlefield killer move. Battlefield killer moves could create an independent battlefield environment that was isolated from the world. Within a battlefield killer move, Gu Immortals were usually unable to use information path Gu worms to request reinforcements. Naturally, this was not absolute. There was no such thing as absolute in this world. Also, superior battlefield killer moves could limit the space, thus could prevent the enemy from running everywhere. Immortal battlefield killer moves had another name. They were known as quasi-blessed lands. Once they were used, they could temporarily replicate countless down marks, creating a temporary unique battlefield. Most Gu Immortals, in fact, did not have immortal battlefield killer moves. Only relatively few Gu Immortals were in possession of them. Fang Yuan did not have an immortal battlefield killer move. It would be very difficult for him to secretly kill a Northern Plains Zombie Alliance member by himself. Even in his previous life he did not have one, because when he had just obtained his first Immortal Gu, he was besieged and had no choice but to self-detonate. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng also did not have one. They had only recently advanced into Gu Immortals. Even if their immortal apertures were of superior grades, they needed to accumulate their foundations for a long time. However, Fairy Li Shan had one. Pear Orchard was her battlefield killer move. If they could lure an immortal zombie into Pear Orchard, then it was very likely they could secretly kill them. Naturally, even if they succeeded, there were risks. Fang Yuan did not forget Old Lord Qin Yang and rest of the group. They were sure to have Wisdom Path Gu Immortals amongst them, and the possibility of them deducing Fang Yuan re-entering Zombie Alliance was very likely. Once the truth was exposed, or even a slight trace of it was leaked out, Fang Yuan entering Northern Plains Zombie Alliance would be like entering a tiger's den. Thus, Fairy Li Shan's help was highly necessary. However, Fairy Li Shan rejected Fang Yuan's request, and just as Fang Yuan was thinking of other strategies, a request for reinforcements appeared in his immortal aperture. Ever since Northern Plains Grand Auction event ended, Fang Yuan had stopped contacting Lang Yalan's spirit frequently. This time, however, Lang Yalan's spirit had taken the initiative to contact Fang Yuan. It was to ask for reinforcements. This greatly differed from Fang Yuan's expectations. In Fang Yuan's mind, Lang Ya Blessed Land had an extremely deep foundation. In his previous life, Lang Ya Blessed Land, this ownerless blessed land, had resisted 7 entire waves of invading Gu Immortals. Moreover, at the 7th wave, even Feng Gu had died in Lang Ya Blessed Land. Although Langya Blessed Land only had 12 cloud buildings on the surface, under each cloud building was a desolate beast. That meant 12 desolate beasts. And as long as one was not an idiot, they would understand these 12 desolate beasts were only the outermost defensive measures. One should not forget Langya Blessed Land's original owner was Long-Hair Ancestor. He was known as possibly the #1 refinement path immortal. He had refined 38 Immortal Gu throughout his life, not lacking rank 7 and rank 8 among them. This was only the officially recorded number. If his unofficial records were noted, if rumors and so on were taken into consideration, the amount surpassed 100. Thus, Fang Yuan had already surmised that Langya Blessed Land's true defenses were the vast number of Immortal Gu left behind by Long-Hair Ancestor. It was not the desolate beasts. Langya Blessed Land was vastly different from other blessed lands. Even without an owner, Langya Land Spirit had an unending supply of immortal essence which he could use. It was because Langya Blessed Land had the heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus that could produce immortal essence. And due to the support of heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, Langya Land Spirit could boldly activate Immortal Gu, displaying their unique powers. Now, Langya Land Spirit is actually taking the initiative to ask me for reinforcements. In my previous life, he could resist until the 7th wave, and this should only be the 4th wave of attacks. Is it because of me that the structure of Northern Plains situation has changed to such a large extent? Has it caused Langya Blessed Land to face a much fiercer attack? Fang Yuan's brain worked rapidly. For Langya Land Spirit to ask for reinforcements, it could certainly be imagined that the strength of the invaders absolutely surpassed Fang Yuan's individual ability. But often, precious opportunities were hidden in dangerous situations. Langya Blessed Land had a deep accumulation of wealth, and was so rich that even Heavenly Court's greed was incited in Fang Yuan's previous life, forcibly taking down this blessed land. Heavenly Court might have suffered huge losses, but they also benefited a lot even after calculating the loss of Feng Yuan. Cooperating with Langya Land Spirit had many benefits. This was already clear from the past dealings. Fang Yuan had bluffed and deceived to seize many benefits from Langya Land Spirit. Langya Land Spirit had a huge hand in his rapid progress after becoming a Gu Immortal, especially in transitioning between the early to middle stages, which was a difficult point to make progress. It was a pity. After the auction in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan's greed and excessive demands led to the land spirit's aversion towards him, which caused the relation between both sides to worsen and reduce to a freezing point. Fang Yuan had tried to cooperate with the land spirit several times, but was answered with an unyielding attitude by the land spirit, asking Fang Yuan to search for a poisonous flower-type immortal material. If I can help the land spirit now, our tensed relations will definitely ease up. What's more, I have fixed immortal travel and only need 3 breaths of time to return to Immortal Blessed Land. Even if the enemies are very strong, I should be able to buy 3 breaths of time, right? Fang Yuan pondered. Although Langya Land Spirit had asked for reinforcements, the situation might not be so bad. He had always felt that Langya Blessed Land's foundation was very abundant. In his previous life, it could resist 7 waves of attack. Even a powerhouse of this generation like Feng Yuan was sacrificed here. This was only the 4th wave of attacks. As he considered it thoroughly, Fang Yuan decided to help Langya Land Spirit. He was not a rash, hot-blooded child like Yufei who, when his friends suffered harm, would stand up regardless of gains or losses. He was Fang Yuan, a demonic path Gu Immortal. He emphasized profits, coldly calculating gains and losses. Allies were used to bring benefits. What was the point of making friends with each other? As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, allies were only special tools to gain benefits. Coincidentally, Tai Bai Yunsheng also came to inquire about the letter. Langya Land Spirit had also sent him a letter for reinforcements. In fact, since Tai Bai Yunsheng had restored Langya Blessed Land for the Land Spirit, his relationship with the Land Spirit was much better than that of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan informed Tai Bai Yunsheng of his decision, which Tai Bai Yunsheng approved of. Fang Yuan immediately used a Stargate to go to Langya Blessed Land. Even though Tai Bai Yunsheng had passed the earthly calamity, he still required some time before he could take back his immortal aperture and move around. You're here, Fang Yuan. Langya Land Spirit appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan noticed Langya Land Spirit did not appear tired and had no injuries on his body, and felt even more certain of his previous guess. He laughed. This is your attitude to your life-saving benefactor? You think I am not aware? Rascal, you wouldn't have even thought of helping me without benefits involved. If not for this situation being urgent, I would not have requested help from you. Langya Land Spirit rolled his eyes. Although he said this, Langya Land Spirit's attitude was already much warmer than before. I will give you the rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe for all-out effort Gu as a reward for repelling the enemies. Langya Land Spirit continued. Fang Yuan snickered, shaking his head. Let's talk about the reward later, after we repel the invading Gu immortals. Fang Yuan did not talk about reward and was worried about the invading enemies, not taking advantage to blackmail. This immediately made Lang Yalan's spirit very pleased and feel his opinion of Fang Yuan becoming much more pleasant. Follow me. Lang Yalan's spirit grabbed Fang Yuan's arm, and instantly, they arrived at the highest floor of a cloud building. It could be seen from this that there were large numbers of space path Dao marks in Lang Ya Blessed Land. If it were like Star Form Blessed Land where there were not many space path Dao marks, Star Form Land Spirit could only fly rapidly with no ability to teleport. Fang Yuan observed the surroundings that had already changed greatly. Previously, Lang Ya Blessed Land had a vast area of cloud soil with clear skies, 12 cloud buildings standing adjacent to each other among them. But right now, Fang Yuan's sight was filled with boundless fog, which was so dense one could not even see their hands. The sky could not be seen above, the ground could not be seen below. Lang Ya Land Spirit explained with a serious voice, "This is the Gu formation activated after the Blessed Land was attacked, 12-wave cloud confusion formation. The 12 cloud buildings are all mortal Gu houses and serve as formation cores of this formation. Look, those are the invaders." The Land Spirit waved his sleeve. Several mirrors appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Each mirror showed a Gu immortal moving slowly in the vast fog, or charging forward. They are. Fang Yuan's pupils could not help but shrink when he saw these Gu immortals. Qin Bai Sheng, Jiang Yu, Hei Cheng, Shuesong Zi, and He Lang Zi. There were also two others. One was a green-robed wind path Gu immortal who was moving forward rapidly. Another was a black-robed Gu immortal who was wearing a mask and was very mysterious. You recognize them? Lang Ya Land Spirit sensed the strange expression on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan nodded, saying with a serious expression, "These people have extraordinary strength, especially the leader, Qin Bai Sheng. He is a famous rank 7 expert in Northern Plains. I know. If not for this, most of my 12-wave cloud confusion formation would not have been broken down. Now only 5 buildings are left. 2 are already guarded by 2 of Inkman City's Gu immortals. You will guard this one, while I will personally guard another one. The remaining one is left for Tai by Yunsheng." Lang Ya Land Spirit distribution the workload. Fang Yuan frowned. The enemies are too strong. The cloud buildings are only mortal Gu houses. It will be quite difficult to obstruct these people while also protecting the cloud buildings. Chapter 873. Quietly awaiting foes. Fang Yuan frowned. He showed a troubled expression. Qin Bai Sheng, Jiang Yu, He Lang Zi, Shuesong Zi, He Lang Zi, and 2 mysterious Gu immortals that he did not know. Among them, only Shuesong Zi and Jiang Yu were rank 6 Gu immortals. The rest were rank 7 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan did not have any idea of who the 2 mysterious Gu immortals were. But among the remaining ones, Qin Bai Sheng, He Lang Zi, and Hei Cheng were all experienced rank 7s. Hei Cheng was a Gu immortal of the Super Force, Hei Tribe, although he had a hidden injury and could not use immortal killer moves, causing his battle strength to decline sharply. He was not at his peak condition, but the immortal Gu Dark Arrow was not to be underestimated. He Lang Zi was a famous transformation path demonic immortal in Northern Plains. He had a strange upbringing and was ruthless and savage. He had 3 immortal-level desolate wolf transformations. He had high battle strength. He was once offered recruitment by old ancestor Shuehu, but he turned down the offer. The strongest one was Qin Bai Sheng. This person had roamed Northern Plains for hundreds of years. As a lone cultivator, he had defeated Lu Hao, Chan Yu Xiong, Nu Er Du, killed by Chan Zi, Jade Fire Farmer, Mountain Lord Tian Qing, had a draw with Yuan Rang Zun, and managed to escape with his life from 5 Elements Grandmaster. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal. His status in Northern Plains was like Shirley's status in Central Continent. In most people's perspective, he was at the peak of rank 7 battle strength. Only rank 8 Gu immortals could suppress him. He was considerably stronger than the level of Old Lord Kenyang. The scarier thing was, not only did he have outstanding battle strength, he was also very capable in planning. He held the Northern Plains auction and was the biggest winner out of it. Trying to protect the cloud buildings in front of such a person, it was not a strange thing for Fang Yuan to feel very troubled. But Lang Ya Land Spirit patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, saying, "I am not asking you to defend the cloud building. You just need to hold him back. I am trying to stall for time." Humph, these people are too daring. They actually attacked Lang Ya Blessed Land. As long as you can hold on for 30 minutes, I will be able to make these people suffer the severe consequences. Lang Ya Land Spirit spoke with immense confidence. Like what Fang Yuan had guessed, Lang Ya Land Spirit definitely had a trump card that could turn the situation around. In the earlier 3 waves of attacks, Lang Ya Land Spirit had amazing battle results. These 12 desolate beasts would not have been able to accomplish it. Then, what is the thing that Lang Ya Land Spirit is relying on? Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of curiosity internally. He did not have any intention to conceal this thought. He asked directly. But Langya Land Spirit did not tell him. He only smiled mysteriously. Afterwards, the Land Spirit gave Fang Yuan some instructions and gave him a letter Gu before teleporting away. The letter Gu recorded the technique to manipulate the cloud buildings. This cloud building was lent to Fang Yuan by Langya Land Spirit. He could manipulate it freely. Fang Yuan looked at it 2 or 3 times. He memorized the manipulation technique to heart. Next, he practiced it a little and got the hang of it. The cloud buildings were the formation cores of the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. Star thoughts moved in Fang Yuan's mind as he gained much understanding of the 12-wave cloud confusion formation after learning about the cloud buildings. In other words, this was a fog formation that resembled a maze. Even though it was not elevated to the level of a battlefield killer move, it was only 1 step away. It was not that Langya Land Spirit did not have battlefield killer moves, but to set up a battlefield killer move, Dao marks needed to be carved. The newly added Dao marks would not be perfectly compatible with the Dao marks of this world. There would be conflicts and unsuitability. This would cause damage to Langya Blessed Land itself. Thus, the Land Spirit did not do that. To just stall for time, 12-wave cloud confusion formation was already reaching the limits of a Gu formation. When a Gu Immortal is inside the formation, their 5 senses would be messed up and they would not be able to tell the direction between left or right, or even end up just walking in circles on the spot. Only an investigative Immortal killer move would allow the Gu Immortal to navigate their way through the Gu formation. Only by destroying all 12 cloud buildings would this formation be entirely destroyed. If they did not have an investigative Immortal killer move, then the Gu Immortal could only move about randomly, hoping to see if they could find a cloud building. This was purely up to luck. Fortunately for them, once the Gu formation was set up, the 12 cloud buildings could not be moved. Otherwise, Gu Immortals without an investigative Immortal killer move would never be able to find it. Not even luck could help. Fang Yuan sat on the cloud bed as he opened many observation mirrors, checking the surroundings of this cloud building. His authority was only limited to this cloud building. He could only check the surroundings of this cloud building to an extent. There was only vast fog in the mirror. Not a single Gu Immortal showed up. Fang Yuan did not lack patience. He waited silently. A moment later, a Gu Immortal appeared in the mirror. She was wearing a purple dress. She had a high nose and deep, beautiful eyes. Her eyebrows were thick and long. Her skin was slightly dark as her entire body oozed with an alluring aura. It was Fairy Jiangyu. Fang Yuan was shocked. He immediately thought about her dark limit Immortal Gu. He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique. Before becoming an Immortal, she had used dark limit Immortal Gu. It had entered He Lulan's body and circulated through it, concealing the aura of the great strength true martial physique. Initially, He Lulan's plan was to seize her dark limit Immortal Gu before they were exposed. But unfortunately, Fairy Jiangyu's traces were hard to find. Before this plan was even put into play, it had failed. Later, when He Lulan was chasing after He Chang, this plan was even more impossible. Dark limit Immortal Gu, if I can obtain it. Fang Yuan's gaze shined. He felt somewhat of a pity inside. Unfortunately, in this current situation, even if I can capture Fairy Jiangyu alive, I would not obtain dark limit Immortal Gu. It was very hard to take Immortal Gu. Hope was usually very slim. After all, only a thought was needed to make the Immortal Gu self-detonate. Just as Fang Yuan thought about this, Fairy Jiangyu actually turned this way and that, going on a detour around Fang Yuan's territory, heading towards another direction and leaving this place. Once she was out of Fang Yuan's territory, Fairy Jiangyu vanished from the mirror. A while later, a second Gu Immortal entered Fang Yuan's territory. The mirror clearly showed his image. It was Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan's gaze was grave. He watched as Qin Baisheng got closer and closer. Undoubtedly, out of all the Gu Immortal experts here, the one Fang Yuan most wanted to not face was Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan has not found out that after Qin Baisheng fought Feng Jiugu, he had already recovered his original strength. But with just Qin Baisheng's previous performance, he was already at the level of Central Continent Shirlei. This type of opponent was far too strong. If he really discovered this cloud building, Fang Yuan immediately decided that he would only match a few blows with him before retreating. Even though he was reinforcing Langya Land Spirit, this support was only situational. Fang Yuan had never thought of sacrificing his life for Langya Land Spirit. In addition, Langya Land Spirit also had his trump cards. It was not time for Fang Yuan to take a risk. Qin Baisheng got closer to the cloud building. He had an investigative Immortal killer move. He walked straight ahead. Fang Yuan controlled this cloud building. He was right beside Qin Baisheng's path of advancement. They were about 300 steps away from each other linearly. The range of the investigative Immortal killer move was definitely more than 300 steps, but it was hindered by the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. Once Qin Baisheng got to a certain proximity, the cloud building would appear in his investigative range. That way, Qin Baisheng would charge directly to the cloud building. Fang Yuan's first defensive battle would end up as a failure. But this type of failure was not scary. Fang Yuan had no psychological burden if he failed. To Fang Yuan, no matter how many losses he has, his fighting spirit would not dwindle, it would not change his plans, and his mind would not be disrupted. But soon, a change occurred. Qin Baisheng's expression suddenly changed. He turned towards the northeast direction and flew rapidly. Not only is their information path technique immortal level, it is extremely useful against the Gu formation. They can actually transmit information inside the Gu formation. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan heard Lang Yalan's spirit's surprised voice. Fang Yuan nodded lightly, replying, "Since they attacked us, they definitely came prepared. But from your words, did they not expose this technique last time?" The land spirit was silent for a moment before answering. No. Earlier, the cloud buildings were defended by desolate beasts. They were fighting alone and killing the desolate beasts to destroy the cloud buildings. But this time, Emotan Sang and the desolate beasts are defending the cloud buildings together. They must have changed their tactics after seeing that there was a defending Gu Immortal and went to reinforce each other. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. Not good. Emotan Sang is the leader of Inkman City. It is already quite generous of him to come and reinforce us. But he would have to conceal his appearance in battle. Once his relationship with you is exposed, Northern Plains Inkman City would face a huge crisis. If Emotan Sang fights under such restraints, against a powerful foe that has the superiority in numbers, he would not be able to protect the cloud building. The land spirit responded immediately. This 12-wave cloud confusion formation uses Langya Blessed Land's own Dao marks to divert the enemies and split them up, forcing them to fight individually. In theory, it can isolate rank 7 and rank 6 information path immortal killer moves, preventing enemies from communicating. Even if they have whole Earth Gu set up, it is useless. But these people are able to communicate with each other now. It is likely related to the previous few waves. Sigh, I should not have been greedy over the profits of selling Gu immortal slaves. I should have killed them. Among these people, there should be someone who has quite an impressive wisdom path technique. I had already cleansed all of the memories of the Gu immortal slaves from their souls. Lang Yalan's spirit analyzed it thoroughly. He felt much regret. Fang Yuan agreed with Lang Yalan's spirit's analysis. Gu immortals battle with their wits. They were all brilliant characters. Qin Baisheng only did one action of assisting his ally, and he exposed so many details. Similarly, since the last few waves were related to his intelligence, Langya Blessed Land also leaked out many secrets as well. Can I see the battle scene over there? Fang Yuan requested. On the mirror, the scene of the battle was displayed. Emotan Sang was riding on a desolate beast, fighting with Gu Immortal He Cheng. Emotan Sang was a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He was at a disadvantage. He mainly cultivated Chi Path, but now he was using other methods to fight. He Cheng had a hidden injury, but he was still rank 7. He did not use Dark Arrow Immortal Gu, but he still had control over the battle. Most importantly, the reason was that Emotan Sang was afraid of exposing his identity. He had his Inkman City to defend. He could not allow it to face danger. Thus, he only rode on the desolate beast, letting it fight primarily, while he used healing and defensive techniques. The desolate beast was peerless in bravery, but it lacked the wisdom to inspect the battle situation. But with Emotan Sang's attentive assistance, even though the desolate beast was at a disadvantage, it was still full of energy. It could hold on for a long time. But Fang Yuan knew that Qin Baisheng was coming soon. The desolate beast would definitely die at that time. While Fang Yuan was concerned with Emotan Sang's situation, a third figure entered close proximity with Fang Yuan. Xuesong Zi. He didn't receive any orders to go to that battlefield. Fang Yuan was perplexed. He had some guesses internally. A moment later, Xuesong Zi found Fang Yuan's cloud building. His movement paused for a moment before shooting towards the cloud building at lightning speed. Fang Yuan stood up too. He had a stern expression. Battle erupted at once. Chapter 874. Killed by one slap. Among the 7 Gu immortals who were invading Langya Blessed Land, the one Fang Yuan wanted to face the most was Xuesong Zi. Because Xuesong Zi was the one with the lowest cultivation level among them, his battle strength was also likely to be the lowest. At the same time, Fang Yuan had fought Xuesong Zi before. During their previous battle, Xuesong Zi was beaten back by the Strength Path Phantom Army. He left in a pitiful state. In other words, Xuesong Zi had once lost to Fang Yuan. With Fang Yuan's experience, he knew about Xuesong Zi's foundation. But I cannot be careless in this battle. Fang Yuan's expression was serious. Looking at Xuesong Zi in the mirror, getting closer to the cloud building that he was in, he did not have disdain or arrogance inside. A lion uses its full strength even when hunting rabbits. Fang Yuan had a vigilant nature. Furthermore, in this battle, Fang Yuan had many concerns. His first concern was that this was not a solo battle. It was a huge fight between the invaders and Langya Blessed Land. If Fang Yuan and Shui Songzi fought, would the other side send reinforcements? That was very likely to happen. His second concern was Shui Songzi's increase in battle strength. In Langya Blessed Land, the invaders could not use any Immortal Gu. The fact that Shui Songzi could get this far meant that he had at least one Immortal Gu. This secret was easily exposed. Because Shui Songzi's speed in reaching Fang Yuan was extremely fast, he was using a true immortal killer move. It seems that in this battle, I have to plot and sneak attack him, ensuring my advantage. Even if someone reinforces him later, my pressure would be much lower. Malicious thoughts were moving rapidly in Fang Yuan's mind. When plotting against others, malicious thoughts were most effective. Fang Yuan was very experienced with this. Shui Songzi progressed rapidly. The scene before him was stagnant. All he saw was white fog that filled his entire vision. As he flew rapidly, the cold winds were blowing on him, but he felt extremely excited. This is the difference between Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu. It truly is spectacular. Shui Songzi experienced the joy of flying using an immortal killer move. A portion of his mind was concentrating on his own immortal aperture. In his immortal aperture, there was an ice path Immortal Gu. It was quite massive. It was around the size of an average horse. The entire Immortal Gu looked like a heart. It was an icy statue that looked very vivid. Frost energy was emanating from it. This was Ice Heart Immortal Gu. Ice Heart Immortal Gu was not Shui Songzi's possession. It was lent to him by Shadow Sect's Qin Baisheng in order to boost his strength when invading Langya Blessed Land. Not only did Qin Baisheng give Shui Songzi this rank 6 Immortal Gu, he even gave him several immortal killer moves that used Ice Heart Immortal Gu as the core, encompassing attack, defense, movement, healing, and others. Shui Songzi was originally a Snow Path Gu Immortal, but Snow Path and Ice Path were twins. They were almost indistinguishable and closely related. This Ice Path Immortal Gu and its killer moves were very suitable for Shui Songzi. Ice Heart Immortal Gu emitted bone-chilling frost energy, but Shui Songzi's heart was burning with passion. Qin Baisheng has promised Shui Songzi, before moving off for this mission, if they achieve their goal this time, he would give that Ice Path Immortal Gu to Shui Songzi as his reward. Thus, Shui Songzi was full of motivation. Ever since they entered the Blessed Land, he was working very enthusiastically. After all, back then he was searching for Wooden Chicken Immortal Gu. He did not stint on subsidizing Ma tribe in the struggle for the imperial court. Right now there was such a good chance, and Ice Heart Immortal Gu was much more compatible with him than Wooden Chicken Immortal Gu. He was definitely moved. Cloud building. Shui Songzi's figure halted. He shouted in surprise. In the endless white fog before him, a tall building appeared. Shui Songzi soon became overjoyed. To think that my luck is so good, I actually found a cloud building. The mission Qin Baisheng gave him was to find the formation cores of the 12 cloud buildings inside the 12-wave cloud confusion formation and destroy them. If I can destroy a cloud building alone, that would be a huge merit. According to our earlier agreement for rewards, I will obtain quite a sum. But each cloud building is defended by a desolate beast. I should be careful. Soon after, Shui Songzi calmed down. As if it had heard his thoughts, a desolate beast descended from the cloud building, jumping towards him. This desolate beast was huge like an elephant. It was yellow-brown in color, and thick fur covered more than half of its body. It was the yellow jade lion desolate beast that Fang Yuan had picked up in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and had given to Langya Land Spirit. The yellow jade lion did not make a sound. It moved like lightning as it charged towards Shui Songzi. Just in time, Shui Songzi showed an excited expression with much battle intent, but his body retreated backwards instead. He was very vigilant. The yellow jade lion's attack did not hit. Instead, Shui Songzi increased the distance between them. The latter waved his sleeve, and a huge blizzard blew out. The blizzard howled as lumps of snow as large as eggs flew towards the yellow jade lion. This was not a mortal killer move. It was the immortal killer move Cold Condensed Snow. Only an immortal killer move could be used in this situation. Mortal killer moves could not even be used in this place. The yellow jade lion could not open its eyes. Cold frost energy was spreading, forming a thick layer of frost on its body. The yellow jade lion's body shook itself. Most of the frost was shrugged off. It continued running towards Shui Songzi. Shui Songzi's gaze was focused on the yellow jade lion's fur. He snorted in disdain. His immortal killer move had insufficient attacking power, but the frost energy would invade the body and affect the enemy's speed and movement. The yellow jade lion did not have a large size among desolate beasts, but it had great strength and agility. Shui Songzi used this move to weaken the yellow jade lion's speed advantage. But the yellow jade lion was a desolate beast, and it had very thick fur. If it were another desolate beast, its flesh and blood might have been frozen by the frost energy. But the yellow jade lion had the traits of its species. It resisted this move, and only its fur was frozen. Xuesongzi was not adept at close combat. He liked to fight at long range. After seeing the yellow jade lion closing in, he retreated again. Immortal killer move, Ice Trace. He faced the yellow jade lion as he flew backwards and retreated. Along the path that he retreated, frost gathered as the ground became an icy path. The yellow jade lion's frontal assault was slowed greatly when it stepped onto this icy trail. Xuesongzi retreated rapidly. After making sure there was a huge distance between them, he laughed. Beast, take my penetrating ice blade. He raised his hand and slashed at the yellow jade lion, which was far away. Crack. A huge ice blade formed in the air instantly. The ice blade flew down from above. It was fast and sharp, hitting the yellow jade lion's back harshly. The yellow jade lion growled in pain, blood splattered, but was quickly frozen and became solid. The penetrating ice blade shattered like glass, but the frost energy inside directly spread into the yellow jade lion's body. Its offensive power came in multiple forms, overwhelming the opponent. It was hard to defend against. This was a vicious and ruthless move. The yellow jade lion growled at the sky, the sound waves causing ripples in the clouds. Its foreclaws were glowing with fire, its speed increased, and it could dodge with greater flexibility. The yellow jade lion had large numbers of Mortal Gu worms in its body. This was intentionally produced by Langya, land spirit, because they were on the side defending the blessed land. The yellow jade lion could use all of its Mortal Gu worms. But the frost energy was inside its body. The yellow jade lion's speed fell greatly. Xuesongzi had the advantage. He continued to use immortal killer moves to attack the yellow jade lion. The situation was getting worse for the yellow jade lion. Wounds were piling up on its body. It was getting slower. When it coughed blood, what came out was not warm blood, but cold frozen blood. Ha ha, great. This feels great. Xuesongzi laughed loudly in a carefree manner. He had used all of the immortal killer moves that Qin Baishan gave to him. He could feel the power of having immortal killer moves. In the past, desolate beasts greatly troubled him, but after getting bombarded by his immortal killer moves, this one could only run around and growl pitifully. Next is the final move, Ice Heart Lock. I have to test its power as well. Xuesongzi stopped running. He advanced and charged towards the yellow jade lion. He was extremely fast, like an eagle trying to capture food in the sky. Before the yellow jade lion reacted, its goo worms had already felt Xuesongzi's immense aura and had activated an armor made of light on the yellow jade lion's body. Oomph. Child's play. Xuesongzi's eyes shined with cruelty. He waved his hand as he used an immortal killer move, penetrating ice blade. Again. Bam! The ice blade hit the yellow jade lion's back, breaking into pieces. The armor of light made by Mortal Gu did not even last for a moment before it was destroyed by the ice blade effortlessly. A deep wound that revealed the bone was made on the yellow jade lion's back. The yellow jade lion cried out in pain. It could not hold on anymore. It sprawled on the ground. Xuesongzi stepped on the yellow jade lion's back. He suddenly lied down and placed both hands on the yellow jade lion's body. Crack, crack. Soft sounds of ice forming could be heard. First, it was a thin layer of ice growing on the yellow jade lion's back. With Xuesongzi at the center, the ice rapidly extended over the yellow jade lion's body. Soon, this thin layer of ice thickened at a rapid speed. Not only that, on the yellow jade lion's body, a similarly powerful frost energy was gathering and freezing its blood, flesh, bones, and even its intestines. Xuesongzi's expression was pale. He thought to himself inwardly, this ice heart lock is really powerful. It can forcefully freeze even desolate beasts. But this immortal killer move expends way too much immortal essence. After Xuesongzi noticed this, he wanted to stop. But soon, greed grew inside him. Why don't I capture this yellow jade lion alive? I can freeze it first and thaw it later when I sell it to someone. A living desolate beast is of huge value even in treasure yellow heaven. Hee. Just as he was dreaming about this beautiful future, there was an explosion from the yellow jade lion below him. With a loud bang, a strength path giant hand grabbed onto Xuesongzi, who was unable to escape in time. Xuesongzi was flustered. What is this? Ice armor. A thick ice armor appeared on his body. The strength path giant hand grabbed onto the ice armor, as cracks appeared on the armor. Xuesongzi's lips curled up. He showed a ruthless smile. With this, I can test my defensive killer move's other ability. Ice armor detonate. With a loud bang, the ice armor exploded, and huge amounts of frost energy filled the surroundings. Fang Yuan's strength path giant hand was pushed back by the huge force. Xuesongzi used the chance and flew out, but at the next moment, his sinister smile froze. Above his head, a strength path giant hand was prepared and ready to strike. Shuesongzi flew into the sky. His ice armor had just broken. He could not activate it immediately again. This strength path giant hand slapped him like swatting a fly. As it landed on him, Shuesongzi was beaten into a lump of meat paste. Chapter 875. 1 versus 2. You killed an enemy Gu Immortal? Good, good, good. Fang Yuan had just gotten out of the yellow jade lion's body when Langya Land Spirit's voice was heard. Fang Yuan's first thought was, it seems that this Langya blessed land has lots of sound path down marks. Langya Land Spirit could transmit his voice so easily. Hu Immortal Land Spirit and Star Form Land Spirit did not have such an ability. This showed that there were large numbers of sound path down marks in Langya blessed land. The land spirit was very surprised that Fang Yuan could kill Shuesongzi. He said good 3 times. This was the first time the other party had lost a member since the start of this attack. Fang Yuan, to think that you have such battle strength even though you are already so good at deducing Immortal Gu recipes. At this juncture, Langya Land Spirit praised as he sighed. Fang Yuan laughed too. When he laughed, Shuesongzi's meat paste had just landed on the floor. Fang Yuan was satisfied with this battle result. The yellow jade lion below him was near death. It was used as a pawn by Fang Yuan to deal with Shuesongzi. It worked really well. In this battle, Fang Yuan had only used vaguely familiar face and strength path giant hand. He used very few resources to kill Shuesongzi, while obtaining a huge effect. By this point, Fang Yuan deeply knew that all kinds of fights were just an extension of economic conflicts. In other words, wars, battles, they were like business. Whatever you put in and gain will all be in the financial aspect. Why was Fang Yuan quite satisfied? Because he put in a minimal amount of resources into this battle, but had created a huge impact. In the terminology of business, he put in a small sum of capital and earned a huge amount of profits in return. Shuesongzi had Immortal Gu with him and a complete set of immortal killer moves. If Fang Yuan fought him head-on, he might not have been able to defeat him even after a dozen rounds of moves. Although Shuesongzi could only use immortal killer moves here, even though Fang Yuan could use Mortal Gu against the power of immortal killer moves, he had to use immortal killer moves to counter them, right? Thus, his green grape immortal essence expenditure would be huge. Expending a huge amount of immortal essence when Shuesongzi might not even lose. What's more, if he managed to summon more Gu Immortals to help him, Fang Yuan would have to retreat. Battles between Gu Immortals were not rigid duels where each person exchanged one move at a time. They were filled with schemes and plots. Fang Yuan had deduced that Shuesongzi had low battle strength, and as a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, he was an outsider among the invading Gu Immortals. He also deduced that Shuesongzi had Immortal Gu. Most importantly, Fang Yuan knew what Shuesongzi had done in the previous Imperial Court contest. Shuesongzi had a huge desire for Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan knew that. Thus, he easily deduced the reason why Shuesongzi had an Immortal Gu, as well as his current state of mind. As the saying goes, know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Shuesongzi knew nothing about Fang Yuan, and he was also an outsider. It seemed that he did not receive Qin Baisheng's warning. If Qin Baisheng had told Shuesongzi that the cloud buildings had Gu Immortals defending them, Shuesongzi would not have been so careless. What was more fatal was that earlier, the invaders had attacked ruthlessly, destroying many cloud building formation cores, while killing many desolate beasts. After every battle, Qin Baisheng would send out the information and inform everyone. Qin Baisheng's actions were understandable, because when Gu Immortals were split up and searching for the formation cores aimlessly, they might feel very uncertain from detecting nothing and experience a drop in morale. When Shuesongzi heard the notifications, he felt that his side was having a landslide victory. His morale was high. His loss to Fang Yuan was also because of the same reason that an arrogant army was bound to lose. In contrast, Fang Yuan was scheming and devious. He had a huge advantage as the hidden party. Of course, his guesses could have been wrong. After all, they were all estimations. But in fact, he had a complete understanding of Shuesongzi's mental state. He even hid inside the yellow jade lion's body deviously. Shuesongzi has an investigative immortal killer move. He had scanned the yellow jade lion's body at least 3 times. But he was afraid that the yellow jade lion might have a wild immortal Gu on it. If it attacked while he was distracted, he would be in trouble. Because Shuesongzi did not find any immortal Gu, he became even more careless. Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face had great importance during this process. If he did not use this killer move to conceal himself, even if he hid inside the yellow jade lion's body, Shuesongzi would have found him. Because of all these reasons, such a shocking result occurred. Gu Immortals were all dragons among men. If Shuesongzi was not careless, with his current strength, he could totally fight Fang Yuan head-on. Even if he was slightly weaker, he could definitely drag out the battle for some time. But it was a pity that his opponent was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. In nice words, they could be called wisdom, but bluntly speaking, they allowed him to scheme deviously. He could use a portion of his strength and unleash it with multiple times the effect. Lang Land Spirit, I killed Shuesong Zi. How will you reward me? Shuesong Zi's immortal aperture was destroyed. Everything inside it was destroyed as well, but his down marks have all gone to this blessed land. Fang Yuan smiled as he asked, Ha ha, don't worry. You will be heavily rewarded after the battle. I hope you can defend this cloud building well. Immortal Sang is already heavily injured. He barely escaped. His cloud building was destroyed. You have Shuesong Zi's soul. We need to search it and find out these people's details. The land spirit replied. Fang Yuan's gaze became slightly firmer. This was not the first time he had captured a Gu immortal's soul. Back then in Tai by Blessed Land, Tai by Yun Sheng did not notice it, but here in Langya Blessed Land, all of it was exposed to Langya Land Spirit. As for Immortal Sang losing his building, it was very normal. This did not differ from Fang Yuan's expectations. Shuesong Zi died. Qin Bai Sheng stood on the rubble of a cloud building. Suddenly, his body shook, and he spoke. What? He has the Immortal Gu you lent him, as well as a complete set of immortal killer moves. How did he die suddenly? He Cheng, who was beside him, felt a great shock. After Shuesong Zi died, He Cheng's pressure amplified. Among the people in Shadow Sect, even though He Cheng was rank 7, his battle strength was quite weak. He was a natural ally of Shuesong Zi. He Cheng's constant worry was not the blessed land, but the mysterious allies around him. He fell into their trap. Qin Baixing thought about it for a few moments. His eyes shined brilliantly. In a frontal fight, unless a rank 8 Gu immortal attacked, Shuesong Zi would have lasted for some time. In Langya Blessed Land, there are definitely no rank 8 Gu immortals. Thus, the most likely possibility is that Shuesong Zi found a cloud building or something important. In order to get the reward that was promised to him, he did not inform anyone else. And because he got new Immortal Gu, he wanted to test them. This mentality was used by the enemy, and they planted a trap. At the appropriate opportunity, they killed Shuesong Zi. He Cheng drew in a breath of cold air. Then his opponent is not simple. They actually plotted Shuesong Zi's death. Even though he said that, He Cheng was even more wary of Qin Baisheng. This Qin Baisheng had both brains and brawn. Not only did he have immense battle strength, he could make such a deduction in such a short time with just this much information. In terms of plotting and scheming, they were above his fighting power. Perhaps it was because I was too reluctant to waste our limited communication method. A lesson to be learned. Qin Baisheng sighed eerily, but he soon smiled. But we have already dismantled 8 cloud buildings. I have understood the formation cores of these cloud buildings and made a mortal killer move that can allow us to find the remaining cloud buildings. But in here, to use this mortal killer move, we will need to use immortal killer moves to protect it. He made a mortal killer move just like this? What attainment level does he have? He Cheng's heart jumped. Qin Baisheng started to transmit to the others. He called the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal to his side, in order to protect him while he used the mortal and immortal killer moves. This showed that Qin Baisheng did not trust He Cheng at all. He even ordered Huifeng Zi and Helang Zi to rush to the place where Shuesong Zi died. Qin Baisheng lent Shuesong Zi Immortal Gu, but he also took the chance to use his immortal level technique on Shuesong Zi, allowing him to track him. This matter was not concealed from Shuesong Zi. When Qin Baisheng lent him the Immortal Gu, he said, If I do not use tracking methods on you, if you run away after borrowing my Immortal Gu, what will I do? Based on the promise of giving him the Immortal Gu after the battle, Shuesong Zi relented. Thus, back then, Shuesong Zi smiled and flattered, willingly allowing Qin Baisheng to use the tracking method on him. With the proper direction, Helang Zi and Huifeng Zi quickly got to Shuesong Zi's place of demise. Seeing the lump of meat paste on the ground, Helang Zi snorted in disdain. What a useless fool. Huifeng Zi flew down and scouted the place. After seeing no traps, he carefully observed Shuesong Zi's mushed corpse. Soon, his gaze firmed. He had a discovery. This is troublesome. The other party has a strength path killer move. Shuesong Zi died from this move. This is a powerful move that has great force. Huifeng Zi's analysis was correct. Fang Yuan's immortal killer move, Miri itself, was no longer like before. Even though he could not use Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu, he had Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu, and Pulling Water Immortal Gu. These 3 Strength Path Core Gu. It was uncommon for 3 Strength Path Immortal Gu to be perfectly fused into one immortal killer move. Helang Zi had some doubts regarding Huifeng Zi's words. In fact, he had deep wariness towards all human Gu immortals. He descended as well, standing beside Shuesong Zi's corpse. His head turned into a wolf's head. As his wolf pupils shined eerily, they shined with a green light as he looked around. At the same time, he sniffed, trying to find some important information. Soon, He Lang Zi's expression turned ugly. He said solemnly, "Rank 7 strength path. It is truly rare. Is this domination immortal?" But he continued, "No matter what, let's destroy this cloud building first." He Lang Zi was like a wild beast. He acted very directly. Hui Fengzi nodded. He looked around vigilantly. He was afraid of the rank 7 strength path expert. He might be lurking around. "Hello, brothers. You came really quickly. My name is Xing Xiangzi. I am guarding this cloud building. May I know who both of you are?" Fang Yuan flew out of the cloud building. "Be careful. This is a star path rank 6 Gu Immortal." Hui Feng Zi transmitted to He Lang Zi. He Lang Zi nodded silently. He understood Hui Feng Zi's words. The other party might have 2 Gu Immortals with one hiding somewhere. Shuesong Zi might have been schemed into death by them.